In this course, you will learn how to create a full-stack Instagram clone using Flutter and Firebase. Ravan is a great instructor and will teach you step by step how to create this full-stack app.
Let me show you the demo of the app first. So as you can see, we have our Instagram feed over here. We can either like the image. Let me show you the like process. And this is the animation we're going to build with Flutter. And we can dislike it. And you can see on all the three screens that if we like the image, it shows up on all the three screens real time. This is powered by Stream Builder in Flutter and Firebase Firestore. Now, I can even comment on any post. So let me show you the comment. I'll go in the comments as well to show you that it's real time. So I'll comment nice pic and I'll post it. And you can see over here that nice pic shows up. Now you can even go back over here in the search and you can see our images showing up. We can even search for a user. I'll show you the user. The name of our user is Naman Ranawat. So I'll just type Naman and it shows up. This is powered by Firebase's search query. Now if I go over here, I can either follow this user or I can unfollow. You see the like and you can see the counter going up and down. I'll keep it followed. Now if I go back over there, you can see that this is maintained and the user is showed as followed. I can even go to the another user, and if I go to my own profile, you can see that I get the option of sign out. Then I can even upload an image. So I'll take a photo. I'll choose it from gallery. If I do it on my real Android device, which I'll do in a while, you can see that we can take a photo from our own gallery. I'll take this picture. I'll write a caption of the scenery is awesome and I'll post it. You can see this indicator showing up as long as it is getting posted to our Firebase database. And you can see that our image shows up at the right time in the real time. And if we go over here, we can see this. Now keep a track on this. If I click over here, you can see a little of animation happening over here. We're going to build that as well. And the next thing I want to show you is the profile screen. And this is the number of posts, the following, and everything. So what I'm going to do is sign out from here. And you can see that we get signed out immediately and only from one device and not all the devices. And we can again make use of the authentication. Now I'm going to log in and put in the password. And you can see there is no user with this email. We have proper validations with Firebase as well. So this is what we are going to build in this app. The prerequisites for this tutorial is to have a basic knowledge of Flutter and Dart. No knowledge of Firebase is required, not even knowing what Firebase is actually. We're going to go step by step and learn everything about Firebase. And we'll also make use of provider. If you have a bit of knowledge with provider, it will be a good thing. If you don't, that's no problem. We are going to have a look at that and I'll explain it to you as well. And we are going to have a cross-platform app. So you can see over here, this is a completely responsive build. Now let me increase the width of this app, this website over here. And you can see it has a different layout altogether because Instagram on web looks completely different. It has the different background color. It has the same app color and it is easily accessible as well. It's similar to our app. Right. So we're going to build completely responsive UI as well. Let's get started with the code. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is open our terminal and over here migrate to our desktop. And after that, run the Flutter create, and after that we need to mention the name of the folder we need to give. So we can name it Instagram Flutter and make sure to use underscore over here and not a hyphen or something, because it will give you an error. And after that is done, just click enter. after this process is completed, you can just migrate to your Instagram Flutter folder, and you can open it in VS Code by doing code and after that putting a full stop and clicking enter. This will open in VS Code, and what I want to do now is run this boilerplate code on our iOS simulator so that we know it's working pretty well, like the boilerplate code is working. So I'm just going to run open-a and pass and tell simulator. So this will open create a simulator for us, and this is working. Now you can run the command flutter run to see if it's working, but what I like to do is in this main.dart file, go over here, run and run without debugging, because this gives us the option to hot reload, and whenever we save a file it will start hot reloading, which is a pretty cool feature in my opinion. Now in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all the boilerplate code, but I'm not going to save the file so that we see the changes that are happening. And I'm going to remove this theme data from here as well. And I'm going to name the title as what is the title of our app is going to be. I'm going to name it Instagram clone. And over here, I'm going to pass in debug show checked mode banner to false. The banner that shows up in the top right corner will not show up if we do this. And let our app finish by that time. See you when this app loads up. Alright, now our app is loaded, and if you see, if we click over here, our counter app is working pretty well. So now I'm going to remove this text over here. I'm going to replace this class that we have removed and going to replace it with a text. Let's say, let's build Instagram. So this is going to look very ugly, but let's see. And it's giving us the right output. So the next thing we want to do is add theme to our app. What we can do is pass the theme over here. And what I want how I want our app to look is, have a dark theme. But I just want to copy everything that Flutter provides us. So there is one theme data. And if we put in .dark, it will give us all the features, Flutter has built in this dark. So it will use all the colors of dark, and we can just save it. And if we wrap this home with the scaffold so that we see a good output and not a container type output, we should see something cool happening. And we can see that our app has turned fully dark mode. But I don't want my app to, look like this. I want its colors to look a bit different, like the background color over here. So what you can do is go to this URL over here, github.com/RevanRanavat, Instagram Flutter clone. And I'll mention this link in the description below. You can just copy all of this. These are just colors for our app. I don't want to waste time writing all of these colors. And we're going to create a lib folder, utils folder over here, so that it contains all our, utilities. And I'm going to name it colors.dart file. And I'm going to paste all of these colors. Now you can see we have mobile background, web background, mobile search, blue color, primary color, secondary color. So what I want to do is keep all the methods, like whatever dark has, whatever color dark has, I want to keep them. And I want to, so I can do copy with, and I just want to change the background color over here. So what I can do is scaffold background color, and I'll turn background color to mobile background color. Now if we go over here, we can see that we are getting a good output, a changed background color. That's what we wanted. Now the next thing we want to do is create a responsive layout. Whenever our screen size of the browser extends a certain width, it should display, a web screen layout, so to say. And if not, then it should display a mobile screen layout. So what I'm going to do is create another folder over here called responsive. And in that, I'm going to create responsive layout screen.dart, And over here I'm going to import material package. For now it's going to be a stateless widget. Later on it will become a stateful widget because of the init state we are going to use in future. So over here I want to return a widget named as layout builder. This helps in creating responsive layout. Basically it will give us a builder function which will return to us a context and constraints. This constraints is a very useful thing for us. It will give us various methods, like if I do if constraints dot, it will give us max width, max height, minimum width. So it will give us the constraints of our app basically. And for now, since we are going to use it over here, which is basically a parent, we'll have the maximum width of our app. So we can do constraints dot maximum width, and if it's greater than a certain height. So what I'm going to do is create a variable, create a file over here, dimensions dot, and over here first of all let me import material package because of the several stuff that's going to come in later. And over here I'm going to give a web screen size of 600. Beyond this size, our app will start looking like a web screen layout. So if the constraints dot max width starts to extend this 600 variable that we have given over here, it should display a web screen layout, right? So we'll just pass in web screen, and if not, we need to pass in a mobile screen layout. Now this value over here can be changed easily, so that's why I've created it in an external file. You can just pass in over here, but we are going to use this web screen size a lot in the future to make further responsive layouts. So just keep it over here, or else you'll have to keep taking 600 and move it everywhere, which is not really a good coding practice. So I want to return a web screen. So what I'm going to do is call a widget. I'm going to accept a widget from our constructor over here, and I'm going to call it web screen layout, and another widget which is going to be the same thing, and I'm going to name it mobile screen layout, and I'm going to require this via the constructor, web screen layout, and required this dot mobile screen layout. So I've accepted this from our constructor. Now I just want to return this. So I can do return web screen layout, else what we can do is return a mobile screen layout. Cool. Now we can just take this widget from here and replace our home with this. And we need to import responsive layout screen.dart, and we'll have to pass in a mobile screen layout and a web screen layout. So that is what we are going to make over here, a mobile screen layout and a web screen layout. Cool. Now we are going to create a stateless widget in both of them. So I can just pass in mobile screen layout, and I'm going to copy this from here and paste it over here. Call this web screen layout, and we can paste it over here as well. I'm going to return a scaffold which will have a body of text. This is web, and let me just center it as well so that we can see. And I'm going to format this document. Over here I'm going to do the same thing. I should have copied it earlier, I forgot to do so. And I'm going to pass in this is mobile. I'm going to take this widget and pass it over here, mobile screen layout, and over here a web screen layout. Now all of this is going to be a constant widget, since we are not going to have dynamic values passed into the constructor. So yeah, we can just refresh our app and see. We are getting this as mobile over here, which is the correct output. Now to run our app on Chrome, we can just do flutter run -d Chrome. Flutter run to run and -d for debug. And then we want to debug Chrome version. So we can just do this. Right, now let's wait for our Chrome to load up. As you can see over here, we are getting this as mobile over here, which is the correct output actually. Now if I increase the width, we should start seeing this as web, and this is exactly what we are getting. So that means our responsive layout widget is working pretty well. Cool, now that we have a responsive layout, the next thing we want to do is make a connection to our Firebase. But before doing that, we need to install some packages, and these are the packages we'll need: Firebase Core, Cloud Firestore, Firebase Auth, and Firebase Storage. Let me install all of them, and I'll tell you the users of all of these packages in our app. So what I like to use, and not to put all of this manually in pubspec.yaml file, I instead what I prefer instead is using an extension whose name is pubspec assist. So you can see over here, if we just do Command Shift P, you can see pubspec assist popping up, and you can click over there and put in the name of the package you want to add. I want to add Firebase Core. I'll click enter, and this will automatically add a file in my pubspec.yaml file with the latest version of the same dependency. You can see over here. Now like this, we are going to add multiple more packages like Cloud Firestore. Make sure to add Cloud Firestore and not Firebase Firestore, which is a deprecated dependency. We need to add Firebase Auth next. Then we need to add Firebase Storage. And these are the 4 packages that we need to install. And while this is happening, the next thing we want to do is go to console.firebase.google.com. I'll mention the link in the description. This is where you need to create a project. I hope you have your Gmail account already. Then we'll click on add project, and our project name will be Instagram tutorial. For me, you can just write Instagram clone, since I already have a project named Instagram clone. Now we're going to disable the analytics for this project since we don't need them, and I'm going to create the project. This will create a project for us. Now since we added some dependencies in our pubspec.yaml file, we need to stop all of this, our app running basically, and we'll not run it again because we need to make some configurations before having them. We'll have to make some more configurations in the iOS folder and everything for our iOS. So we won't run our app now. The next thing I want to do is go to the authentication tab. I want to click on the get started button, and over here I want to go to this email or password provider, and I'm going to enable the email and password. Now if you know how to add any other sign in method like Google sign in or phone authentication, you can just click over here again, add new provider, and do Google, Facebook, phone, anonymous sign up as well, GitHub. There's a lot to do with this. The next thing we want to do is go to the Firestore database. Over here we need to create a database, and I'll start it in test mode and click next. I'm going to select a location that is near to me. You can select US, Europe, anything. I'm going to select Southeast Asia over here and click enable. Our Firestore has loaded up. Now we'll go to the rules over here, and we're going to make some changes over here. I'm going to remove all of this rules that we have created, and I'm going to publish these rules so that anyone can read and write in this database. We're not going to look at the rules in this tutorial. If you want, I'll mention the resource from where you can look it up and make rules on your own. Then we're going to go in the storage part. We're not going to use real-time database in this tutorial. We're going to use Firestore database. And over here in the rules, you can see that our storage has been set up. Now I'll go in the project overview again, and I'm going to click on iOS app first. That's what I'm going to set up. Now I need the app bundle ID for this project. So you can go over here. You can right click on the iOS folder and click on open in Xcode. This will open your iOS part of the iOS build of your app and open it in Xcode. Now you can just click over here in the runner and you'll find bundle identifier over here. I'm just going to copy this, go over here and paste it. I'm going to call this iOS app and we're going to register this app. Now we need to download this Google service info.plist file and move it to our application. So let this install for me. I'll go in the downloads over here and you can see what I'm going to do is drag this to our runner folder and make sure to tick this add to targets runner and finish. And this should be in the runner and runner folder of your iOS folder. Now you can just go back. Next, we don't need to follow this step. We can click on next. Again, this step is not needed. We can click on next and we can continue to the console. Now after having that, we need to close this. I'll close this as well. Now I'm going to migrate to my iOS folder over here and I'm going to run pod install. And I'm going to wait for this to happen. And as you can see that our request of pod install has not worked over here. This is because we need to go to the pod file over here. We need to uncomment this line and we have to change this 9.0 to 10.0 and save it. And then we need to run pod install and this should work for you. And in case if it doesn't work for you, I'll mention a Stack Overflow link in the description below. Generally, this command for if you're on MacBook Air M1 should work. arc-x86_64 pod install --repo update. And this should work for you. Cool, now that we have that, we need to run this over here and see if it's working. We're going to run that Dart and Flutter. As you can see, our app is loaded up and ready. Now we need to add in Firebase and initialize Firebase in our app. So what I'm going to do is add async tag over here and I need to await Firebase. And you can see that we can import this by Firebase core and we can put in Firebase dot initialize app and with this our app will get initialized. I'm going to close this and run it up again. After this is done, we need to make configurations for our Android app. Now, in the meantime, I'll tell you about, why we chose to use Firebase in this tutorial. This is because Firebase has a lot of products, as you can see, authentication, Firestore, real-time database storage, hosting, functions, machine learning kit, and we can even make predictions of a user, alpha beta testing, cloud messaging, in-app messaging. There's a lot to do with Firebase and this is why we've chosen this. And also one of the reasons is that Firebase and Flutter both work really well and in sync with each other. Also the reason is because Flutter has been provided by Google along with Firebase, which is by Google itself. So they work pretty well. Now you can see that we are getting an unhandled exception, null check operator used on a null value. This is because our Firebase app has been initialized even before we have made sure that the Flutter widgets have come in. So what we need to do is call in widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized. This will make sure that the Flutter widgets have been initialized. Now we can stop this process and start it again. Now let me explain you the why we have chosen to use these dependencies. Firebase core, Firebase auth, Firebase storage, Cloud Firestore. What their uses are basically. Cloud Firestore allows us to save our data in our database in the Firestore database over here, where we are going to store user information, posts, all sorts of stuff. Then we have Firebase auth, which is basically for authentication, as we can see. Sign-in method and allows for various sign-in methods. Then we have Firebase core. This is for the connection with our Flutter app. And lastly, we have Firebase storage. This is to store images in our app, as you can see. Now we can see that our app is loaded and we're not getting any error. The next thing we want to do is, I'll stop the process for iOS. Now we're going to run the process for Android. Now we can go back to the project overview over here, add app. We're going to add an Android app. Now to get the Android package name, what you can do is close this iOS first. Go to the Android folder in the app folder, and you can go to the build.gradle file, and you can see in the default config application ID, and you can copy this and paste it over here. I'm going to name this Android app. Now we don't need to pass in a debug signing certificate because this is usually needed when we need to do phone authentication or Google sign-in authentication. So I'm not going to pass in that. And then we're going to register our app. Then we need to download the Google services.json file, pretty similar to the Google services info.plist file that we had in our iOS. We can take this, go to our app over here. Now make sure to put this in the app folder and not the src folder. Take this and drag it to your app folder over here. Cool. Now we have the Google services info. This basically contains all the information in our app, like the URL of our repository, all the config stuff basically. Then we can click on next. Now as you can see, we need to add this in our project build.gradle file. So we can go over here, and instead of manually just finding a file, what you can do is click Command P and type the name of the file. You can see Android app build.gradle, but we need the project file for now. We can just click over here, and we need to add this in the dependencies. So I'm just going to add this over here. Cool. Now we have this set up for the build.gradle file. Now we need to go to the app level build.gradle file. So we can go in our app build.gradle file, and you can find this in the app folder if you want to do it folder wise. Now we can copy this line from here, apply plugin com Google this line over here, and we need to paste it down over here. Cool. Now I'm going to take all of this from here, cancel it, and I'm going to the main.dart file, and we're going to click on next and continue to the console. I'll take this opportunity now to tell you that I'll go to the Android manifest.xml file over here. Now make sure that this package over here is not com.example.instagram flutter if you need to upload it to your Play Store, because com.example files are not allowed. You need to replace example with anything. Since I'm not uploading to Play Store, I've given it the name of example, but you need to change it. I'll mention a link in the description from where you can follow and change the name of this package in your app successfully. Cool. This is our setup. Now let me run our app. Now you can see that we've gotten an error over here. The reason is over here that Flutter has given the minimum SDK version as flutter.minimum SDK version. We need to replace this with minimum SDK version 19, and this still won't run since we need to make another configuration, which is we need to enable multi-dex, and we can do this by multi-dex enabled true, and we can save this, and we need to rerun our app again. Welcome back. Our app has loaded up and it's not giving us any error, and if we see over here, it shows this as mobile, which is a pretty good thing. Our Android setup is done as well. The next setup we need to do now is for the web. What I'm going to do is run this on our web as well, and we can just run it using flutter run -d Chrome. We have looked at it before. Our web has loaded up, but we are getting some errors over here. Now if we inspect the errors over here, it's saying Firebase options cannot be null when creating the default app. Basically, we have initialized this with this. We have initialized for our Android and iOS apps, but not for our web app. Our web apps usually require an options tag over here, and which is of the type Firebase options. We have not done that. So if we put in options over here and put in Firebase options, you'll think that this would work, but that's not the case, because then our mobile apps would fail running. So instead what we need to do is we need to run this when it's in the mobile stage and other thing when it's on the web stage. So what we can do is put an if condition over here. If, and to check which platform we are on, we can just do if k is web, and if it's web, we need to do other part of the initializing of our app, and if it's mobile, we need to do this. So I'm going to paste this in both the places, and we need to pass in options parameter over here. Now our options is going to be of the type Firebase options, and you need to pass in some stuff over here. But before doing that, we need to add an app over here, which is our web app. We are going to name it web app. We are not going to set up Firebase hosting for this project. We are going to host it on a different server, a different hosting platform, not Firebase, but you can surely check it out and click on learn more if you want, if you are interested. Now we can register our app over here. Now we need to add this Firebase SDK. We don't need all of this stuff over here. So I can just, copy all of this stuff. I'll copy this API key. Don't try to, copy all of this, because I'm going to delete this project as soon as this app gets over. Then we need to pass in the app ID. This is our app ID. Then we need to pass in messaging sender ID. And we need to pass in a project ID. And I want to format this document. After doing so, I'll again put a comma so that I can format this. Okay. Now we have this, but we need to pass in an extra parameter. Firebase options has a lot of parameters, but we need to pass in only one more parameter, which is storage bucket, since we are going to use Firebase storage. Else it will give you error in the future. Then we need to pass in this storage bucket URL over here, and we can paste it over here. And we need to pass in const for Firebase options, and we can pass in. Now we'll try to run our app. I'm going to put in Control C, and if you're in Windows, Command C, and exit this process. I'm going to clear off this so that we can see it well, and again run the command. You can just click the up arrow command 2 times and you can see our command showing up. We can just press enter after this. Now it shows that our web version has loaded. We go over here and we can see that our web version is loaded. Right? Now this is the setup for Firebase. Now the next thing we need to do is create the login screen UI and the sign up screen UI. Let's do that. So to do that, first let me create a screens folder where our login screens and all the other screens are going to rest. So I'm going to create login screen dot. This is the naming convention I typically follow. The name of the first thing, then an underscore, then screen. You can follow anything you want, like. Then we'll just import material package. Then we'll make it a stateful widget right now only, because we know this is going to have text editing controller. We're going to call in set state, etc, etc. So yeah, we'll just create a login screen state right now. Now we'll return a scaffold over here, and we'll return a body of, let's say, text, and we'll return for now from login screen. Right now I'll save it. And we'll go in the main.dart file. We'll comment this out temporarily. And I'm going to return a login screen so that, we can actually see what's going on. Now we should be able to see from login screen. Now I'll remove this text from here for now. And I want to show you how our app is going to be structured and how it should look. So first of all, our app should not, start from here. It should start from here. And then we need to, center all our elements because we need them in the centered position. Over here, we are going to have our logo. right? Then going to have our text input field over here, which will be email. Then we'll have our password field over here, and then a button, right? This is our layout. This is what our layout is going to look like. So how can we make this type of layout? So first of all, we don't need to start from here. So we'll call a safe area over here so that we can avoid this. Then we are going to have a column. Right now in the column, we are going to have an image, an SVG image actually. Then going to have two, text field input. And after that, we are going to have a text button. Seems very easy, right? Let's do that. So we are back in our login screen again. Now I'm going to take this body and I'm going to return a safe area as we discussed previously. And our safe area is going to have a child, and a child is going to have a container. Why a container? Because we need to add some padding and we need to set the width of our app. So what is the padding going to be? The padding is going to be from this side and this side both, right? So that our text field inputs can be in this range and not take the full width of the app. So we're going to have a padding of edge insets dot symmetric actually, because we want it from horizontal side. So we can do symmetric, and we're going to pass in a horizontal value of 32. You can try and test values on your own and see which suits your preference. Then after that, we're going to have a width, and the width is going to be the full width of this device. So we're going to take in double dot infinity. After that, we need a child, and the child is going to have column as we discussed. Now this column will have children, and the children will be text field input for email, text field input for password, and above that we're going to first have an SVG image. And over here, lastly, we're going to have a button for login. And the last thing I forgot to add was, transitioning to sign up. Like, having something like, do you remember your password or something like that, right? Now, we also said that we want all of our contents to be centered. So what we can do over here is we can do cross-axis alignment, not main axis, because we don't want it to be centered like this. We want it to be centered like this in a row format, right? So we can do cross-axis alignment dot center. After that, we need to return an SVG image, but we can't directly return an SVG image. And before that, we need to get the SVG image, right? I'm going to create an assets folder over here, and we're not going to have any images as such. So I'm just going to keep it assets for now. If you had like fonts, we don't have fonts for now. So I'm just going to create an assets folder. But if you had fonts, we're going to create an images folder and a fonts folder, and then, segregate both of them, which is a good way. Now you can go on this link. It will be mentioned in the description, and you can download this, this image from here. You can just right click and you can download the image. Going there, you can go in your Finder, downloads. You will get this ic_instagram.svg. You can drag it to your assets folder. You have that. Now we need to display an SVG image. To display an SVG image, we're going to use a Flutter package named as Flutter_SVG. I'll mention the readme of this package in the description below. Make sure to check it out. And after that is done, we can do SVG picture.asset and make sure to import Flutter SVG over here and not svg.dart over here. Right now, our asset is going to be assets/ic_instagram .svg, and our color is going to be a white color, which we have defined in colors.dart as primary color, and a height of 64. Cool. Now we'll get an error if we just save this much, because we haven't told Flutter that this assets folder stays here. So we can go in your pubspec.yaml file, scroll down, and you can find assets tag over here. You can uncomment all of this and paste this over here and save it. You should get that. Now you can save this, stop all your app processes, and rebuild it. We should get a good looking Instagram SVG file over here, right? In the meantime, we should, have a text field input. But before that, I need to do some spacing so that it doesn't directly stick with our app, So what I'm going to do is create a sized box with a height of 64. There's no need to use media query over here. Then actually you can, but I don't feel any use of using it. Then the next thing we want to do is create a text field input for password and an email, right? I'll move this comment down. So since we are going to be using text field input here, and in our signup screens, what we can do is create a widgets folder over here, and we are going to create a text underscore field underscore input .dart. With this, we can reuse this widget everywhere in our app. So we will import material package. We are going to use a stateless widget over here, and we're going to call it text field input, and we're going to return a text field. Right now our text field is going to have some properties, and it would need a controller, which we'll look after in a while. But we need a decoration as well, and our decoration is going to be of the type input decoration. And we're going to add a hint text, which these values we are going to accept from the constructor, so that user can put in while using text field input class over here, right? For now it's going to be empty. Then we need to pass in a border, and a border is going to be of the type outline input border, and it will have a border side. So we're going to do divider dot create border side, and we'll pass in the context. We need to pass in focus border side over here, and it's going to be the same as this border over here. So what I'm going to do is take this from here. I'm going to create a final input border and going to paste it over here, so that we can easily put all of them over here, and we don't need to change each and every time we need to change the settings basically. Then we also need an enabled border, and it will be of input border. Right now we are going to set filled to true, and content padding of edge insets dot all and 8. Now the keyboard is going to have some type and an obscure text, which is a dot format, when basically whatever text that shows up when you use passwords in your app. Right now we'll accept all of these missing values from the constructor. So what we have is final text editing controller, a final boolean value, which is isPass. This is to check if the value that we are going to pass is password or not, so that we can hide this obscure text or not. Then we are going to have a hint text, and then we are going to have a text input type. Text input type, because do we need to show the username? Text input type because we need to show the keyboard type as, is it going to be username, or is it going to show email addresses, or something like that. Right, now we're going to pass in the controllers, but before that let me accept all of these values real quick. Right, I have imported all of these over here. Right, I've imported all of. Right, I have accepted all of these values in the constructor. Now I'm going to pass in the controller, text editing controller, hint text, a keyboard type of text input type, and obscure text of is password. And usually our obscure text is going to be false, and only one time it's going to be true when our text editing controller is going to be a password. So what I'm going to do is over here, let me first format this document, and over here I'm going to set a preset value of false, so that if we don't and we're going to remove this. Now even if the user doesn't enter his password, we will be able to take this default value of false. Now we can go over here, and first of all let's see our app, and you can see Instagram is showing up real good. Now you can see it's still at the top. So to do that, to fix that, what we can do is we're going to create I'm going to take the flexible widget. I'm going to have the child as a container, which is basically nothing. And I just want to create some spacing from the top. So I can just mark flex as 1 and format this document, and see it has gone down. I can do flex 2. Right, now this will change, as and when our stuff keeps on coming, like the text field input, password, all of that stuff. So let's add that, and in the final, if we are not satisfied, we can always change the value. Cool. Now we can just have text field input. Make sure to type in input, or else it will accept text field which Flutter provides us. Then we are going to add a hint text of enter your email. We're going to add a text input type of text input type dot email address, and a text editing controller. Now we can create one, so we can go on the top, final, text editing controller, and we'll name it email controller is equal to text editing controller. And I'm going to copy this and paste it and name it as password controller, and we have to create an init, not an init. So we have to create a dispose over here, and we need to clear off these controllers as soon as the widgets gets disposed, right? So we can do email controller dot dispose and password controller dot dispose. Don't forget to do that, it's very important. Cool, now we can just pass in email controller, and we can restart our app and see our email is showing up. Right, now after this we need to create something similar for password. Enter your password. Over here I forgot to put a comma, that's why the error. We can format the document, and over here our text input type is going to be of the text, and we need to add in one more property, which is password, but I want to show you how this looks without password. Right, now if I type something, you can see something popping up, and we have the same values because our email, our text editing controllers are both email. We'll change that, and you can see the value over here is shown up, but we want it in a dot format, right? This is what obscure text does. So what we can do is take isPass and change it to true. over here we can pass in password controller. Now we have that, and if we do that, we can see our format coming in. Now these both are stuck together. I don't want that as well. So what I'm going to do is create a sized box of height, let's say 24. You can always play around with values as I mentioned before. And you can see we are getting good space. I will take this value and paste it over here as well. Cool. Now we need to create a button basically. But we are not going to create a button. We are going to create a container. You can always use a material button or elevated button, text button, anything. But I prefer this way for now because it will be easier for me to create like this. Now our child is going to be of constant text and it will have the time login. And after that we need to pass in something to our container. So the width of our container is going to be the maximum possible value. Then it's going to be aligned in the center. So we'll do alignment.center. Then we need to add some padding. And where do we need to add the padding? Our button should have a little spacing from the text, right? So we can do padding of const edge insets. I'm going to do symmetric and we can do vertical 12. After that we're going to add some decoration and we want our button to not look like this. We want it to look slightly rounded from the edges. So we're going to add in a const shape decoration and the shape is going to be a rounded rectangle border and a border is going to be of the type border radius dot all radius dot circular 4. And I'm going to format this document over here. Now let's see how our app looks. Doesn't look that good, but now let me just add a color and you'll see the difference. Not over here. We need to pass in a color over here. And the color is going to be a blue color, which is in our colors.dot file. Now if we save this, we can see the blue color showing up pretty cool. Right? Now I'll again have a sized box over here of half the size of normal. So we can do height 12. After that, we'll again have our flexible over here because I need to leave some space. So I can take this and paste it down. Cool. After that, we need a row. Why a row? Because we need to display side by side, right? Let me grab my marker. So suppose this is the bottom of our widget. So we need to display a text. Do you have an account? And then we need to pass in another text, which is login. So we need both of them in the same alignment, but we want them to have different text styles. That's why we're creating a row and two different texts. So let's go back. And over here, we're going to have a row. And our row is going to have a children. And again, it's going to be in the center. So we're going to have main axis alignment dot center. And our children is going to be a container of child text. Don't have an account. After that, we are going to add some padding. And what is our padding going to be? Well, it's going to be from vertical 8. Format the document. Right. Now our text is going to be a constant as well. Now we can again grab this text from here and we can paste it, and we're going to say sign up. Now our text styles are going to be different, as I mentioned before. So we're going to have a text style, and we're going to have a font weight, and the font weight is going to be bold. Now let's try to run our app and see it fills up pretty well. These spaces are because of the container flexible we are using. This thing over here looks pretty cool. Now the problem is that first of all, this is not clickable over here. This is not clickable, and this is not clickable. So what we can do is wrap with a widget called Inkwell gesture detector, what we are going to use for this container over here. Gesture detector, and this will have on tap again. Cool. Now we have a login UI. Now let's create a sign up UI quickly. So we can do sign up screen dot right. Now we can import material package from here, and I'm basically going to copy this whole thing from here and paste it over here. We're going to import svg Flutter package, primary color, a text field input, and this is pretty much it. Now we even need to create some more controllers and some more text fields, so we can just paste them over here. And what is their name going to be? Well, it's bio controller, which will help us to add a bio, and a username controller. We can take this controller and dispose them, and take the username controller and dispose them. Cool. Now we can go to the bottom over here, and we are going to add some more text fields. So we can take this from here, enter your email, because it doesn't have, the text input, is passed over here, Then we're going to actually have this above this, which will be a text field input for username, and we're going to paste it. It's going to be of the type text, and it will take in username controller, and over here we'll ask enter your username. After that, we're going to again have a const sized box, and it will be of the size 24. Then you can again copy this and go down below the password and paste it over here. Enter your bio, and we are going to have a bio controller. Cool. Now let's save it, and to see the output, we'll replace login screen over here with, okay, wait, let me first rename sign up screen from here, because we had copied it from the login screen. So we can do sign up screen and rename all of this stuff over here. Cool. Now we can go over here and import sign up screen and paste it. Now we have all of this stuff, but sign up we also need a circle avatar, a widget that is circular, and we can accept our file from our gallery. So what we can do is go on the top over here somewhere, and over here we are going to create a field input, not a field input. So we are going to have a circular widget to accept and show our selected file. So what we can create is something known as stack, so that we can place a button and a circle avatar on top of each other, something like this. Sorry for my pathetic drawing. Right. So to do that, we can use stack, and the stack will have children because, well, and we are going to have a circle avatar, and a circle avatar is going to have a radius of 64 and a background image. But we need to add some background image for now, so we can just grab some random network image. So we can just go over here and type unsplash.com, take some random image, copy the image address and paste it over here. This is just for now because we're going to use something else while accepting it from the user. And you can see it's showing pretty good. Now we need to even add a sized box over here first. Now let's see. We have some spacing, which is pretty good. Now we need to add an icon button. Where do we want to add it? Somewhere over here, so that user can select it. So to do that, we are going to make use of the positioned widget, and the positioned widget will have a child of icon button, and it will have on pressed. And for now, let's keep it null, an empty bracket, not null. And we're going to have an icon of const icon icons dot add a photo. Right. Now we can just format this document. We're getting this error because we're missing a parenthesis. Cool. Now we can keep this circle avatar constant for some time so that it doesn't give warning. We'll have to change it later on. We can refresh our app and we'll see our position. Our widget is showing up over here, but we don't want it there, right? So we can just make use of the bottom tag over here in the position. We're going to give it -10, and from left we're going to give it a tag of 80. All of these values are tried and tested, trial and error. That's why I've got it right. So you can just, have this over here. You can even change the color of the icon if you want over here, but I'm not going to do that. I'm satisfied with white. Now we have created signup UI. Now let's into the authentication part. So the next thing we want to do is whenever the user clicks on the sign up button, we need to make sure that the user is created in our Firebase authentication tab over here, and the user data gets stored in the Firebase database as well. So how can we do that? To do that, let's just create a folder called resources so that our logic is separated from our UI. Right over here, we can create one file named as auth_methods.dart. We can close all the remaining files, and over here, let's just import material dart over here, and we'll create a class over here, a simple class which will have multiple functions, and we are going to have final Firebase auth. This class is provided by Firebase auth.dart, the package that we had over here, Firebase auth. So we need to create an instance of this Firebase auth basically. So to do that, we can just do Firebase auth dot instance. With this, we get an instance of the Firebase auth class. So we can use this and call multiple functions on it. We'll see it in some time. So the first function we want to create is to sign up the user, right? So let's just create a function, sign up user. So over here, we are going to receive multiple arguments from wherever we call this sign up user method. And what do we need from the user? We will require a string, email, we'll require a password, we will require a username, bio, and lastly we would require a file over here. Now the file type will be a uint8 list. If you have known about this, it's this list file that we'll have, this type of file. We'll see in future why we're using this and not a file over here, right? Which might be the usual way of carrying out things, but we'll see why we need to use uint list later on in the course. Right now over here, the return type of this is going to be of the type future string. Why is this going to be future? Because all the calls that we make to the Firebase are going to be asynchronous. So we want our function to be asynchronous. So that means that the whole function's return type changes to future. And it will be of type string, so that we tell the user of whether our sign up has been successful to our Firebase auth or it has some error, right? Now to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to create a variable called res, which is result basically, and we're going to save it with the option of say some error occurred. Now we're going to put a try catch block, and whenever we get any error, what we're going to do is we're going to put res equal to error dot to string. We'll have to take this error, whatever error we get, right? And finally we'll have to return this res. Now over here also we need to update the value of res, but we'll do that in a while. First of all, we need to do something over here. We first need to make some validations, right? If we need to check that all of these are not null or empty, if the user has entered a blank field and then submitted sign up, we don't want to do anything. We don't want to register that user, right? So we'll check that if email dot is not empty or and I'm going to do the same for everything. So I'll just copy this from here and paste it. So we'll do password, username, bio, and for file it's not going to be is not empty. We have to check if the file is not equal to null. Now it will never be equal to null because, well, we have marked this as required, but it's kind of good to make this practice over here. Now we need to register the user. How can we do that with Firebase, right? To do that, we can just use this auth instance that we have over here. And if we put full stop over here, we can see multiple methods that auth allows us. Confirm password reset, create user with email and password is what we want. But you can just check out multiple stuff that can be done. Sign in with credential, sign in with custom token, sign in with email and password is what we're going to use for login. Sign in with email link, all sorts of stuff can be done over here. Create user with email and password. Now if you go over here, you can see that it will return a future user credential. So naturally we need to await this so that we get a user credential, and we can just save this user credential over here. Right. Now we have cred over here. Now cred will give us a lot of details of a user, like cred dot, it will give us the user, and user will have multiple things like UID, email, but we are only interested in the UID of the person. Display name will most likely be null if you're not using Google authentication, because you're not setting display name to anything over here, right? With this we can create a user in our Firebase authentication, but now that's not enough, right? We need to even store it in a Firebase database, because we need to store all the excess stuff like username, bio, file. Email and password get stored in the authentication tab, and we can only see email, by the way. The password is not seen to us as well. So email and password can be we can just use them to do authentication. But what about the rest of the stuff that we want to save? We do that in the Firestore database, and we're going to do that now. With this, we're going to add user to our database. Again, we can here call final Firebase Firestore. Now, Firebase Firestore is given to us by Cloud Firestore. This is the package that we have installed in our pubspec.yaml file. And over here, we are going to do Firestore, and we can just call Firebase Firestore.instance, not inspect, instance. Now we have the Firestore instance. So we can just use Firestore, and it has multiple collections. So let me show you the structure of Firestore. So you can have a collection. So my collections is suppose users. So with this users, I can create a collection. Suppose it's a list of users that I want. So it will be a list of users. Now every user will have an auto-generated ID or a custom ID, whatever we want to set. In our case, we are going to set it to the UID of the user that I showed it to you, right? If we do print cred.user.uid, we'll get the user ID. So we are going to not generate a document auto ID, but we're going to set the user ID to this document ID over here. And then we will have multiple fields like username to something, like Rivan. Then we'll have bio to Flutter developer, let's say. Then we'll have email to save, and the email will be xyz@gmail.com. And a UID that we'll generate over here. Whatever UID we set over here, that will be generated over here. And we can just pass in over here as well. Now let me save it to you and show the structure of this. So we have our users. We have a document ID over here. Note that the document ID for different users will be different. Else it will override the same collection over here, and it will cause a problem to us. And then we have our data over here like bio, UID, which I misspelled, then email, then username. You can even have a sub collection in a collection. Like, again, you can just type, let's say, pets and next. And now you can type pet1. Name can be dog. And you can save over here. And you can see we have another collection in our users collection, pet1, and we can save it over here. This is the layout of our Firebase app, and we'll see how we can store this in our database. So let me delete this collection first. I'll delete this. Cool. Now we can just do firestore.collection, this path over here that we had, and we want to save it to users. Then we'll have a doc, and as I mentioned, we can just do cred.user.uid. Make sure to put an exclamation mark over here because user can be returned as null. You can see over here, user can be returned as null. So we need to pass an exclamation mark so that we can access the UID over here. And then we can just put set. So so what we are telling to Firebase Firestore is we need to create a collection users if it doesn't already exist. Then we need to make this document if it's not already there, and then set this data. Suppose this collection exists and this UID also exists. So it will basically override the existing data and will show it to us. So what do we want over here? Well, username. And we can pass in username over here. UID. I'll have to do this. And our UID will be this only. Then an email. And our email is going to be email. A bio. A followers. And the followers is going to be a list. Let me just put in all of this in a string. and followers is going to be a list of UIDs of different people. We'll see that logic in future. And we'll have following, which is also going to be a list. Cool. Now again, this set has a return type of future void, so we need to await this. And well, after this is done, we can just turn res to success. And well, we are returning res over here. Cool. Now, as this should work, I want to show you another way of doing this. So if you don't want, suppose you don't want this UID anywhere in your app, like you don't want to access it anywhere. So what you can do is you can just put await firestore.collection users, and you can directly call add method over here. The set method is only on the document over here, and there is add method on this collection over here. So if you do add it will and pass in all of these details, we'll see both of them in action, and I'll show you the difference. Right now, let me save the app over here. We're not saving the file yet. We'll save that in a second over here, but let me show you the demo first. So we can go over here, and in the sign up in the on tab, we are not doing any validation like screen change or anything right now. Let me just show this to you. So we'll have multiple stuff. Let me uncomment this file over here, and I'll remove this for now. So we have to pass in multiple stuff over here. We'll have to import auth methods, the class that we had created over here. Then sign up the user and pass in the email. So our email is going to be the email controller text editor that we had .text. The same for password controller.text. The same for username controller.text, and the bio, which will be biocontroller.text. I'm converting this arrow function to a normal function because we need to use async over here. So we can do async, and we can store the result in string res equals await. And well, we can just put this over here, remove one bracket, and format the document. Now we can also print the res variable over here so that we see what's coming up. And we have printed the user ID over here so that we see what the user ID will be. And if we create the user with email and password. So let me restart this. And well, let's try to enter our username. Let me name it Revan. Enter an email, revan@gmail.com. Make sure to add this @gmail.com because Firebase is the one that will be performing all the validations of email checking. And make sure your password is more than 6 characters because Firebase checks that as well. And you can have bio as Flutter dev. Well, now if we click on sign up, we're not seeing anything. Now we can see. This is because it was a future. It took some time to do it, store it in our database. We don't see anything here, but if we go in the authentication tab right now, you can see revan@gmail.com. The provider was email, created, signed in, and the user ID. Check this user ID over here. Now again, we go to Firebase database. And you can see over here, our users collection has been made. And our UID over here and the UID over here are same. This is because we had run the doc cred user.id and the UID is same over here. Both of them is same. But what if I comment this and uncomment this? I have not set any document over here. I've just set the UID, which is this part over here. And let's see what Firebase does for us. So I can refresh the app. I'll enter the username RRR. I'll have to use another email because Firebase will check that this email is already there or not. Then I can again, have another bio. I'll sign up. It will take some time, and now you can see this is our UID and we've got a success message. And you can see we have got another user over here, but see the document ID over here. This is different and this is different because Firebase has generated a random ID on its own. And don't worry, this ID is going to be very random, and all of the users, if you use this method, all of the users are going to have different UIDs. So don't worry about that. But you can see that the UID over here and this is different. And if we go over here in the authentication, you can see our user being created over here. So this was the difference I wanted to show you between collection and add and set over here. But I won't use this over here because I want my UIDs to come in over here, because I'll be accessing my users based on this UID so that we get the information pretty quickly and don't take much time to get it. You'll see it in future and realize why this method would be better in this scenario. Now let's again add some of our functionality, like having a uint8 list file and checking that our file is not equal to null. What do we want to do next? We have to store this file somewhere, right? And we need to pass in a file here as well. So we need to pick an image from the user gallery so that we can upload it to our Firebase storage, as I had mentioned previously that we'll use this to store any of our images. So we need to first accept this from the user. To do that, let me just remove again this. I'm so sorry, but I'll have to remove this again so that I can show you it in demo. I'll comment this and I'll save this as well. Now we need to pick an image from the user. So to pick the image from the user, what we need to do is we'll have to install this dependency image_picker, which will help us allow to take image from user gallery or from user camera. So I'm going to use the pubspec assist over here and paste it over here. This will add image picker in our app dependencies. I can stop this app because it won't work properly if I don't stop all the processes and restart. But before restarting, let me just complete this over here. So whenever this add photo button is clicked, I want to start the select image process. So I'm going to create a function select image, and I'll take this up and I'll call void select image over here. Now what will this select image do? We need to pick the image. So what I'm going to do is actually create a file over here named utils.dart, and in the utils.dart file I'm going to import material package, and we are going to create a function called pick image. We are not specifying any type of this function, as you'll see in a bit why we are doing this. And we are going to have an image source. This is provided by image picker itself, and in the image source we need to initialize first image picker, and it will be image picker, which will be image picker. We have instantiated and got the instance of the image picker class. Now what we want to do is we want this image picker to pick an image for us. You can find all of this information on the image picker website. I'll mention this in the description below, the link. Now if we see, pick image will give us a future of X file, which can be null. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create X file, and we're going to await this. Now to get the await, we need to mark this function as async. Let me remove one space. First we'll check if the file that we've received from the user input is not equal to null. That means the user clicked on this button, went into the gallery, then came back without accepting any image. That means he pressed the back button or something. So we want to check if the file is not null. If it's not null, then we want to return file dot read as bytes. Now you can see the return type of read as bytes is future, and it will return uint8 list. So we can just do this and we can await this. And if the file is null, what we want to do? Well, we can just type no image selected. We don't want to do something special. We just don't want to do anything. So we'll just print it for, just for our sake, so that we can see that we've not selected anything. And we are doing this file.read as bytes, and we are not doing this file, which will be from .io, and from file.path. We're not applying this method over here, and over here we don't even need await. We're not doing this method because this method is not very accessible on internet. Anything that includes .io package is not accessible on Flutter web as of now. So we can't follow this method and get it working on the web version. That's why we are following the uint8 list method over here. Now we need to await. First we'll have to create this async. Now we'll have to await pick image, right? Why do we have to await pick image? Because we used async over here, which made the whole function over here a future. And well, we need to do this. And we need to provide a source. And I'm not going to do something special. You can add some options and extra stuff, but I'm directly going to mention gallery. And this will return to us a dynamic value over here because we have not mentioned any type over here. So we can just consider it to be a uint8 list because that's what we are going to return, and we know that's not an error we are going to receive. So we can just do uint8 list image, which is equal to this, and we can use uint8 list here because dynamic can be a uint8 list, but uint8 list cannot be a dynamic. Now we need to set the state, and we need to set state to a global image variable so that we can display this image over here in the network image. We'll have to remove this network image. That's not accessible. We'll see it in a while, but we'll have to remove this from here, and we have to show the image file over here. So what we're going to do, we're going on the top over here, uint8 list, which can be nullable, which will be null in the start. And we're going to take this image from here. We're going to go down over here, set state to image to m. So we're taking this global variable. We are setting image to this im over here. Pretty easy, right? Now we need to go down in the circle avatar, and we need to make a ternary operator over here. So we need to check if the image here is not equal to null. If the image is not equal to null, then what do we want to do? I'll just copy this circle avatar from here, paste it over here. I'll have to remove this network image from here because that's not what we're getting. We're getting a uint8 list image. So that can be accessible from memory image. And we'll pass in image. And the image has to be not null so that memory image can take it. Now if we format this document, we should see something like this. And over here, instead of this background image, we need to show a default profile screen. So we can just type over here default profile picture. We can grab any of this, doesn't matter. We can copy the image address, go back and paste it over here, and make sure to add this and add the colon. Format the document again, and we can save this over here. Now let's try to rerun our app and see where we've gotten. Now as you can see, our app is loaded over here, and we are getting a network image when our image is null. Now if we click over here, our app should crash, and this is exactly what happens. This is because, well, we haven't read the docs pretty well. As you can see over here, for the installation of iOS, we need to do some config. For Android, it's not needed, and even for web, it's not needed. But for iOS, we need to add some permissions in our info.plist file over here. So let's do that. Go to our, we'll have to go to our info.plist file over here. Down here, I'm going to copy this and paste it. Then the key is going to be NS photo library usage description, and we're going to have a string over here. Even if you don't know about this, it's fine. Just copy as it is. And over here, we can just type photo library usage. You can just take this key and print it 2 more times because we need 2 more permissions. NS camera usage description, and we can just type camera usage and a microphone usage. Now we'll not need this, but in case you want to integrate mic like videos in your apps after this tutorial, make sure to add this as well. We can just type mic usage, and after this is done, we can close this file. No more config is needed. We can run without debugging. Now our app is loaded. If we click over here, you can see that it's asking us to access our photos. We can just write allow access to all platforms, and it opens our gallery. So we can create this over here, and you can see that when we select an image, it shows up the image over here. Now if we go over here, and as I said, if we cancel this, we should get over here no image selected. So this is pretty cool. Now the next thing we want to do is in our auth methods over here, we'll uncomment this, and we need to pass in this file over here. Correct? Now where can we go? Over here. In our file, we can just pass in the image which is not null. Cool. Now with that in place, we can save this file. We can save this file as well. And well, the next thing we want to do is store this image file that we have over here, that we've selected over here, in our Firebase storage. Now if we store it directly over here, that will be a problem because it will get overridden quickly, and that will not be a good way of storing, because suppose I want to add posts in the future, that will also come up here, and it will not be a good thing, right? We want to segregate it into various folders. So as you can see, we can create a folder over here, and this is just, we can create this by clicking over here and typing in, profile pics, and we can click on add folder, and this will create a folder where we can store our files. But that's not what we want to do. Right now we can just click on delete and delete our folder over here. We are going to do that programmatically. So this is so to do this, we are going to create another file named storage methods.dart. We're going to import the material package. We are again going to create this class storage methods, and over here we are going to have Firebase storage. This is given by Firebase storage, and we are going to have storage equal to Firebase storage dot instance. This is the good thing about Firebase Flutter SDK. Everything is pretty similar. As you can see, to create an instance, we can just do this. They have pretty similar functions, as you can see. So we are going to create a function to add image to Firebase storage. So again, our return type is going to be a string, and we are going to upload image to storage. Now this function can be used in both to store our profile pictures and to store our posts. So we are going to have a string of child name over here, which I'll explain in a short while. We'll have our file over here, uint 8 list file, and boolean is post. So we want to check if it's post or not, and if it's post, we need to make some extra functionality as well. Now we can do is we have storage. Now we have a ref method on it. What is this ref method? So this ref method is a pointer to the file in our storage. So this can be a reference to a file that already exists or does not exist. But we don't have any ref because we don't have a file. So what we want to do is create a child over here. Now this child can be a folder, right? Now it can be a folder that exists or a folder that does not exist. Firebase doesn't care about that. If it exists, then it will go in that folder, or it will create a new folder for us. So nothing for us to be concerned about. Then what is our child going to be? Our child is going to have a child name that we are going to accept from the function that wherever we are going to call it. And another child we are going to have is the user ID, because we want our structure to be like this. Suppose I have profile picture. I want my file to have, another folder over here, which is of some UID, random UID, and it will have another folder, and in this folder we are going to upload some file. Cool. So I can delete this again, and we can go over here. Now over here our child is going to be the user ID. To get the user ID, what we can do is again create Firebase Auth that we had seen earlier. We can just do this. Auth dot instance. Right, this is what we had done. Now we'll take this instance over here, auth, and we have the current user. We can put an exclamation mark over here and .uid. With this we get the UID, and we saw that previously over here in the auth methods. So we have this collection with us. Now you can check the type over here. The type over here is reference. So what we can do is create a reference over here which will be called ref, and we're going to save this. Now we want to upload the task. So what we want to do is take this ref. So wherever this folder structure that we have created, we want to take that, and we have to put a file in that location. So to do that, we can just do ref dot put, and over here we get multiple stuff: put blob, put data, put file, put string. What do we want to do? We have to put file. We have to put file if we were not doing web, right? We could have directly taken this file and it would be of a type file, as you can see, and I had shown it to you previously that a file would be something like this, right? But that's not what we are doing over here. We are trying to put a uint8 list. To put a uint8 list, we're going to do put data. You can see over here it accepts a data of uint8 list. So you can just take this and pass in a file. Cool. Now if you put this data, you can get upload task. Now what is this upload task that we have? Well, this upload task is similar to a future, but it is not a future. You can make it like a future, like on error dot when complete. You can see over here, and well, you can see over here you can make it a future, but we are not going to do that. We have this upload task over here. So with this upload task, we have the ability to control how our file is being uploaded to the the Firebase storage. So another thing we want to do is this upload task. We need to await this upload task over here. Now to await it, first we need to make this function async, and we need to await this upload task. Now you can see if we do await upload task, it will give us a task snapshot, and we'll take this snap and put it equal to this. I want from this snapshot over here, what I can get is snap dot, you can see ref over here. We can take this ref, and over here we'll get download URL. Basically this will fetch us the download URL to the file that is being uploaded over here. So with all of this, we are successfully able to upload our file in the correct location that we mentioned over here. And with this snap.ref.getDownload URL, we'll be able to get a URL which we'll save in this Firestore database over here, so that we can, access it with the network image and display it all to all of our users. So with this, we'll get a download URL, and definitely a download URL has to be of the type string. So we can just do string download URL equal to this. Since this is a future, we need to await this. And now, since we are returning a string, we can just return a download URL. Now we are not wrapping this in a try catch block because, well, we are going to take this upload image from here and put it over here. So this is ultimately in a try catch block, so it wouldn't matter. Right, now the function of this is post will be seen whenever we create a post, and you'll get to know that time. For now, it has no use for us. So we can go over here and we have added this. Now, before adding user to our database, we need to make sure that this method over here runs. So what we can do is call the storage methods, and we need to upload image to storage. Now what is our child name going to be? As I mentioned before, profile pics, and the file, and is post is false. Basically, we're not uploading a post right now, right? We are uploading a profile picture. And we know that this upload image to storage is going to return a string. So we can just do string photo URL equal to await this. We can format this document over here. And now we can pass in a photo URL, which is a photo URL. Cool. Now we will refresh our app and see all of this in action. So let's go back to our app, and over here, let's try to take this image. We are getting this output correctly. RRR Naman test 1 2 3 Flutter. There. Now you can see that I've formatted my email. I haven't formatted my email correctly over here. And if I sign up, we should see an error over here. Firebase auth invalid email. The email address is badly formatted. This is taken care of by Firebase. So I'm going to format this naman122@gmail.com, not naman@gmail.com, because I've used it previously. And I'll sign up. And if we go to our storage over here, you can see a success popping in, and we have a profile pics folder over here and our file over here with the name of our UID, and you can see that this is there. Now I can't see this, but if I want, I can just click over here and it will download this for me. If I go over here, you can see the image showing up pretty beautifully. Right, now this has gone there. That means this part is working, the storage part is working. We can go to our Firestore database. We can see the new user, and the new user has this photo URL as well. If we take this and go over here with this, we should be able to download our URL, our image, and as you can see, it's downloaded. Pretty cool, right? With just a few lines of code, we are able to sign up our user and store the image, and we are able to do lots of things. But our task is not finished yet. We are still left with some validation stuff in our UI part. But before that, I wanted to show you this. So suppose you are in this try catch block, and well, we got this. The email is badly formatted. Or we get another thing, right? So what we want to do is, you can just do, if you're familiar with try catch, you know this, that you can do on, and you can have Firebase auth exception, and we can catch any error related to Firebase auth exception error, and we can catch that exception, And with that, we need to check if the e.code, this is the, sorry, error.code. So if the error.code that we get is equal to this, what are we getting? Invalid email, right? If that is equal to this, we need to pass in something new. So what I can do is res equal to the email is badly formatted. Right, now this is exactly what Firebase has given to us. You can have multiple error codes like, wrong password, or user with that email is not found when you're logging in. We'll have a look at that in the login section as well. But for now, you can see that the email invalid email is there. And if you go over here and try to sign up with 3 letters of password, you can see weak password over here. So you can catch the weak password as well over here. Error.code equal to weak password. Your password. So basically all of this stuff we can just copy and paste, but Firebase gives a pretty good and explainable output, so we don't do this. But you can definitely do if you want to add some more, detailed description. Cool. Now that we have that, we can save this. We can close the storage method file. We can go over here and I'm going to clear all of this. Let me copy this first. I'm going to clear all of this from here and I'm going to type in sign up user. Now this sign up user is going to be not returning anything. So what we can do is void sign up user, and I think I copied this. I'll have to write the whole code again. I'll see you when I write the whole code again. Welcome back. I've typed all of this code again. Now we got this res variable over here. So what we want to check if the res is equal to, whenever we have a success, we are setting our res to success, right? So we can just do res equals to success. Then what we want to do is, well, nothing. So whenever our res is not equal to success over here, what we want to do is, well, show a snack bar, and we're going to use snack bars a lot in this. So what I'm going to do is go to the utils. I'm going to create a function named show snack bar. It will accept a build context over here and a string content. And over here what we are going to have is scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar, and the content will be of text content. This is all the stuff required to show a snack bar. So basically we are going to use show snack bar, all of this lines a lot in our application. So I've created a function over here so that I don't have to call it again and again and type all of this code again and again. Correct? Now we can just do show snack bar and context. We're going to pass in the context and res. I think we have reversed it. So what we want to do is pass in res and context. Now we can format this document. So if our res is not equal to success, we need to show the snack bar. When there is an else condition, we don't want to do anything. So now if I restart my app, we shouldn't see any problems. So we can accept a file, rrr another@gmail.com, test123 flutter dev. And if I sign up, this will sign up, but I don't even get to know that I've signed up. That will be known when we transition to another screen, but this takes a lot of time, right? You saw that this UID popped in a lot later. So to do that, we are going to create a loading variable, and this loading variable will pop up as long as it's signing up correct. So we are going to have bool is loading, and I'm going to set it to false. I'm also going to mark this as private. I'm going to take this is loading, and over here we are going to set the state is loading to, we are going to set the loading to true. Then we are going to take this and we are going to set loading to false. I want to do it before we show the snack bar. It won't be much delay, but yeah, still I want to show it before it. We need to show this is loading on our screen. Right, now to do that, what we're going to do is go to our container over here where we have a button, and in that child over here we're going to check if it's loading. So if the loading process is still on, we are going to center with a child of circular progress indicator, and it's going to be a constant, no dynamic values used, and we can refresh. Now we should see the changes happening in our app. So if I take this file over here, we're going to pass in the username as Revan, namanrevan@gmail.com, test123, bio Flutter dev, and I'm going to sign up, and you can see our button size increased by a bit, but it's not very well. So this is because we need to change the color of our circular progress indicator. We'll change it to our primary color. Now we should be able to see, and you can see this is happening. Now you can see this email is already in use. We can just do revan12 and you can see this loading, and this has been done. So our sign up process has been done. We can go in our authentication tab and see all of the stuff happening. All our emails are here. That means we have done it successfully. Now let's head on to login screen. Having done this, let's get to the login part. So we can go to the login screen actually in the main.dart file over here, and we'll replace the sign up screen with the login screen so that we see our login screen on the main screen. And what do we need to do to get our user logged in? So to do that, we'll again migrate to our auth methods class over here, and we can create a function for logging in user similar to signing up the user. So we will again have a return type of future string. We're going to follow the same pattern we did over here, create a res variable, and pretty similar to this. So we'll create a function login user. And what do we require from the parameters? Over here we required email, password, username, bio, and a file. But over here we just need an email and a password. So we can do that. We'll do required string email and a required string password. Having that, we'll again create a res variable over here. We'll pass in an initial value of some error occurred. It's highly unlikely that this output will come up because it's either going to be a success or an error. We are doing this over here, but just in case something happens, we can print this out. So now we'll again wrap this in a try catch block, and we'll have to mark this function as async because the similar to this create user with email and password, since this is a future, login user is also going to be a future. So first we have to check if our email is not empty. You can actually do that in the UI part of the app over here as well before calling the auth methods part, but I prefer doing it over here because my logic is separated from the UI. Now we also check that password is not empty. Then we need to log in the user. To log in the user, we'll again grab the auth instance that we have, and we have a function called sign in with credential is there. Even this works, but we're going to follow sign in with email and password. and we are going to full stop it. Now, as I told, this is going to be a future. You can see it over here, and it returns user credentials again. So what we can do is just await this. We are not in need of the credentials over here, naturally, because we don't have to do any other process. Since we are logging in the user, we don't have to store any of our data in the Firestore database. So only this much is fine. We don't need to store the user credential unless you want user ID and want to carry out some other task after this. Cool. And now this is done. We can just mark rest to success. And over here, we'll turn rest to error.toString. And if the email is not empty, we need to show that the user needs to enter all the fields. Please enter all the fields. Right. Now we have this. We can just return res. Right. Now we can take this login user, similar to what we did in the sign up screen. We can go over here in the login screen, and you can replace this on tap with login user. And now we need to create this function login user. So we'll do that. It's not going to return anything, so it's going to be void. Then we need to create a variable string res, and we need to await this from the auth methods. This is basically what we did in the sign up screen as well, nothing new. And since await is over here, we'll also use async. Now auth methods dot login user, and we have to pass an email, so it will be email controller dot text, and over here a password controller dot text. Now I'll format this document. We'll get a res value over here. Now we need to check over here if res is equal to success. What do we need to do? Else, what do we need to do? So if the res over here is success, we basically want to do nothing for now. But over here, we'll have to show a snack bar, right? And for the snack bar, if you remember, we had created a function over here, show snack bar. We can just use this show snack bar function over here. Show snack bar, we'll pass in the content over here. What is our content going to be? Well, it's just going to be res, and we'll pass in the context. And we need to import show snack bar, which we can do with the utils package, utils folder that we created over here. Right. Now let's see if we are getting logged in. So to see the user, to see this output, first we'll move to the authentication tab, and over here we have our various emails. You can see that we have a created tab over here. Created section just tells us when the user was created, and the signed in when the user last logged in. So you can see all the values being 20th December, which was yesterday for me, and today's date is 21st December. So I can enter this email over here, namanrivan@gmail.com, and I remember my password being test123, and we log in. I think that was a success. We'll refresh our authentication tab, and you can come over here and you'll see that our value of created still remains the same, but our signed in changes to 21st December. That means we have logged in successfully. Now let's just show some output on our screen. So to do that, first, we'll have to log in we'll have to show some loading bars so that we even get to know that we've completed the process. We can create an isLoading variable over here, similar to what we did in the sign up screen. Now after this login user, we can set the state to and we can set the loading to true. We'll copy these values, and after this we can paste it. We can set isLoading to false. And in case you want to show the loading indicator before the snack bar, what you can do is you can take this, put this over here, and we also have to mark it over here as well, because this is for the if condition, and this is for the else condition. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to paste it over here because it would be a difference of milliseconds. That wouldn't matter at all. So now let's get the loading indicator showing up on the screen. We want it to be replaced with this login text, so we can go to the container over here and we can replace this text with a ternary condition. So if the loading is on, we need to show a constant, a centered circular progress indicator. And we can format this document and we can save it. Now if we try to see it, you can see the size of this being big, and we can't see the indicator revolving. That is because we need to change the color over here. The color will be a primary color, which is white. Now if we try to do this, you can see this happening successfully. But now the only problem is if we are getting logged in, we are not shifting to another screen. That is what we are going to work on now. But before jumping into that, I wanted to show you something. In the auth methods class, like we saw for signup user, that we called over here an on function over here where we can explicitly mention the exception we are looking for. We can do the same thing over here. So what we can do is on Firebase auth exception, we can catch the specific exception we are waiting for, and then over here we can just check with the code. So if e.code, this is similar to what we did in the sign up screen. So over here we can just check for multiple things like, when we log in, what are the multiple errors that a user can get, and what is the code for the Firebase exception that we can receive. So first can be user not found. That means the user has not been registered, so we cannot log in. So we can, like other stuff, output our own custom message, whatever we want. The other code I want to show you is wrong password. You again want to show a different error for the wrong password, so you can just put in this, or what we saw for the minimum password size, you can put that as well. All of it is accepted, but Firebase just gives a pretty good user readable output, and I'm going to go forward with that. So basically I'll be the one using the app, and I don't mind getting a bit different notification like a snack bar over here. I'm fine with it. But if you want to customize, this is how you can do it. Now let's jump into handling the screen change in our application. So what I'm going to do is show you two approaches which we could have followed and shifted to another screen. I'm going to create a sample screen over here to show you the demo. We're calling it home screen.dart. You need not make this if you're following this tutorial step by step. So you can create an import material package. I'm going to call it as a stateless widget because it's just for demo. And over here, I'm going to display a centered text of home screen. And I'm also going to wrap it with a scaffold so that we see a good output. Right, we have this. And for now, let's just put const to avoid all the warnings that we're getting. The first approach we could have taken is if we got this success in the login screen, we could have just used navigator.offContext.push replacement material page route with the context, and we could have passed in home screen. Right, to avoid the warning, we'll again put const. I always forget this. Now I'll refresh my app and see. So whenever we have the success variable coming in, we can change to the next screen. So I'm going to log in with my email and password. And I'm going to click on login. And as you can see, we went to the home screen. So what's the issue? Why is this approach not appropriate with Firebase and any other stuff? Now let me refresh our app. If I refresh my app, you see we again go to the login screen. This is because in our main.dart file, we have told that a home of our application is going to be login screen, and we're not making any additional checks that, if the user is logged in, we need to display the home screen, anything like that. So the user state has not persisted. Well, we can obviously display the user ID and everything over here, but we'll not be able to see another screen, right? And this is why this approach is not appropriate. So instead, what we're going to do is, go to the main.dart file. Over here, we're going to implement the concept of a persisting user state. The user state can be persisted in Firebase with a very easy method. So we're going to implement the concept of persisting user authentication state. So with Firebase, doing this is pretty easy. In other database, and if you worked with Node.js and everything, what we need to do is store the UID or some unique identifier in the app's memory, then get that from the app's memory, and check if the user with that UID is authenticated or not. We'll have to do a lot of juggling, but instead Firebase just provides us with multiple methods we can make use of, and we'll get our work done. So what I'm going to do over here is use a stream builder, because Firebase returns that. I'm going to show you another approach for user authentication state as well, so don't worry. Over here we'll have a stream, obviously because it's a stream builder, and a builder. Over here we're going to get a context, and we're going to get a snapshot. And over here in the stream, what we're going to pass in. As I said, Firebase provides us with multiple methods that we can run to check if the authentication state is there or not. There are three methods that Firebase provides us. The first one is the ID token changes. So how you can do this is Firebase auth.instance. What we did in the auth methods, you can just create a variable over here and import it over here. You import it over here, sorry. Then over here, we can just click ID token changes. Now you can see the return type is stream of a nullable user. It can be a null, right? Now ID token changes. And this is what it takes to, get the user signed to listen to any changes in the user. But when will this method be called, right? This will be called right after the listener has been registered and when the user is signed in, or whenever the user signs out, or there is a token change in the user. So every user has a unique identifier token which Firebase gives, and whenever this ID token changes, this method can get run. So this is not the method we are going to use right now. As I said, Firebase provides us with three methods. This is the first method, and this is we are not using this because this will run whenever the ID token changes. So suppose the user restores this app on a new device. Well, this will run and we'll get our authentication state back, but we don't want to do that. Instead, we are going to use some other function. But before that, let me show you a second function, which is user changes. So this runs whenever the user has been signed in, signed out, everything that the other function ID token changes does. But what extra functionalities this provides us is whenever we want to update our password, update our email, whenever we want to update that, Firebase does provide some methods for that as well. And whenever those functions get called, this gets called as well. But we don't want to make this function call when all of those changes take place, because those changes are never going to take place. We are going to use the third method, which is auth state changes. Now this runs only when the user has signed in or signed out. That's it. So this is what we are going to use because our purpose is very minimal. We don't want extra stuff to be happening. But if you want, you can just use ID token changes or user changes, anything you want. But I prefer this one. Then what we need to do over here. So if this is a stream builder, you might be familiar that we need to first check if our connection has been made with our stream. So we can just check if snapshot.connection state equals to the connection state and it is active or not. And if it is active, we need to check. Active means that the connection has been made with our stream over here. And if it is active, we need to check if the snapshot that we have over here has any data or not. Right? We don't want it to be null. And if it has data, what we want to do is, well, I'll uncomment this. I'll take this responsive layout and I'll remove it from here. And I'm going to return this. So, and we are going to put a semicolon over here. So whenever the connection is active and our snapshot starts to have any data, we are going to return our responsive layout. Now let's move on to the else conditions. Now, else if, there is no data, that means the snapshot has error. That means the connection state has been made, but the snapshot does not have data. It has an error. What do we need to do? We can just return a centered widget with a text displaying the error. Now, since I don't want it to be very complicated, I'm just going to pass in snapshot.error and I'm going to use interpolation and I'm going to use string interpolation over here. But if you want, you can just type, some internal error occurred, something like that. But I want to show this error. Cool. Now having that, we need to check if the connection has not been made. So if the snapshot connection state is equal to connection state dot waiting, that means the connection is still happening. What do we need to show? We need to show a circular progress indicator. We're going to do that. Child and a circular progress indicator, and we will have to change the color of this circular progress indicator, which will be primary, and we will set this to a constant widget, and I'll put a semicolon as well. Now we have implemented all of this, so that means the connection state has been active, and connection, if it's not active, then it's waiting. That means we need to show a circular progress indicator. But the key point over here is snapshot.hasData. Now if snapshot has data, it means that the user has been authenticated. That's why we are showing the responsive layout over here. But what if the snapshot doesn't have any data? We have not checked any condition for it. So after checking all of these conditions, and if all of these conditions are not fulfilled, we are going to return a login screen, because the snapshot does not have any data ultimately. And if it does not have any data, it means that the user has not been authenticated. Now if I refresh my app over here, we should see this is mobile because the user has been authenticated. Pretty simple, right? Now we can just remove this and delete this. Now I'll even have to remove this from here. Now even if I stop my app processes, I'll restart it, I should see this is mobile screen in the center text. Let's wait for it and we'll see that. Alright, our app has been loaded and you can see no difference. This is mobile is showing up over here because our user has been authenticated. Now let's try the same thing on our web version. So what we're going to do is flutter run -d Chrome and make sure to add --web renderer HTML, because the default one is Canvas, and Canvas causes a lot of issues in Flutter web. So make sure to have the web renderer as HTML. Don't worry if you release this, if we create the build of the release version, it will be in the HTML format only and we'll get a good output, and it will be similar to this. We won't get any external factors affecting our app. So don't worry. Alright, our web version has been loaded and you can see over here we're getting the login screen because the snapshot over here does not have any data. Even though we logged in over here before, I think we did. So now we'll try to log in. I'll enter my email, Naman Rivan. Actually what I'm going to do is sign up, and I just realized that we haven't configured anything for clicking this button over here, the sign up button. So what we can do is go to the login screen over here and go to the bottom, and in the sign up we can create a function called navigate to sign up. I'll copy this, go on the top, create a function again, void login navigate to sign up, and you're going to use navigator.off context. This context, don't worry, this is the state over here provides us with the context in our app, so yeah, we can use that. And we are going to push to the material page route, and we are going to receive a context, and we are going to pass in the sign up screen. This is going to work, we know it for sure, so I'm not even going to test it. I'm going to format this document. I'm going to copy this function from here and go to the sign up screen, paste this function over here and say navigate to login, and I'm going to pass in the login screen. I'm going to copy this function, go down. I'm going to replace this sign up with login. This is the issue we had before, didn't notice it, and we'll save it. So our web has been loaded up, and now if I click on the sign up button over here, it should work. Now I'm going to select an image, and this should work. We haven't tested this on the web version, and this works because the image picker dependency that we added to pick images is configured for the web. I'm going to add in a username over here. Let's call it Revan. I'll call the email naman revan12345667@gmail.com. Then we can add a password test123, and over here I'm going to write content creator, and we can click on sign up, and the output should not be the home screen that we get. This is because, well, we haven't told what to do when the res variable is success. So when our res variable is success, what do we want to do? We need to basically show this responsive layout that we have. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it over here. Oh, sorry. First we need to navigate. So I'm going to copy this function from here, paste it over here, then copy this from here, and then replace this with sign up screen. We don't need to add a return because this is an arrow function. Now we're going to import some of the widgets. Having that in place, now we should format the document, and we're going to do the same process for login screen as well. So I'm going to copy this from here, go to the login screen, and we had created if res equal to success, and this is why we had created. We need to navigate to the other screen. We're going to import all of this. Also, we don't want push over here, we want push replacement. Push if we just click on the back button, we can go back to the login screen, but that's not what we want. We want to replace the current screen with another screen. So we'll do the same over here as well. And I'm going to refresh over here and over here, but we'll need to restart our app entirely because, well, this was mobile will show up because our authentication state has been persisted. So if we run our Flutter Chrome version again, we should see a login screen because that's how Flutter web works. It creates a new Chrome instance every time, unlike the iOS simulator over here. So let's wait for our Chrome to run up. As you can see, we get our login screen back again. I want to sign up actually again to show you that it works. If it works over here, then it will work on the login screen as well. I'm going to create another user, Revan naman123@gmail.com. I'm going to enter a password test123 and a bio of again content creator. And I'm going to add extra over here so that you can see extra stuff and not the same stuff on every user. Now I'm going to create a user. And you can see we shifted to the mobile screen and our state has been persisted as well. If I do restart, you can see that this is the state of our app. And this works as we had before. But this is not the cleanest way of writing the code, because if we go in the auth methods file, you can see that all of this data we are adding over here, and suppose our app grows bigger and we need to add all of this data again, then we'll need to probably add all of this, and then probably we'll forget, which is not a good way and will cause bugs in our app. So what we can do to avoid these type of issues is create a model, and we are going to create multiple models, one for user, one for post in the future. For now, let's create a user model, and since it's a Dart file, we don't need to create import material Dart. Over here we'll have a user class, and over here in the user class we are going to add in a lot of properties of this user class. What all properties do we want? So our properties are going to be this, so we can type them out. Okay, so we have typed all the fields that are required, which are basically this. So I've copied them over here. Now we need to require them from our constructor, which we'll create, and I'm going to use named constructors because there are a lot of things to add. Let's add them. So we have our constructor here as well. Now let's add some functions we can use on user, so that it's very accessible for us while using Firebase. So we are going to create a toJSON method over here. Basically this method will be used to convert whatever user object we require from here to an object. So we can do that by toJSON method, and we're going to return an object, and our object is going to have username, a UID, then an email, a photo URL, bio, followers, and following. So whenever we call this toJSON method on our user class, it will convert everything that we receive from the arguments to an object file, so that we don't have to write this same code wherever we use it. Alright, now this is done. We have to create another function for the user class, but we'll create it as and when we need it. We need toJSON function right now in our auth methods class, which we'll look at in some time. So let's go in the auth methods class, where what we can do is create a user model. So we can call user. Now make sure to import, there are two types of user, we have seen this before, but we want to import the user that is this one. But since the user from Firebase auth, the user Firebase auth provides us, and the user we have will clash, we can do this. We can import this as model, so that we know that this is a model user that we want. And over here we can do model dot user, and we can create a user. And to create a new user, we can just do model user. Now we have to pass some arguments in the constructor. So I've copied all the values that were present over here. And now what we can do is take this set, and we can remove all of this. And now we want to set this user object over here. So we can just do this user. Now this has to accept a map, right? And we have made the map function basically over here toJSON file. So what we can do is call .toJSON, and this toJSON basically returns a map for us, as I said, an object. So yeah, we can just do that, and we can format this document. This should work as it worked before. Now you can see the state of this app is still the same, because even if we reinstall or uninstall the app, nothing affects the persistence of state in our iOS simulator. So we can just run the Chrome version using the command we saw earlier. and let's wait for it. Now let's sign up, and our file, we are going to select this file. I'm going to enter my username as Revan Ranawat. My email is going to be revanranawat123@gmail.com. Password will be test123, and I can type here ABC, and we are going to click on sign up. And we have gone to the next screen. That means our authentication has been successful. If we go in the Firestore database over here, we should see our data coming off. And well, there are a lot of users that we have created, and you can see our email revanranawat123@gmail.com, and a user has been stored. So this modeling of data helps us a lot in our apps. As you can see, whenever we want to create a user model, we can just create this, and we are prompted of the fields that we have to enter, so that we don't miss anything. And we'll also see this benefit when we use state management with provider. Okay, so now I'm in my mobile screen layout, and what I want to do is display my username that I had entered in the sign up screen on my mobile screen layout. So what I want is, if I'm this user, I want the UID of this. I want to display the name of Revan Ranawat right now. So how can I do that? Well, let's try to do that. First, we'll have to convert our stateless widget to stateful widget, because we are changing the state in our app right now. Then we'll have to create a global variable. Suppose I create the variable string username, which is equal to empty. Now we'll also call in its state, because well, it should run in the start of the application so that I get my username. And since init state cannot be turned to async, and we're going to make calls to Firebase, it will become a future. So what I can do is create a method over here, get username, suppose. Then I can create a function get username. After that, I'm going to turn my function asynchronous. I can make my function over here asynchronous, but over here I can't make my function asynchronous. I can make like this, but it will give errors. You can try it on your own. Then we'll have to make calls to Firebase Firestore .instance .collection users. So this is the method we use to get the data from the Firestore. Basically, we have made a reference to our collection over here, which is users. The next thing I want to do is get this part. So I want to get through this part. And when the UIDs are known, what we can do is put .doc, and in the doc we can put our user ID if we know it. So what is our user ID? Firebase auth.instance.current-user.uid. We know about this. So so we'll go in the users collection. Then we'll find our UID with matching to this UID in the documents. These are the documents. And what we want to do is get this information from here. So what I can do is .get. Now you can see over here, get is a type of future document snapshot. This document snapshot is given by Firebase Firestore itself. What is a document reference? A document snapshot? Well, you can see that we have gone to till the doc, and we are getting a one-time view of it. So we can read from this only one time. So it is called a document and a snapshot. Just like a camera, you take a picture, which is called a snapshot. Similar to that. So we can just do document snapshot snap, which is equal to this, and we can await it. Then we can format the document. Now we have access to snap, and what we are going to do is print snap dot data. This is a function basically Firebase provides us with to get the data of the app. There are a lot of more functions like snap dot, a get request on another snap, then snap.id. Then we can check if the snap exists or not. In this case, we are pretty sure that the snap will exist. That's why the user is on the mobile screen layout. So we are not doing making the condition of if snap exists or not for now. And if we print snap like this, we will get in our console something like instance of document snapshot, but we won't get any value. So what we can do is console log snap.data, and we can run our app, and our app is run, and you can see we are getting the data from the Firebase Firestore. So we've got our UID, following, bio, followers, email, username. Now I want this username. So what I can do is I have my variable over here. I can set the state to username equal to snap.data, and to access snap.data, what we have to do is, well, just type username, and we'll have to put a semicolon. As soon as we put an exclamation mark over here, we get an error saying that this bracket type is not supported for this kind of for this data. So what we can do to fix it is, if we hover over here, we can see that it is object, and well, we can just explicitly mention that this is map of string and dynamic, and we can put this in over here in parentheses, and we don't even need to do this. So basically we are since this is an object, we and map is a subtype of object, so we can just dynamically say that our object over here is a map, and then we can access this username property on this. Cool. Now if I run my app, and first of all I'll need to print my username over here, which I will do $username, and I'll refresh my app, and you can see RRR printing over here. So this is how we can do one-time read and get our data. But in case our username changes somehow, so suppose I go over here and find RRR username, and over here I'm going to change my username to Rivan Ranawat right now. I can come over here and see no changes being made in my app. Now if I refresh, it will change to Rivan Ranawat. This is because get username will only run in the init state function, and this with the get function we can only get the get a one-time view of the data that is present in the reference we have made over here. The username doesn't change, but what if we want to keep the track of the username that is coming and changing every time it changes? I want to display the change. We look at it in some time, but now I want to focus on another issue over here. So suppose I have another screen like web screen, and I want to do the same thing, print my name over here. Should I just copy all of this function and put it there again like this? I'll have to copy this function, then go over here, then convert this to stateful widget again, then paste it over here. Does this seem a good way to do things? It doesn't to me. So I'm going to follow a shorter way of doing it. Basically we are going to use state management, where we are going to get data from the database one time, so it will reduce our calls to the database, and then we are going to use the values that we have gotten every time we are using our app. We are going to get, suppose I want the username, I can get the username one time. Cool. So let's do that. I'm going to change this to, this is mobile again. So for the state management, what we're going to use is called a provider package. I'll mention this link in the description below. So what you can do is copy this. You can read this. It is a pretty good documentation. And but if you want to know like the basics of it, what we're going to cover in this tutorial, I'll be explaining it. But if you want to know in detail, you can just go through their docs. Now I'm going to add this in the PubSpec assist, and I'm going to click enter. We'll have to stop our app processes, and we are going to create another folder called providers, and I'm going to create a file user_provider.dart. Now over here I'm going to create a class of user provider, and we have to extend this class with something known as change notifier. So this change notifier provides us with some functionality in our app. So basically we are inheriting from this change notifier some of our functions. So now if we create a global variable user, let me import that from my own models user. I told to you that we're going to make use of a user. Right now we can just do user, which is nullable, and we're going to call it user. Make sure to make this user a private field, because we don't want to, because it will cause bugs in our app if we don't use this. And in future we'll be able to access user provider. Suppose we have this class user provider, then we'll be able to access this user on it, which we don't want to. It will cause strange bugs in our app. So we can just put a private field over here. So I told you how we have to make this private field. So how will we access the user field, right? Suppose I want to get this data of the user provider. What can I do? I can just create a user. I can create a get method basically, and we'll name it get user, and we are going to return this user, and to return it we're going to call it that it's not going to be null. Cool. Now having that, we are going to create a function which is future void, and we are going to refresh the user every time. So basically this function is there so that we can update the values of our user. So what can we do? So we want to go to the auth methods class over here, and we are going to find the user. So over here we're going to create a function which will help us, get the user details. Whatever we did in the mobile screen layout first, we're going to implement that in this class over here. Let's do that. We'll have to create a future, and we'll have to pass in the model.user type. So we are going to get the user details, and and how do we get that information? Well, first of all, we'll get our current user. So we can just do user current user, which is equal to auth. We have initialized this over here, dot current user, and we're going to put an exclamation mark over here. And make sure to replace this model user with just user that is provided by the Firebase. This will not give an error because current user just gives this user, and this is provided by Firebase auth. Then we need to create a document snapshot as we saw. So we'll get a snap. We are going to await this. Try this on your own and see if you remember this. Firestore dot collection users dot document, and what document do I want? Current user dot uid dot get. Then we need to return this user. So we're going to return model dot user, and we're going to pass this snapshot basically. But we can't do that, right? Because, well, it doesn't accept a snapshot. So we need to pass in something like this. Well, we are going to pass in followers. For followers, we are going to do snap dot data as map string dynamic, and we are going to pack this with a parenthesis. Then we can do and we can call this over here, then use followers. Is that what we're going to do for every property? I think it's a lot of time wasted. So instead what we're going to do is create a function in our user model, not this user, but this user model. And over here we're going to create a function which will be named which will basically convert a document snap, which will basically take in a document snapshot and return a user model, right? That will make our lives much easier, and it will be a one-time job for us. So we can just do static user from snap, it will take in a document snapshot. Then we are going to first get the snapshot. So as we did over here, we basically need to take the snapshot dot data, and we're going to mark it as map string dynamic. We'll try using this as snap, and we can do snap.data. Alright, because we have called snapshot over here, which basically we are referencing while we are initializing it, doesn't make sense. Then we are going to return the user as we did over here. Now we didn't do that over here, and instead we are doing this over here because, well, it will be a much more useful thing to do. We'll be separating all the stuff that is related to user model. We won't do that in the auth methods. We'll be using that in the user model. Seems like a clean way to do stuff. Then we can call the snapshot over here, and we can pass in username, and we're going to do that for all the properties that we have. Yeah, this is pretty much it. Now with this function, we are taking in a document snapshot and returning a user model. So that's exactly what we need over here. So what we can do is return user, which is the model user one, dot from snap, and we're going to pass in the snap. And this is how easy our job gets done. We did this in the user model because, well, we'll have to use it differently in different places. So this will be a good way, and we don't have to pass in snapshot username everywhere we use it. Cool. Now in our user provider, what we can do is we are going to get a user, and we are going to await auth methods. So let's create a let's initialize our auth methods class, which is equal to auth methods. Then we can take this auth methods. We are going to call get user details, the function that we created right now, and we returned a user model from it. Cool. Now we can just do user, which is our global variable over here. We're going to set user to this user, and what we're going to call now is notify listeners. Basically, it will notify all the listeners to this user provider that the data of our global variable user has changed. So you need to update your value. Now to add some listeners, what we can do is go in the main.dart file, and there are multiple ways you can do the same thing, like using a consumer or provider. So what I'm going to do is wrap this material app, which is our most parent widget, so to say, and we are going to wrap this material app with multi-provider, which is provided by Flutter. And over here it will take in a list of providers, and I've chosen this method because as our app gets bigger and bigger, we'll have to use a lot of providers. So we can just wrap it with multi-provider, and it will be a one-time setup for us, else we'll have to use consumer and provider everywhere. And then we are going to use something known as change notifier provider. Over here we use change notifier, but over here we are going to use change notifier provider, which is provided by the provider package, and we are going to pass in create, and this will take in a user provider class that we create. Cool. I'm going to format this document now. Having that in place, we are going to save our file. Now we shouldn't expect our app to directly have a state management system, because, well, if we go in our user provider class again, we need to call refresh user somewhere. This function has to be called somewhere so that this user variable gets updated, or else if we print the value right now of user provider, well, we'll get a null value, and we don't want that. So we have to call this refresh user somewhere. Where can we do that? After our login is done, we don't want to call this refresh user on login, but so I want to call it somewhere in the responsive layout. because it consists of web screen layout and mobile screen layout both. Else you could have done it in web screen and mobile screen both, but since this is the parent element and consists of both of them, I'm going to do it here. We can convert this responsive layout widget to a stateful widget, and we'll have to call init state over here. Now the init state will have add data over here. Then we'll have to create add data because it's an asynchronous function. Then we need to call in something known as user provider underscore user provider, which is equal to provider. So this is provided by the provider class dot of context. This context will be from the state, so don't worry about it. And we need to just do this much. But if we do this much, it will constantly listen to the values given by the user provider. We don't want that. We just need to call refresh user once on it. So what we're going to do is turn listen to false. Basically with this, we can get a one-time view, or we can do stuff one time with the user provider class we have. Then we can await this user provider dot refresh user. This is all it takes to store value in our user provider. Basically the user class that we have in the user provider, this class, we have stored value in it now. And now what we can do is go to our mobile screen layout, and we can just do provider. Again we'll call, actually what I'm going to do is create a user class itself. Then we are going to do user, which is equal to provider dot of context dot. Now we don't get any functions to do over here because we haven't mentioned the type of the provider. We can do that over here. And what value are we expecting? A user provider dot get user. So this isn't a function. It will get the user from here, and we have the same issue like before. We have our Firebase auth and our user model. So what we need to do is first of all import the user model. And we have to import it as model. Now we can do model.user. Cool, now our error is gone. So we are going to call the get function over here, and it will get us the user. So we can just do this. We can take this user variable, print this over here, user dot username. Alright, our app is ready, and you can see my username printing over here. You'll get this error, but don't worry about it. This is just a sample what we're doing. So when we do the final version, we won't be seeing any error like this. Now we have a state management with us where we can call anything, like I want to call user dot, I want to get my email. So I can just do this, refresh my app, and I'll see namanrevan@gmail.com showing up. Pretty cool, right? Now let's work on the UI of our app. So in the mobile screen layout, what we want to do is create a tab bar basically, and this tab bar should be present somewhere over here, and we should have some icons like a home icon, then a search icon, then an add post icon, then a notifications page icon, and then the profile screen icon. And based on the user interaction on these buttons, we have to show the pages that follow. So how are we going to do that? Let's dive into it. So we are in the mobile screen layout. Let's remove our provider stuff from here. We don't need that in this case. It's just for demo. I'll remove all the imports as well. Now in our body, let's just keep this is mobile, which is going to change in the future. We'll have to wrap it with some parent widget so that we can show the user interaction based, screen. Now let's add a bottom navigation bar, the stuff that is present over here. And to do that, we'll use a Cupertino tab bar because I want it in a style which is iOS based. You can even use bottom navigation bar widget. Now in this we need to mention the items, and our items are going to be of the type bottom navigation bar item. It is going to have an icon, and our icon is going to be icons.home. Cool. And we need to pass in some stuff over here like label, else it will give you an error, and a background color. What is our background color going to be? Well, it's just going to be primary color, the white color basically. Cool. We are not making this a constant because we'll have to change it in the future. Like the value over here is going to be dynamic, the colors, and so we are not making it constant. I can just copy these bottom navigation bar items and paste it 5 times, I guess. So the second is going to be a search one. Then the third is going to be to add a post. So it will be add circle. Then a notifications page, we can just use, favorite. And we need to paste one more time. And this is going to be icons.person to show the profile screen. Now if we save this and rerun our app, we should see something like this. The only problem I have with this is the color. So we can change the color by going over here and changing background color to mobile background color, which is this color as well. Now if we save this, we should see it coming in sync. Now I don't want the colors over here to be, blue. I want the selected tab bar to be the color of white or gray. So we can make use of conditional rendering. And first we'll have a global variable int page, which is equal to 0. I'm marking it private. Then we can take this page variable from here and we can go down and change the color of the icon based on these. So the color over here is going to be based on the page. So if the page is equal to 0, then we need to show a primary color or a secondary color. Our primary color is the white color and the secondary color is gray color. Basically what we're telling is the page when it is 0 will change to primary and secondary. We'll handle the updating value of this page in the future in some time. So yeah, let's see if we are getting white, and we are getting white. Now let's add this logic for each and every icon. I'm going to copy this and paste it over here. Over here the page is equal to 1, else this will also show primary color. Over here we'll set it to 2. Here it will be 3. Here a 4, and here a 5. Then we can format the document, and all our warnings are gone because this is based on the conditional rendering. It is not a constant value. Now if we see, we are getting it as we wanted. Now this home icon we don't want, so we can take this home icon and remove it from here, and we'll have to change these values again. I'll do that. Now we can refresh and see our app coming. So now the next thing we want to do is based on whenever the user clicks on one of these icons, we need to make sure that the page value has updated. And based on this page value, we are also going to show the screens. Now we need to conditionally render the icon color. So Cupertino tab bar provides us with an on tap function. So whenever any bottom navigation bar item is clicked over here, we can change the value. So we can create a function called navigation tapped. We can take this function and paste it over here. Void navigation tapped int page. And we are going to make some use of something known as a page controller. So let's create a page controller. We'll do late page controller, and we're going to name it page controller itself. We are going to create an init state, and in the init state we are going to set page controller equal to the page controller. And we are also going to create a dispose method, and right now itself we'll call the page controller.dispose method, else we'll forget that. Cool. Having that, in the navigation tab, what we want to do is we want the page controller to jump to that page. So we can just do jump to page, and we can pass in the int of page. So basically we are telling the page controller that we have over here to jump to that page. We won't see any difference as such because we haven't passed in the page controller anywhere. Basically this will act as a link between the tab bar and the widget that we are going to add in the body, and that widget is a page view. And this page view will accept a parameter of children. Then after that it's going to accept a parameter of controller, which we're going to pass in as page controller, and then an on page changed function. Over here we'll pass in on page changed function. We'll create that in a while. But basically this children is a list of widgets that we need, and in the list of widgets it will conditionally render based on the bottom navigation bar item. So suppose our page index is 0 right now, and we click on the search icon. Over here we need to show a search screen. So if we put text as feed over here, and I'll copy this to show you the demo, we'll have search over here and add post screen, then notice and profile. And we save this, and we have to create this on page change function, but we'll do that in a while. So whenever this gets tapped over here, we see the search coming up, then an add post, then the notification, and then profile. That's how we want it. We also want to change the color of this, which will be done with this on page changed function over here. We can uncomment this, and we can create an on page changed function which will be of the type void. So void on page change, it will receive a page argument. Then we can set the state to from page to this page. Cool. Now we can refresh our app, and now you can see this color changing and our screen over here changing as well. The next thing we want to do is basically, if we do this, we are able to change the screen, right? We don't want that because the real Instagram doesn't have that feature. We are able to change the screen based from navigation item only and not from here. So what we can do is add something known as physics over here, and the physics will take in scroll physics. We want the physics of never scrollable physics, which will allow us to not, have this scroll effect. I'll put it as a constant, and now if I try to change, you can see we are not able to change it. Cool. Now we have a working tab bar. So the next thing we want to do is create the add post screen UI. Basically, whenever we click this button, we should see the add post screen UI. So first let's decide how our add post screen is going to look like. So I have my marker over here. Basically, we want a center button over here, which will basically tell us to upload a file from our image, right? Or from our camera. We're going to add that options over here. And whenever we click that button and we select a file, this button should erase off. We don't want to see this button. And we need to see other UI, like we want to show a profile over here, profile image of the user, an app bar which says post to, then an image that we have selected, and an option to display our description, like whatever bio we want to put, right? So let's try to make that kind of stuff. So over here in our application, we are going to create a screen named as add post screen dart, and we are going to import the material package as usual. Then we are going to create a stateful widget over here because we are going to make use of description controller and everything. So we need the init state and dispose method. Then we are going to create the add post screen class. Over here, I'm going to return a container because a centered button is what I want. So actually I'll just replace this container with center widget. Then we are going to return a child of icon button as we mentioned previously. Then in the icon button, we are going to add an icon of icons dot upload, and this is obviously going to have an on pressed function because it is an icon button. So let's try to see this on a screen. We'll have to take this add post screen and we'll have to replace this with this over here. But actually what I like to do is I'm going to rename this dimensions to a file named as global variables. So over here we can add most of the global variables that can change over time so that we are not in use of it, right? So we can add this. What we are going to call it? We're going to call it constant home screen items, let's say, and this is going to be a list of widgets. So we can copy this from here. We'll replace this as and when we get another widget, we create another widget. For now we have the add post screen, we can add that. Cool. Now let me format the document. Now we can replace this children with home screen items. Having that in place, let's rerun our app and see if we're getting the output. And we are getting a centered widget of uploading. Now let's try to create the description or the add post UI we have discussed. So what I'm going to do is, for now I'm going to comment this, and we're going to return a scaffold because this widget will be only visible when our file is not selected from the gallery. We haven't added anything with related to functionalities yet. So I'm just going to comment this and we are going to work on the plain UI of our app. So here in our app bar, we are going to have an app bar. We are going to have a background color of mobile background color, else it will give us another background color. Then we need an icon over here which basically tells us to go back, so that we can clear off the image if we have any. So we are going to create an icon button for that, and we are going to have an icon. Our icon is going to be icons.arrow back. Then we are going to have an on pressed, and our on pressed is going to be null for now. I mean an empty bracket for now, not null. Then we are going to have a title. Our title is going to say, well, it will be a text and it will say post 2. Then if we keep it like this, our title will be center aligned. Let's see it in action. If we go over here, we can see post 2. It is in center, but I don't want that. So what I'm going to do is put center title to false. Then we need, if we can save this, and we can see the title going there. So over here I want to create a post button from which we can click and we can get post. So we are going to add an actions, and actions is going to be a text button. On pressed is going to be nothing for now, and our child is going to be a constant text which says post. Now we'll have some styling over here because we wanted blue, so we can just do text style. Then our color can be colors.blue accent. You can just use the blue color that is mentioned in the colors.dart file. We can then have a font weight of fontweight.bold and a font size of 16. Let me format the document. I'll even put a comma here so that we get the formatting correct. Now let's see our app, and it looks pretty cool. Now we need to work on the next section, which is the body section. So we can get out of the app bar widget and have a body. And a body, now we need to work on the post form kind of thing. So we want a description controller, then our circle avatar with the profile photo, and the image we have selected. So we'll add column, and then in the column we're going to have children. We have added a column because below the app bar we need to show a linear indicator while this is being posted. For now we are not going to add the linear indicator. We'll add when the loading process has to be shown, but we can have a column right now. Then we'll have a row, and then the row will have main axis alignment to main axis alignment dot space around, and cross axis alignment to start from the start. Then it will have children, and the children will have circle avatar. We'll have to provide a background image, and it will be a network image. And we'll have to find a good background image for our file. So we can just go on unsplash.com and find a good profile picture for now. Copy. We can just open the image in new tab and copy this from here. That should work. So we can pass this over here. Now our circle avatar should show up, and you can see it's showing up in the center now, but we'll add some stuff using which it will go in the left side. So the next thing you want to add is a sized box, and within the sized box we can have a text field. So the width is going to be media. We want it responsive, so we are going to make use of media query, and it's going to be the total width of the screen size, and we're going to multiply it with the 0.3 constant value. You can play around with these values and find whatever is suitable for you. Then we're going to add a text field. Note that we are only adding a width, so we are using sized box over here. If you wanted to add extra features, like padding and everything, you can just use a container instead. Then over here we need to pass in a decoration, and it will be an input decoration. Then we need to pass in a hint text, which will be write a caption, not a comma, full stop. Then we need to pass in a border of input border.none, and we are going to have a max lines property, using which the length of the controller can increase and will have a max lines capacity. So we are going to pass in as 8. The default is 1, I guess. Then having that in place, we need to create a rectangle image on the side. Let's see if we're getting that. Write a caption, we're getting that. Now we can create another sized box, and we're going to have a height of 45 and a width of 45. Then we're going to have a child of aspect ratio. Basically this helps to keep the child in the aspect ratio consistent with the width and the height. So we're going to add a value of 487 by 451. All of these values are just trial and error. I just formulated this like them only. Then a child, we'll pass in a container, and we have passed in a container because we want to add decorations like an image. So we'll have box decoration, and we're going to have image property, and image will take in a decoration image, and decoration image will have a image of whatever we pass in, and it will be a uint8 list, but we can just take this image that we had, copy image address, and we can paste that only. We'll change as and when we want. We want it to be a type of boxFit.fill, alignment in the top center, so we'll do fractional offset dot top center, and we're going to save this. We're getting these warnings because for now the network image and all are a constant, but this will change over time. So I'm not making any changes. Now if we save and go to our project, we can see that it's looking pretty cool, but this description controller looks a bit off. So what I'm going to do is increase the width and change it to 0.4. Now we should see all of them coming in place. Looks pretty cool. Still we can give it some width, 0.45. Let's try with that. And yeah, looks pretty cool. And after that, after this sized box, what we can do is add a divider so that separation is seen. It will be a line, like a grayish line. Now this is done. Now let's work on the functionality of selecting a file first. So what do we need to do? So whenever we get the centered icon of icons upload, we need to click on that. Then we'll get a set of dialogues. Let me draw it out. So we'll get a set of dialogues like this, and it will have three options, select from, it will be select from gallery, select from camera, and cancel option. So we want that to show up, and whenever cancel is clicked, we need to pop off this. If gallery, then we need to pick image from gallery or from camera. And then after the image is selected, we need to show this screen over here. Let's work on that. So what I'm going to do is create a function which will be called select image. And basically what this function will do is return a simple dialog box, and over there we can just have a set of options that we discussed. So it will be select image. Now over here we are going to take in a build context. I'm going to call it context. Then it will be asynchronous, and we need to return a show dialog box. This is how you can create the show dialog box. Then the builder, and the builder will take in a context. Then over here we need to return a simple dialog box. There are various type of dialog boxes like alert dialog, simple dialog. You can check it out. I'm going to add simple dialog. Then we're going to have a text that says create a post. Then we need to have children, and the children will consist of simple dialog option. And over here we're going to add some padding. So we're going to add an edge instance.all 20. If we don't, then all of the options will get squeezed and it won't look good. Then we need to have a child of constant text which says take a photo. Then we'll have an onPressed function which will be asynchronous. And whenever we take a photo, what do we want? Well, first of all, what we want is when the dialog box shows up, we need to dismiss that dialog box first, and then go to the gallery, then to take up the camera. So what we'll do is navigator dot of context dot pop, just to remove the widget from our screen, the simple dialog box. Then we will have a uint8 list file that will be coming up when we use the function that we created called pick image. You can see it in our utils file, the pick image file that we had created. We accepted a source, then we use the image picker dependency, then we pick the image from the source we mentioned, and we return the file if it's not null. That's what we're going to do. And since this is a take a photo option, we're going to mention the image source as camera. Now what we're going to do is we need to make these changes in our the UI part as well. So we need to call the set state. So for that we even need a global variable. So we can do uint8 list, and we're going to call it file. This can be nullable because in the start it is going to be null, and we're going to set the state to file equal to file. Now doing that, we should be able to see the camera, but this won't be visible in the iOS simulator because there is no camera in the iOS simulator. I'll show the same to you in the Android version after all of our options have been created. So let's work on the gallery function, which will work in the iOS simulator. We can copy this and paste it down. And over here we can type choose from gallery. And we're going to mention the image source as image source.gallery. Then we can just save this as well. Now let's try to work over here. So if we go over here, we are getting this screen because this is the screen we are trying to render. We have commented this. Now let's uncomment this widget that we are returning, and let's add some conditions over here. So when is our image not selected? Whenever the file over here is null. In the start it is null, right? So what we can do is put a condition that if the file that we have is equal to null, then we need to return this so that the user can select the image, or we need to return the scaffold. Now we can format this document and we should see a centered widget. Cool. Now if I click over here, I should get the show dialog option box. So I need to take this select image from here and put this in the icons upload place. So we can do select image, and we need to pass in an argument over here which accepts build context, so we can pass in the context. Now let's try to run our app and see if it works. So I click over here and I get the option of take a photo or choose from gallery. I'm going to choose from the gallery and our gallery shows up. Now if I click over here, I even get redirected to the other page because my file has not been null now. It has some value. So now let's display whatever, the image that we have and the user profile. So first let's display the user profile. That should be fairly easy because we have a state management ready. So we can do that. We'll have a final user, and we're going to have provider dot of context. It will have a type, and that type will be user provider, and the user provider has a function, has a get method basically, which is get user. We have seen all of this. I'm not repeating all of this stuff again. Now what we can do is, instead of having this background image over here, we can remove this stuff from here and instead put user dot photo URL, and we can format this document and let's see if we're getting that. I'll go over here, I'll select an image, choose from gallery, and over here we can see our profile picture that we had selected coming over here. Now let's try to display the image that we had selected over here. So our image is in the form of uint8 list, and it is in the global variable file. So we can go down, and we had seen earlier that to display a uint8 list, we don't use a network image. That is for the the web stuff, the URL that we have. And to display a uint8 list, we use something known as memory image. We have seen that. So we are going to pass in file, but we are going to pass in file with an exclamation mark because we don't want it to be null, and it will never be null because we are adding the conditions over here in the top, right? Now if we try to upload an image, we can choose from gallery and we're going to select the waterfall. We can see the waterfall showing up and we have all of this. It works pretty well. Now let's try to have this description that we can have the value of. So we need to have a text editing controller. So let's go at the top and create a text editing controller which is named as a description controller, which is going to be a text editing controller. We can take this description controller from here and pass it in the text field controller. Cool, we have that. Now the next thing we want to do is, well, whenever we click over here and choose from gallery, we also have to add a simple dialog option of cancel. First let's do that and jump on to other stuff. So we can go on the top, we can copy this from here and paste it again, and this is going to have the option of cancel, and we don't want any of this stuff happening. We just don't want to see the simple dialog box option to show up again. So we're going to remove the async as well from the over here. Now let's try to run our app and see. You're getting the cancel option. If I click over here, the simple dialog option gets removed. Now let's try to choose from gallery, and if I select this image, I'm seeing that over here. Now whenever we click on the post button, first of all we should see a loading indicator, linear loading indicator over here that shows up like this, and then we need to post it to our Firestore, which is over here in the post section over here, which is another collection that we can make, and it will get stored in the storage. We have had a look at both of them and how we can do both of them. Let's revise them. If you want, you can pause the video right now and try to do it on your own. You can structure it however you want. There's no need to follow the same thing that I do, but you should get the output and the same, stuff happening over here. So what do we want to do? Whenever we click on the post button, we should be able to save all of the stuff. So we can create a function over here on pressed, and we can call it post image. We're going to create that function. So let's do it at the top over here, void post image, and it will require a set of arguments that we need. But even before that, I just realized that we've used the description controller, but we have not set a dispose method to it. Let's do that. I can go down at the bottom and we'll have a dispose over here, and our dispose is going to be description controller dot dispose. Now in the post image, we will accept a set of arguments. One is UID, then a username, and a profile image. We are accepting all of the arguments from here because we have a provider over here, and it's in the build method. So we can just pass post image over here, and we can pass in from the function here as well. So now what we can do is put a try catch block, because we are going to make some asynchronous calls here, and it's going to be asynchronous. Then we're going to create an upload post function, but we're not going to do that over here, as we have seen multiple times that we have done for auth methods and storage methods. We're going to create another file which will be called firestore methods.dart, and in the Firestore methods we are going to create a class like we did before, Firebase, not Firebase, Firestore methods, and we are going to create an instance of the Firebase Firestore class, which will be this. We are going to have Firebase Firestore dot instance. Then we need to create a function called upload post, which will help us in uploading the post. So what we can do is future of type string, because we will create a res variable as we have done before. Then we'll upload the post. And to upload a post, what all stuff do we need? Well, first we will have an asynchronous function. We'll have a try catch block over here. All of this stuff we have done multiple times, and I think you should be doing it by your own. Then what do we need to do first? First, we can create a res variable, which is some error occurred. Then over here, we first need to upload our image to our Firebase storage, and then we need to get the download URL of whatever we store in the storage and store it in our Firestore database. So let's try to do that. So what we can do is, well, we will receive a photo URL whenever we do storage methods dot upload image to storage. If you don't remember what upload image to storage was, it was this function where we are basically asking for the child name, and we are going to create a folder at that child name, and we are going to upload our image basically and get the download URL of this image. Cool. Now we can go over here and we can have a child name. What is our child name going to be? Posts. This was profile pics. Now we want posts. Then our file is going to be a file. We're going to accept this from the user. So what we can do is string description, then a uint8 list file, and a string of UID. And our isPost is going to be true. And we need to await this because it will return a future string. Cool. Now having that in place, let's create a post. And as we did for user, like in the auth methods, we created a class of user. We're going to do the same for the post. So we can go over here and create post.dart file. Then we can basically copy all of this and paste it in the post.dart file. And it will have a set of different properties like description, the UID of the user, then the username of the user, then the post ID. Each post will have their own unique identifier. Then the date published, a post URL, a profile image, and we also need a likes property. We're not adding the comments property because that is going to be a sub collection. Cool. Now let's require all of this. So I've added all of these values. I've required all of them, all of these from the constructor. Then I'm making the toJSON function, and then from snap function I've replaced all of these values. It should be fairly easy for you to do so. Then the next thing we want to do is, well, create a post. So to do that, we need to create a post. So let's do post, and we need to require the post. Well, we haven't renamed this, so I'll rename that. We'll call it post. We'll have to remove all of this. Now let's try to use post. We have our model class ready, and do post. And the post is going to be post, and we are going to have a set of again arguments, so we can pass in the description. So let's pass in the description we have from the argument that we have here from the parameter. Then a uint8 list file, so we can call it. After description, we need to add UID. We'll add UID. Then username, we have to get that from the user. So we'll do string username. Then username. The next thing we want to add is a post ID. For the post ID, we won't be able to add any, the user ID, because there will be 2 to 3 posts by the same user. So that will get overridden, and we will see one type of files for all the posts that a user makes. So we'll have to generate different post IDs, which we'll have a look at in a while. Then we'll have a date published. Then the date published will be the date that is right now. So we can do it by datetime.now. Then we'll have post URL, and the post URL is going to be the photo URL that we are getting over here. Then we need to have a profile image, and a profile image we have to accept it from the user. So we can do that, string profile image, and we can pass in profile image. Now let's see what error we are getting. Now it's written that the post URL has to be a list, so we didn't edit this well. So let me edit it out. So our profile URL is going to be a string, and a profile image is going to be a string, and we should not be getting this error. And the date published is going to be final date published. Cool. Now what we want to do is work on the post ID. How can we get the post ID? To get the post ID, we need unique identifier every time. Firebase used to take care of that, but now we need to do something else. So we are going to make use of a package called UUID, and this will help us generate unique identifiers. How? It will give us, if you read through the docs, it will tell you that it provides you with two functions when we initialize it, which is something called v1 and a v4. v1 creates a unique identifier based on the time, so it will give us a unique ID every time, so we need not worry about having the same ID. So what we can do is create a post ID. We'll do string post ID, and we can do UUID, and we'll call dot v1. Now with this post ID, we can pass in this post ID over here, and let's see what error we are getting over here. We have not passed in likes, and our likes for now is going to be an empty container. Cool. Now we can take this post and upload it to Firebase, because over here we have uploaded to our storage. Now upload it to our Firebase. So what we can do is Firestore .collection posts .doc, and our document I will have post ID, because it will be a collection of posts. Then like we had for user a different ID, UID of the user, it will have a post ID for every user, as you can see. Then we'll have dot set again, and we saw earlier that we need to pass in this post, and we can't pass in this post directly. We need to convert it into a map, so we can do dot to JSON, and we can format the document. After this is done, we can turn res to success. Don't forget to do that. And we're going to have res equal to error dot to string, and we can return res. Now this will work. You can try it on your own, but before doing that, what I want to show you is, if you go to the upload image to storage function, you can see we are asking for a boolean, that is a post or not. So why are we asking that? So suppose we have this, we are creating a reference, and we are creating a child of, let's say, a profile pic, suppose. So this works for the user when the user is adding image. So we can save it with the file name of their UID, because we know that the user is going to have only one profile pic. But in the post section, we know that the user can have multiple files that have been stored, because the user can post multiple times. So we don't want this reference over here. We want to create another reference. So what we can do is, we will check over here if is post. So that means if we are uploading image to storage, and if you are uploading a post to the storage, what we can do is create a unique ID that we did like before, UUID. We can then have dot v1, and we can then have the existing reference, which is this one, to ref dot child, and then an ID. So what we're basically doing is, we will have a child of posts, then we'll have a child of then a folder of the UID of the user, and then over here if it is a post, we can just generate a unique ID for the post, and then the name of the post is going to be that unique ID. I hope that's clear to you. If not, we'll see that in action in some time, like whenever we store it, and we will see the folder structure that's happening, and then you can relate. So now over here, let's try to avoid the error that we're getting. So what we can do is string res, which is equal to await, and we need to call in the Firestore methods, and we can upload the post, and the post will have a description controller dot text. We have to pass in a file, so it is going to be underscore file, and it is not going to be null, so we have to add an exclamation mark, and rest everything is the same name. And we can format this document. Then the next thing we want to do is, if the res is equal to success, we want to let user know that the image has been posted. So we can just show a snack bar, which is provided over here, that we are using again in the utils .dart file, and the content is going to be posted. That's it. And we can put a semicolon. Then what we can do is put an else condition, and we can show a snack bar. And over here we're going to pass in res, whatever error we are getting. Over here as well, we can just do show snack bar, and the content is going to be error that we get .toString, and we're going to format this document. What error are we getting? If we go down, you can see the post image. We have to pass in some constructors over here, some arguments over here. So we can do post image, and we have to first pass in user ID. So we can do user.uid, then user.username, and then user.photo URL. We can format this document, and we can restart our app, and let's see if our setup is working correctly or not. So if we click over here on the files, we can select from gallery. I'm going to select this image. This is showing up pretty good. Now let's say hello world, and we can click on post. We have to configure the loading bar first of all. We will do that after we see that it has been posted. And yeah, it has been posted. So we can go in our Firebase storage. We can reload this to see if we are getting the correct output. And you can see in the post that we are getting this UID over here. This is because we have made an error in our application. We have done ref.child ID, and we have not saved ref to ref. So we have to do ref is equal to ref.child ID, so that when we put the data, we have ref as the child name, then the child, the user ID, and then the unique post identifier. We forgot to do that. Now let's try to run our app again. But before that, I'm going to delete this posts that we have from over here. And let's delete it. And let's try to see it in action again. So we can refresh our app, and let's try again. We're going to choose from gallery. We're going to select this image. Hello second time. And let's post. It says posted. Now let's refresh and see. In the posts, we are getting the user ID. And if we go in the user ID, we should get a randomly generated user, a randomly generated post ID. And this is how we wanted it. And this is very different from profile pics, because over here we are just having the user ID as a file name, but we don't want to do that over here. We want the user ID to have posts differently, so that one user can have different posts. Cool. Now if we go to the Firestore database, we should see two posts, because one was the failed one and then the other was a success one. And you can see hello second time, and the same goes for hello first time, hello world. Cool. Now let's try to remove this one because this one was the one causing an error. Now let's try to add a linear indicator. So what we can do is go to the add post screen, and we're going to create a global variable called boolean is loading, and we can set it to false initially. Let me put it as a camel case. Then we can take this is loading, and we can go so whenever the user clicks on the post image, let me select one image to show you the demonstration. So whenever the user clicks over here, we need to show the progress indicator as long as the process is happening. So what we can do, in the post image, before the try block, we can put set state and set is loading to true. And then we can grab the set state from here. And if it's success, before showing the snack bar, I want to show that the loading has I want the loading to stop. And over here as well, we're going to set it to false. And I'm going to format the document. And now let's try to display the linear indicator on the screen. So the reason we had used a column over here in the body was because we wanted to show our linear indicator before just below the app bar. So we can do that. So if it is loading, we can just show a linear progress indicator. And if it's not loading, we basically need to show nothing. So we can add a container over here, and we can format the document. And let's try to see it in action. So we can choose from the gallery. Now let's try typing some other description. For example, Rivan Ranawat. I'll just type this, I don't know why. Then we can post, and you can see the linear progress indicator showing, but it's overlapping somewhere. So I'm going to make some small changes. And also after this is posted, we don't want to show this screen. So we need to go to the backspace. So what we can do now is, well, first of all, remove this container from here. We'll add some padding, which will be nothing padding, but it will have an effect. So what we can do is edge insets dot only from the top 0. And after that, we can format this document, add a const over here. And after that, we also need to show a divider. So we can add a divider. We can format this document. And the other change we needed was whenever we click the post, we should not see this screen. The reason we are seeing this screen is because we have used the condition that file is equal to null. So what we can do is set the file to null. So what I'm going to do is create a function over here which will say void clear image, and we're going to set the state of file to null. Having that in place, what I can do is, after the success, which is over here, we can call the clear image part. I'll do that after the snack bar has been seen. Cool. And yeah, let's try to do that. Let's refresh our app, and let's select an image from gallery. And we can post, and you can see this is showing up pretty good, and that's how we wanted it. And after it is posted, our image is not showing up because we have set the state of the file variable to null. And the last thing we would like to do over here is, whenever we click over here, we should be able to see the back screen again. What I can do over here is, wherever we are having this, in the arrow back, what I can do is have a clear image passed in. And now if I select an image, and if I click over here, we are going back to the screen. That's pretty cool. So now let's try to display the post that we have stored in our database over here in the post section on the feed. To work on the feed screen, we need to create the feed screen layout. We'll create a feed screen in the screens folder. Let's create that. I'll give this small, and we'll import material dart first, like we have done previously. Then we need to create a stateless widget. We'll call it feed screen for now, and we need to return a scaffold. We can take this feed screen from here and put it in our global variables home screen items list. We can replace text feed with feed screen. Cool. Now we should be seeing nothing on the screen, and that is exactly what we see. Now the first thing we want is an app bar. So let me draw the layout of the feed screen that we are going to have. So first things we are going to have is over here we are going to have a app bar. Over here we are going to have our our logo, and over here we are going to have our chat icon. Then we are going to have our posts coming down, and our posts layout is going to be something like having a circle avatar over here, having the username, then the 3 dots over here. If the user is, if we are the user, then we should see the 3 dots so that we can delete the post. Then we should be able to see our image, and then we should see a heart icon over here, then a comment icon, then a share icon, then a save icon. Sorry for my terrible drawing, but this is the basic layout of our app, and then we are going to have multiple posts. So now first things first, let's work on our app bar. So over here in our scaffold, we can have an app bar, and our app bar will have a background color of mobile background color. We don't want to center the title, whatever title we'll have. And the title we are going to have is, well, as I mentioned previously over here, we are going to have the image. And what is our image going to be? We have all added it already, ic_instagram.svg. And since it's an svg file, we are going to use the svg picture, the Flutter svg package that we have, and we are going to call asset. Make sure to import Flutter svg.dart. And the asset is going to be assets/ic_instagram.svg. Then we need to give it a color of white, and then we'll give it a height of 32. Cool. Now let me format the document. I'll put a comma here again so that it's coming pretty good. Now the next thing we need is over here we need to add a icon button where we can click over here and be redirected to the messages screen. So we are going to create actions, and in the actions we are going to add an icon button, and there is not going to be any function that's happening, so we'll give it an empty function, and we're going to pass in icons.messenger outline. You can use icon packages to get get the icon similar to the Instagram package, but I don't think we're doing that. So now let me remove this and see if we've gotten what we wanted, and it looks exactly like what we wanted. So now let's work on the postcard post that we want over here. So we're going to get out of the app bar widget, and we're going to have a body. And for now, let's work on the UI, not on the functionality of, getting it from the Firestore database and everything. For now, we'll just work on the UI. So what I'm going to do is create a widget over here, which will be called post_card.dart. And I'm going to be importing material dart package from here. Then we are going to make it a stateless widget and call it post card. Then we are going to return a container with a color of mobile background color. First, let's put this as a body. Then we are going to return this. It will be a constant. And then let's see if we have, yeah, we should save this. Now the next thing you want to do is add a padding. So we'll add a padding from both the horizontal sides so that it doesn't stick over here. So we'll do edge insets dot symmetric and in the vertical direction from 10, so that it leaves spacing from here and the next postcard that appears from here. Then the container will have a child of column, because we can see in our diagram we want a widget, a row of widget over here, then our image, then a row of widgets over here as well. So in our column we'll have children, and in the children, first of all we'll have the header section. We can create another widget for that, but I'm going to do it in the same postcard widget. Then we want this to happen. So the first thing we want to do is make a container for this. Let's do that. Container. And in the container we'll have padding, and it will be edge insets dot symmetric in the vertical direction from 4 and horizontal direction 16. Then we need to copy this padding that we have, because we want to add an extra padding from the right. So we do copy with, and we'll put right 0. Then we'll have child of row. As you can see, we want a circle avatar, a username, and then the 3 dots. So what we can do is put a children, then we can have circle avatar, and we'll have a radius of 16, a background image, and the background image is going to be a network image. And let's get the background image basically. So I'm going to go on unsplash.com and find a random image, copy image address and paste it over here. Then this is it for the circle avatar. We should see something popping up. Right, now I'll remove this. Then the next thing we want is an expanded. Let me refresh our app and let's see this. We are getting our circle avatar at the top over here. Let's see if it's comparable to our, the layout we wanted. Beside it, we want a username, so we can create a username. We'll again ignore the warnings that we are getting, because it will be a dynamic value. Then the next thing we need is an expanded widget, because I want it to take all the remaining space. And over here we are going to cover, we'll have padding, and the padding will be const edge insets dot only, and only from the left side do I want a padding of 8, because I don't want to stick it with the profile image. So I'm going to give a padding of 8. Then I'm going to have a child, which will be column, and I'm going to have a main axis size dot minimum, and a cross axis alignment which starts from the start. Then we have children, and in the children we are going to have a text, and the text should say our username. So I'll just type username for here for now. And we want some styling, which is basically I just want my username to be bolded. So I can type font weight as font weight dot bold and format the document. Now we are missing a parenthesis and format the document. Having that, let's see, and we are getting our username typed out over here. Pretty cool. That's how we wanted it. Now the next thing we want to do is work on the icon button. So we can get out of the expanded widget and create an icon button over here. we are not focusing on the functionalities once again. So we are just going to have this, and we'll have an icon of icons dot more underscore vertical, and we're going to put a const over here, format the document. And now let's see, we are getting that. Actually, what we're going to do now is, when we click over here, we should get a simple dialog box of, deleting the post, but we'll not work on the delete functionality now. We'll just work on, clicking over here and getting the dialog box to show over here. Let's do that. So to do that, in our on pressed, what we're going to do is show dialog, and it will be a context, and the builder is going to have receive a context. Then it is going to return a dialog, and the dialog will have a child of list view. Let me get out of here so that I can just use the autocomplete. And the list view will have a padding of edge insets dot symmetric, and we are going to have it from vertical 16. Then we want the shrink wrap to be true. We want children to have just delete. You can add more functionalities like report, all that sorts of stuff. We're just going to have delete for now. And then we're going to map all of these children, like whatever list is there. We're going to map them. We're going to receive E, and we're going to wrap them with an inkwell. And the inkwell will have a child container, and it will have a padding of const edge insets dot symmetric from vertical 12 horizontal 16, and it will have a child of text E. And since this is an inkwell, we need to add an on tap feature over here, which will be empty for now. And at the end of the inkwell, what we want to do is first format the document, and at the end of the inkwell over here, we're going to have .to list. So basically what we did over here is gave it a list of children. Then we had a delete over here. We mapped through all the children. For now it was just delete. And then we returned an inkwell widget with a container and padding so that we can click on it. And whenever there's on tap, we will do something about it. So yeah, this is pretty much it. Now let's see if it works. If I go over here and click over here, you can see the delete option coming up. Pretty cool. Now the next thing I want to do is show the image over here. So I can get out of this row. I'll name this image section, and on the top I can name it header section. And over here we are going to have a sized box of height, let's say media query dot of context dot size dot height into 0.35, not 0.035. Then a width of maximum available width. Then we'll have a child, and here we'll pass in image.network, and the image.network will have some image which we'll grab from here. Let's grab one image. Let's grab this one. We'll copy the image address and paste it over here. Then in the image.network itself, we are going to have fit in the, and the fit is going to be boxfit.cover. After this is done, let's see why we are getting this error. So we need to take this sized box from here and put it after the container, not inside the container. That was my mistake. And we need to format this document. Now we should see our image showing up. Pretty cool. Now we need to show the the heart emoji, the heart button, the comments button, and all of that stuff. So we can go down over here and we can just say like, comment, section, and over here we are going to have a row, as we know, because we have to put all of this in a horizontal direction. Then we are going to have an icon button, which is not going to have an on press, and it will have const icon of icons.favorite. So it is either going to be icons favorite, which will be colors.red, when it's liked, and when it's not liked, it is going to have a border of only white, and this will be favorite border, but for now let's just keep it this way. Then we'll have another icon button. We can just copy this and paste it down, and our icon is going to be comment_outlined, and the color, we don't want anything, so that it's the default comment icon that we get. And we'll have another icon button which we can paste, and this is going to be icons.send, so that we get the share button. Now let's see what we're getting, and yeah, this is exactly what we wanted. Now the next thing we want is, at the end we want to have a bookmark icon so that people can save it, and with your knowledge you'll be able to complete that task. I'm not going to complete that task. So we'll have an expanded icon, and we'll have child, which will be aligned, and the alignment will be at the bottom right corner. So we can do alignment bottom alignment dot bottom right. Then we are going to have a child, and our child is going to be an icon button. It will have an icon which will be const icon icons dot bookmark underscore border, and it will also have an onPressed function which will return nothing. And we can format this document, and let's see if we're getting that. And yep, this is exactly what we wanted. So the UI of this is done. This part is done. The next thing we want to add is a bit of description over here, and then the number of comments that we have received. Let's work on that. So over here, after this row over here, we can type description and number of comments, and we'll have a container, we'll have some padding, all the usual stuff. Don't get scared about the padding stuff. It's just trial and error. You'll have to try some values. If this doesn't fit, you'll have to change it by some pixels and then try it again. It's not that big of stuff. Then we'll after this padding has been done, we want a column, and it will have a main axis size dot minimum, a cross axis alignment of cross axis alignment dot start. We'll have children over here, and the first child over here is going to be a text, and the text will say, suppose 1231 likes, and it will have a style of theme dot of context dot text theme dot body text 2. So this is the usual theme that we have in the the dark over here in the main.dart file. If we go, you can see it in the theme data.dark, all of this. So we are just copying that text theme that is provided to us by the dark function. and you can see we are getting the number of likes. We also need to add a bit of font weight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this with a widget called default text style, and the default text style will have a style of theme dot of context dot text theme dot subtitle 2 dot copy width, and we are going to add some font weight. Let's say we'll add a font weight of 800, and we can format this document and go over here. We'll see it is a bit bolded. Now the next thing we want to add is a bit of spacing, and then we need to add the username of the user and then a bit of description. So what we can do is, after this default text time, we can have a container, and the container will be of the width double dot infinity. Will have a padding of const edge insets dot only top 8. It will have a child of rich text. Rich text basically allows us to have multiple texts in it, text spans if I have to be more precise, and then we can arrange them in a row wise order so that we don't have to create a row and then do some configurations. This is like a this is like a row widget for text. There are multiple more features that rich text provides us, like having a text style for each and every text. You can see it over here. Basically we can set the text to text span, and the text span will have a style of const text style color, and the color is going to be white. Then we'll have children, and in that children we are going to have more text spans. So the first text span is going to show the username, so we can write text span, and the text will be username, and the style will be text style of font weight dot bold. Now what we can do is put a const in the text style. After this text span, what we can do is copy this text span and put it up again, and the description is going to be, let's say, hey, this is some description to be replaced. Then we can remove this text style and format the document. Let's see, we are getting this, which is a pretty cool output and is similar to what we wanted. We can even leave some space over here so that there's some spacing. Pretty cool. So after this container over here, we want to show the number of comments. So we are going to add a container which says child, which has a child, which says text view all, let's say 200 comments, and we'll have a style of text style. We'll have font size of 16 and a secondary color. Then we'll have a bit of padding as well, so we can do it at the top. Padding edge insets dot symmetric, and from vertical 4, so that we leave a bit of space from the description, and down, so we can format this document. And let's see our output. View all 200 comments. Looks pretty good. Now I can format this, and I'm going to replace I'm going to wrap this with an inkwell widget so that I get the on tab feature, and if I click on it, I'll be redirected to the comment screen. I'll save this. Alright, now the last thing we want to show is the date over here. So what I can show is after this inkwell, we can probably just copy this container from here and paste it down. Then our date is going to be, let's say, 22/12/2021, and we're going to have a padding of, this is what our padding will be. Let's try to run our app and see how it looks. Looks like the way we wanted it. Yep. Now we'll try to get the values from Firestore. Cool. Now we have the UI of our post and the feed. So the next thing we want to do is get the data from our Firebase Firestore and display all of these posts on our feed over here. So to display the user posts from the Firebase Firestore on our screen is what we have not looked at before. We have looked at calling the get method on the document. So we have a collection and we have a document, and over there we have got the get function. But over here we don't have a specific a document on which we have to call. We have to call it on all the documents that are present in the posts collection. So we are going to do that, and also we want all of them real time. As we saw it before, get on the get on collection on the document was a one-time read. We don't want that. Over here, whenever we click over here on the heart button, the like counter should increase in the database and should reflect over here. Whenever we comment, it should reflect over here, and this is what we want. And all of this, whenever a new post gets posted, it should show up directly on the screen and we don't need to refresh. So that's what we are going to work on. Everything is going to be real time. So let's work on it. So in the body, we are going to replace this post card right now with something called a stream builder, because to listen to the real time stuff, we need to use streams. So we'll pass in a stream over here. And what is our stream going to be? Well, we're going to call in the Firebase Firestore and its instance dot collection. And which collection do we want? Users collection, posts collection, sorry. So we'll get posts, and over here we can't get, we won't do get because it will return to us a future, and this is not a future builder, this is a stream builder, and we want to do a real-time listening. So what we can call is snapshots. You can call snapshots on a document ID as well if you want, but we want to do it for all the post IDs that are present over here. We want to display all of them, so we're going to use snapshot, and we'll get a builder. Now the builder will get two functions, context and a snapshot, and make sure to explicitly mention the type of the snapshot, which will be async snapshot, which will be of the type query snapshot, and this query snapshot will be of the type map, and this map will be string comma dynamic. And if you don't want to write so much of code for the snapshot type, what you can do is follow a cheap trick which I'll show you in a while, using which you won't get any error. So if we do if snapshot dot connection state is equal to connection state dot waiting, this is similar to our main.dart file. We use stream builder over here and we check the connection state and everything. Similar to that we are going to do. So if our connection state is waiting, what we are going to return is a centered circular progress indicator. So we can do child circular progress indicator, and after this we can return a list view builder because we want a list of posts. So we can do list view builder, and in the item builder we can have a context and an index, and over here we'll get a container, and in the container we'll have a child of post card. Put a semicolon And actually we can even remove the container. There's no need of the container as of now. And we can remove this semicolon. And this is not going to be a constant as of now because we're going to pass in some arguments to the postcard so that we can display stuff over here. Cool. Now we have to mention the item count over here, and our item count is going to be the snapshot that we have over here. Snapshot dot data, whatever data this snapshot has, because it's not going to be null. And we are going to have dot docs dot length. It can be null, so it can be considered the item count as length as 0. But over here what we're doing is snapshot dot data. So we're getting the data, and we are calling the docs method on it, which will give us a list of the document IDs that we have over here, basically all of these. And then we can call the length function on this list, and it will get the length of the postcards. So now if we run this, we should get 3 postcards with the static data, and that is exactly what we get because we have 3 documents over here. Now let's try to render the data that is present in the postcard over here. So to do that, first we'll need to pass in an argument to postcard that these are the data of our posts. So we can do snapshot dot data dot docs. As I mentioned, it covers all of these 3 docs that we have, and we're going to grab one doc from here at a time because we are calling list view builder on it. It will run 3 times, and the first time the index will be 0, then 1, then 2. So we'll call the docs and we'll grab the first document from here. So that will be index, and then we'll call dot data on it. Now if we go in the postcard, we can accept a value of snap over here, and we always want the snap, so we can do it as required this dot snap. We can format this document. Now we've got the power of snapshot over here, so we just need to display the snapshot. So how can we do that? Well, first of all, we want to display a network image. So this network image is basically our profile picture, not our profile picture, whoever user posted this, so his profile picture. So what we can do is snap and we want to grab the profile image, so we can do prof image, and if we save it, we should see the profile image showing up. All of the 3 users are the same users, so we are not getting any difference over here, but it will get the profile image over here basically. Then we need to show the username, so we can do snap and we can pass in username if that's what the field over here is. Yep, we can see this, and we should get our username as well. You can see all of them Rivan Ranawat. Now I want to show a different image, so what I can do over here, go down, I'll replace this image.network with snap, and it will be post URL. We can format the document, and let's see the different images that we have. And this is a confirmation that we are getting 3 different images, but it's posted by the same user as well. Now let's get the likes thing. So if we go down, the likes should be replaced with snap likes, but as you notice over here, the likes over here is an array, so we need to do snap at likes dot length, and we'll do string interpolation over here, $, and we'll pass in likes over here so that we see 0 likes right now. Pretty cool. After that, we again need to display our username, so we can do snap username, then snap, and we'll pass in description. So that will be description over here. And lastly, we'll have comments over here, which we'll fetch using future builder, because our comment over here is going to be, in a sub collection, so it won't keep track of the sub collection. It only keeps track of the current collection and its documents, not the sub collection. For the sub collection, you can either again use stream builder, or you can use future builder, and we're going to use futures for this. So we can just keep this stationary. And for the date published, this one is the key over here. So if we want to get the date, we can't do snap date published, because if we go over here, the date published is not a string, it's of a type timestamp. So we can't do that. So instead, what we're going to do is use a package named as Intel. We'll go on pub.dev. You can grab the Intel package. It will be mentioned in the description below. You can grab this package. You can add it to your dependency. We have to stop all the app processes that are running in the background. So over here, we are going to use date format dot YMMD, basically year, month, and date. And then we are going to format this with snap date published. But over here, format takes in a date time. So what we're going to do is pass this and convert it to date. And we are going to format the document. We're going to save it. Now let's rerun our app and wait for it to show up. So our app is loaded up, and let's see the thing that is coming. And we can see that the date is coming up properly, December 22, 2021. You can read the Intel documentation to know more about it, like if you want to show in some other format. There are lots of varieties from which you can check and format your format your date. And you can even see that we are seeing the description, but the username and the description are, attached together. I want to do some spacing. So what I can do is over here in the snap description, I'll do string interpolation. I'm going to cover this, and I'm going to leave one space. So with this, I'm able to leave some space after the username. So the next thing we need to do is whenever we double tap this image or we click over here, we should see some animation, and then the data should get updated in our Firebase Firestore. Let's do that. So for the like animation, we need to create another widget, and we'll call it like animation. Let's create that. And over here, we're going to import material Dart. And we are going to create a stateful widget, and we'll call it like animation. Now to create this animation, we are going to use something known as tween animations. Let's do that. So to access, the tween animations and some controllers, we'll have to inherit from single tick provider state mixin. So yeah, then we need to create an animation controller. Animation controller. Now we have to call in init state, and in the init state, we'll have to set controller to animation controller. And the vsync will be this, and we'll start a duration, and the duration will be in milliseconds. And the duration we can give is what we can accept from the constructor over here. So we're going to have multiple constructor arguments. The first one will be a child, what we need to display, what should the like animation, like what should be the child of this like animation parent widget. Then we'll have a boolean, which is it animating or not, then a duration, which will be how long the duration of our this should be, like animation should be, then a final void callback, which can be null, which will be on end, and then a boolean value which will be small like. We'll know the purpose of all of this while we are doing this. Now let's require all of this. So I've required all of these fields. You can check that this duration has a duration. If no duration is mentioned, it can be of duration of 150 milliseconds. And then if the small like is not mentioned, it will be false. That is, it's the original value. Then over here we have created an init state, and the milliseconds can be widget duration dot in milliseconds, and then we are going to use this syntax over here, which basically divides the duration in milliseconds by 2 and then converts it into int. Then the next thing we want to do is we need to create a scale. So let's create a scale, late animation double scale, and the scale will be scale which is equal to tween double, and the animation should begin from 1 and end at 1.2, and we need to animate this, and to animate this we need to pass in the controller using which we need to animate. So we can pass in the controller animate. Now the next thing we want is did update widget over here. So this widget will be called whenever our current widget is replaced by another widget. And so if the current widget is replaced by another widget, what we want to do is we want to check if the widget dot is animating is not equal to the old widget that we get from the parameter over here is animating. What we need to do is start animation. Now this will be a function which we are going to create now. So the start animation will be an asynchronous process, and we'll check if the widget that we have is animating or if the widget is small like. So if the widget is still animating, what we need to do is take the controller forward, then we need to reverse the controller, then we need to add some delay so that the heart animation icon stays there for a bit of while. Then we can do const duration of milliseconds 200, and then we need to check if the widget dot on end is not equal to null, then we just need to end the widget. So we'll call the void callback function that we have received from the argument, and we'll call the exclamation mark since it can be null. And we also need to dispose our method from here, like the controller from here, so we can dispose it. Controller dot dispose. Now in our widget build function we need to return something known as scale transition, and this scale transition requires a scale which we'll pass in a scale which we created, and a child which will be widget dot child. Now our like animation widget is completed. So basically this duration tells us that how long the like animation should continue. The child is basically to have the to make like animation the parent widget. Then we have on end which will be called to end the the like animation. Then a small like to check if this like button was clicked or not, because there will be a bit of a bit different animation for it. So small like is for this, so that if this is clicked we can still animate. And Yeah, this is all of the parameters that we have, and this is the way we have animated them. So we can go in the postcard, and over here we can check our favorite. So over here in the icon button, we can wrap our icon button with a widget, which will be like animation, our custom widget, and we'll pass in is animating over here. Now, how do we know that the like animation is animating or not? So to do that, we need to basically check if the snap we have and the likes over there, basically the array of snap likes, contains the user ID or not. So we can check that if it contains the user ID. To get the user ID, what we can use is provider. So we can call this final user. Let's import the user. User is equal to provider dot of context, and it will be of the type user provider dot get user, and then with that user we can go down where our like animation was, and we'll check if it contains user dot uid. Then we'll make sure that the small like over here is true, because this is a small like button, and we won't see any difference over here because, well, the use snap likes won't update because we haven't set the update method over here, but we'll do that, and after that we'll see the animation as well. But we can go on the picture, so whenever we double click we should see a heart icon coming up. We can do that. So we have to move to our network image. So we have our sized box over here. So we are going to wrap the sized box with a stack. So we have wrapped the sized box with a stack. This is because we need to show a heart icon on the top of the image whenever the user double clicks. So yeah, we have done this. Now we'll have a size box, and after that we're going to use like animation widget that we have, and it will receive a child of const icons dot favorite, and we need to show a icon of colors dot white, and the size of this is going to be a big, so let's just say it will be 100. Now we can format the document, and where we have to pass in the is animating value, and is animating value will be something known as, we'll have to create is like animating value, and we also have to pass in the duration. The duration will be const duration, and I want to show it for some time more, so it can be 400 milliseconds. Then we also provide the on end callback, and in the on end callback we'll basically have to set the state of is like animating boolean value that we'll have to false. So let's create is like animating over there. So let's go on the top and create a value. First of all, we'll have to convert this postcard to a stateful widget, and we'll have to use boolean is like animating, and we'll have to set it to false, and then we'll have to take this value, go to the bottom of the screen, basically wherever we add the stack, and over here on end we'll have to set the state, and we'll change is like animating to true, and also we'll have to cover this stack with a gesture detector, because we need to detect if the user double clicked on this image or not. So we'll have to cover this with a stack itself. So we'll do on tap, and on tap, not on tap actually, it will be on double tap. And this is the difference between inkwell and gesture detector. Gesture detector provides us with a ton of various functions, and Inkwell provides us with basic features. And on double tap, what we can do is set the state of is like animating to true. Now let's save our app and run it. Now let's see how it looks. Now you can see this is showing up, and it is in the center. It's not in the center, so I'll change the alignment of this tag to alignment dot center. Now let's run our app, and you can see that it's showing up in the center. I want to maybe increase the size of this. You can increase it by going over here and increasing the size to, let's say, 120. And yeah, looks good. Now we'll have to cover this like animation with something known as opacity. And this is because we don't want the like button to show up all the time. We only need it to show when our is like animating boolean is true. So we can just do this. And actually the opacity doesn't provide us with any animation. I want the animations to show up when it's fading and when it's showing up. So I can cover this with animated opacity, a widget provided by Flutter, and we'll pass in a duration of const duration. Milliseconds will be 200, and opacity will be based on the is like animating. So if it is animating, we need to completely show it, right? And if it's not, then we don't have to show it, so we can turn it to 0. The opacity has to be within a value of 1 and 0. Now we can run our app and see if it's working or not. So if we do that, you can see this showing up, but it doesn't fade away because in our onEnd function we have set it to true. We have to set it to false. And now let's try to see. So if I do this, it shows up and disappears. It shows up and it disappears. And this is the like animation we wanted. To see the animation over here, we'll have to configure and update our values in the Firebase Firestore because this value is linked over there. So to do that, we'll go to our Firestore methods class over here and we'll create a function named as like post. We're going to have a return type of void over here because we're not suspecting any error that can happen, and if that happens, we don't want to show it to the user. We won't show any output only. So that's what I'm going to do. If you want to show the error to the user, if some error occurs, you can display it in the res, the variable that we create with res and that format. But over here, I'm just going to do this. So basically, I'm taking in from the parameters post ID, UID of the user, and the likes list, and we're going to create an async function. We are taking list of likes from parameter only because we don't want to make another call to our database to read the number of likes when we get the number of likes in our feed screen itself using the stream builder. So what we can do over here is have a try catch block. And whenever any exception comes in, what we're going to do is print the exception in string format. And in the try block, what we're going to do is whenever we like the post, if I suppose like the post, I want to make sure that if the list of likes already contains my UID, that is the list over here will contain UIDs of the user. So I want to check if the likes over here contains the UID, then we need to dislike the post, right? Suppose this post is already liked, I'll click over here. So I want to dislike the post. So to dislike it, I have to remove from the likes array my UID. And if the likes does not contain my UID, then I need to make sure that I add my UID in the array. So what can we do? We can first check if the likes contains UID. That means we have already liked the post in the past. So what we're going to do is take the Firestore collection posts and we'll go to the post ID document So suppose this is our post. So we'll take the posts, then go to our post ID, and then we are going to call update over here, not set, not add or anything for any other function that we saw. Update, because you need to change only one value. If you do set over here, then you need to pass in all the values, and this will be a lot harder. And we just have to do update over here so that we can update only one data over here, which is the likes array. So in the likes array, what do we need to update? So we just need to add our UID over here. So if there is an already existing like over here, we need to add our UID as well. So to do that, what we're going to do is take field value dot array remove, and then we're going to add our UID. So with this, basically we've told Firebase to go to the likes field, and then we need to take in all the array members and remove only the current UID of our user, which is this UID that we are receiving from the parameter. So we need to remove our UID from here. And else what we can do is take this Firestore again, and over here we'll call array union. And as you might have expected, if the likes does not contain our UID, then we need to take in all the already existing array members and add our UID in it. Cool. After that is done, we can first of all await all of this function. And save. Then in our feed screen, in our postcard file, we'll have to go to our two like options. First, we'll go to the double tap animation heart icon one, and over here in our on double tap, what we're going to do is set Firestore methods dot like post. And in the like post, let's see, it's a future void, so we can await this and call async over here, and we can do like post. And in the like post, what we need to add is post ID. We can get that using, now we'll have to do widget.snap because it has become a stateful widget, and we'll have to do widget.snap, and the name will be post ID. Then the next thing we want is UID, so we can do user.uid, and the last thing we need is likes. To get the likes, we can again do widget.snap likes. And now if I save and try to do it again, we should see that on double tap we should get our likes in the post ID. So suppose I do this. So as you can see, we are getting some error over here. We are getting some requested document not found. And over here, the error we have made is we have misspelled posts. So do that, and after that we should again rerun our app, and let's see it in action. So I'm over here on the first post. I'll do this, and you can see the like counter incremented because we had done post at likes, and you can see that our likes array now consists of our UID. And now if I again do this, it turned 0. That means it removed the UID from the array, and you can see this updated as well. So now we also need to do that for other type. So if we click over here, we should be able to like the post. So what we can do is just copy this from here, and in the like animation over here, what we can do is convert this to an arrow function. Actually, we want this function because it's an async process. So we can do async and then put our like post over here. Then we'll format the document, and let's try to run our app. So if I click over here, you can see a little bit of animation that I have previously mentioned, and we're getting one like. Now this is always showing red. We need to change that. What we can do is over here in the favorite icon itself, we need to do conditional rendering. So we need to check if the widget.snap likes contains user ID, basically this line that we wrote. If the snap contains the user ID, what we need to show is, well, the heart icon. Basically this means that the user has liked the post, so we need to show a filled favorite icon. And if it's not, then what we need to show is a const icons dot favorite border, and we'll put a comma over here. Let's format a document and see if it's showing up. You can see this happening. I'll reload my app, and we have already liked the post, so it's showing up a heart. Now if I remove this post, it will be 0 likes, and if I again restart my app, we shouldn't see our heart over here. Now I can like it again. I can remove the like. You can see the slight animation that's taking place. This is because of the like animation widget that we created over here. And now if we go over here, we can see this showing up. All of this is possible with streams that we used in our app, the snapshot and everything. Now let's work on the comment screen. So to create the comments, first we'll have to display it on a new screen, and in the bottom we'll and after we do that, we will decide how our layout of the comment screen should look like. So let's create our comment screen, and over here we're going to import the material package, and we will have to create a stateful widget, comments screen. Then over here we'll have to return a scaffold because it's a new page that we're drawing. Then we need an app bar, and the app bar will say, basically it will have a background color that is mobile background color, and then the title will be const text comments, and we'll have to turn center title to false so that it comes in the left aligned position. And after doing that, let's try to see our app. So in the feed screen, in the postcard screen, whenever the user clicks on the comment outlined icon, what we need to do is transition the user to another page. So we can use navigator, navigator dot of context dot push, and we'll have material page route, we'll have context, and then we're going to pass in the comments screen. We're not making it a constant because after some time we'll have to pass in, a list of some parameter. So let it be this way. Then if we click over here, we can see the comments that are happening. Now let's decide how our app is going to look. Basically there will be lots of comments. So we'll have a comment over here, a comment over here, and in the bottom we're going to have a text field, and this text field will be for commenting. So we can write C over here, and then in the comment section what we want to do is show the profile picture of the user. Then we want the username of the user, then whatever text the user wrote, and over here we're also going to have a like button. But you're not going to implement the features of the like button. I'll leave it up to you, and you have enough knowledge to create the like feature on the comment screen. Cool. And over here we are going to have some more features like comment as, and the username of the user, then the profile picture of the user. So small functionalities, but yeah, we are going to make use of our state management and output all of them. So this is how the app is going to look like. First, let's work on the text input field. In our comment screen class, we will have a bottom bar, navigation bar. And in the bottom navigation bar, it accepts a widget. So we can safely type in any widget we want. And I want to have a safe area widget, which will be a parent. And in that, we want a child of container, which has a height of k toolbar height. This is basically, the toolbar height of the app bar. And then we'll have margin, and the margin will be agencies dot only. From the bottom we leave media query dot of context dot view insets. This is something new that we're seeing. Dot bottom, and the padding will be from the left and right. Agencies dot only, from the left 16 and from the right 8. After that, this will have a row, and the row will have lots of children. We have a row over here because we want to show the text input field, and beside that a comment or post button over here. That's why. And also a circle avatar, as you can see over here. So in our row, we first need to have a circle avatar. No, first we'll have to pass in children, and in the children we'll have circle avatar, and there is going to be a background image, and we can use network image. Again, we can go to our friend unsplash.com, can grab the first image address and paste it over here. Then we'll have a radius, then we'll have a property of radius, and the radius I want to be 18. Now we can format the document, save it, and we should be able to see some output over here. And you can see we are seeing a profile picture. This profile picture is going to be our profile picture, by the way. Cool. Now the next thing we would need to do is have a text input field over here. So what we can do is create a text field, and we'll add a controller first. And for now, let's not pass in the controller. So we want to have a decoration, and the decoration will be input decoration. Then the hint text can be comment as username, whatever username we get, like whatever our username is. And we'll have a border of input border dot none. Let's save it. And we are getting some errors over here. This is because the text field and the size issues that we have. So what we can do is wrap this in expanded so that it takes the maximum possible space available, and we can save it. Now if we run our app, we should be able to see the comment screen, and we can see it over here. But I want to leave some padding over here because it's kind of looking gross. So we can wrap text field with the padding, and the padding has to be only, and from the left it will be 16, and from the right it will be 8. Having that in place, we'll save, and you can see it's looking much better. The last thing we want to add is an inkwell widget over here, which will be used to click on over here, and then we can post it. So we'll have inkwell, and it will receive an on-tap function which will be not empty for now. And we'll have a child which will be a container. We'll again add some padding. From the vertical we'll have 8, and from the horizontal we'll have 8. Then we need to have a child of constant text which just says post, and the style can be text style of colors dot blue accent, and we can format the document. And if we see, we are getting the post over here. Pretty cool. And if we change it to blue color that we have from the colors.dot file, let's see how it looks. I don't see much major difference. Yeah, we can just keep this blue color over here. Now the UI of the username part is done. We can go to the top and build a comment card basically. So every comment will have a comment card just like the post. So we had a post cards over here. We want to do the same for the comments. So we can go over here and create comment cards. So in our body, what we can do is show a comment card. So in our widgets, we'll create comment underscore card dot dart. Over here, we'll again import the material package. Then we'll have a stateful widget of comment card, and obviously we'll have to get a snapshot from the user, but we'll not take that now. We are just building the UI of our app. Then the container will return a padding of const edge insets dot symmetric, and from the vertical we'll have 18 padding and horizontal 16. Then we'll have a child of row. Why row? Because we need to show the username, the user profile, the username, the text that the user has entered, and the like feature that we have. So in our row, we'll again have a circle avatar. Again, we need to pass in children. Then circle avatar, a background image, and the background image can be network image. We can copy another image from here. Let's say this one. And after that, we'll have a radius of 18. We can format the document. And after this circle avatar, the next thing you want to show is, first of all, let's import this comment card so that we see some of the stuff showing up. So yeah, this circle avatar shows up. And the next thing you want to do is show the text of username and the description and the text that the user enters as a comment. So what you can do is create a padding. Padding will be from the left only 16. In our child, we'll have a column, and the column will be cross-axis alignment dot start, which means it will start from the start. Then the main axis alignment will be main axis alignment dot center. Then it will have a bunch of children, and in the children we need to have something known as rich text that we have looked at earlier, and the text will be a text span, and the text span can have children, and in the children it will be text span. Then the text span will have a text of, let's say, username over here, which will be bolded. And after that, we can again copy this text span from here, paste it over here, and we can write some description to insert. What we need to do is remove this bracket from here and go up here. We don't want any styling for our description. Now let's try to see it, and you can see it's showing up in the center. Very cool. After this rich text, we need to show padding. After this rich text, we actually need to show, the date of the user. So after this, we need to have a padding again, which will show, and this padding will be for the date. So we can do edge insets dot only top 4. Then it will have a child, and the child will be text, and it will show the correct date. So what is our date? Let's say 23/12/21. And we'll have a style of text style, and it will be pretty small, so we'll just set 12, and a font weight will be a font weight .w400, not very bolded and not very not very thin as well. So we can save this, and let's see, we are getting 23/12. Cool. The last thing we need to add is outside this column and outside of this padding, in our row, we need to add a container, and you might have guessed it why we need this container, for the like button. So you can do const edge insets dot all 8, and it will have a child of icon, icons dot favorite, and the size will be 16. We can set it to const over here for the document. Now let's see if you're getting that icon over here. But as you can see, it's looking pretty shabby over here. It's all coming together, which I don't like. So what I'm going to do is wrap this padding with an expanded widget so that it takes all the available space. Expanded, and we can save it and see all of this comes into place. So the next thing we want to do now is, display and, store all the data that we comment in our Firestore database. It will be fairly easy to do so. I'll just give you one hint what we need to do. So in our posts, over here we have a post ID and over here all the data, but we don't want comment as one of the fields over here. We want comment as a sub collection so that, we can have a look at what sub collections are and how can we get some data from there. So yeah, you have to do that. Pause the video and try it on your own. If you fail, you can always see it and learn from it. So the first thing we need to do is change all of this, the user profile image, the username. So over here, what we can do is again user provider. I'm going to copy paste it. I'm going to import this user provider, then the user class, and then the provider package. You can just press command and full stop to get all of this corrections, suggestions. And with this user, we can go over here, replace the network image with user.photo URL, and over here comment as this will become user.username. We can save it. Now let's see, we are getting our username Revan Ranath and a profile picture, which is pretty cool. So now the next thing we want to work is whenever we click on the post icon, we should save our data in the database. So let's do that. In our Firestore methods, we will create a function which will be future string of post comment, and it will generally take in a post ID so that we can go to the post ID, and in that collection we can create one collection, and it will have a text that will require whatever we type in over here, the UID of the user to store it, the name of the user, and the profile of the user. The reason we are storing the user ID over here along with profile pic and username is because when I'm not adding this functionality, but for y'all, if you click on this username over here, you can wrap the username text with an Inkwell widget, and when you click over here, it will show you the profile screen that we'll create in some while. And yeah, this is why we are storing the UID and name and profile pic. So here we'll have a try catch block. So you can do try catch. In case of any exception, we can just print it e.toString. We can format this document. Then we need to check that if the text is not empty, whatever the user has entered is not empty, then what we can do. So if the text is not empty, what we can do is, first of all, get the Firestore.collection, and our collection is going to be posts collection, and then we'll go to the document of post ID, and over here make sure to add another collection because we need a sub collection in that. So we'll add collection of comments, and we are going to pass in another document ID. So we have our comments collection over here. Then we'll add a comment ID that we'll generate using UUID package, and it will have, the comment will have some other things like profile pic, name of the user, UID of the user, the text that we have, all of those stuff. So we can just do that. So in the comments.collection, and we'll create a comment ID. So what we can do over here is string comment ID, and we'll do constant UUID dot version 1, and we can take this and pass it in the doc comment ID and dot set it. And after this, we need to pass in the profile pic and everything. For this, we are not going to model our data because comment isn't necessary right now, because we won't be using comments anywhere like post and user. But if you want, you can surely make a model. That will be a better choice. I'm not going to do that. And we can have profile pic as profile pic. Then the name of the user as the name of the user. Then UUID. And then lastly we'll have date published, and the date published will be date time dot now. And yeah, this is pretty much it. We'll await this because this will be an asynchronous function. And this is pretty much it. If the text is not empty, then we don't want to do anything. So we can just type for us that, text is empty. Or you can follow the rest format that we have, and over here our post comment will be future void. You can always follow the rest format. I'm not going to do that. And we can save this. We'll grab the post comment from here, go to our comment screen, and beside the on tab we're going to have this, and this will be an async because we need to await it. So we can do Firestore methods dot post comment, and the post ID will be, we'll have the snap that we get, so it will be final snap, and we will require this. So require this dot snap. Basically the snap will be the snapshot. We will be using Stream Builder again, and you're familiar with Stream Builder, so we'll get the snap again similar to the post screen that we did, and we can get the snap. And over here we'll have widget dot snap, and we'll have a post ID, then a widget dot snap text. Give the UID, we'll do user dot UID, then the name will be user dot username, and lastly the profile pic will be user dot photo URL. We can format the document. First of all, and over here we are going to await this post comment, the future we have, and then we can save it. Last thing over here is in the comment screen we can't directly show this. To give the snap required, what we'll have to do is pass in the post ID, and the post ID will be widget dot snap, and it will be post ID dot to string. Let's see why we are getting this error. We have to pass in the snap argument, so we can do snap this. Yeah, and we can format the document. Let's save and rerun our app. So if we click on the comment screen, we should see this. And now I'm going to comment over here. We can see that we have no sub collections on any of this. So I can type over here first comment, and we can hit on post. And over here we can see that we are getting an error. Type string is not a subtype of type of int index. Over here the error we had is we were passing widget.snap post ID. We want to send the widget.snap only and not the post ID. And again, if we go over here, we should post something like hello world, and we can post. We are again getting this error, and over here we are getting this error because we made a very silly mistake. First of all, we need to add a controller over here. So what we can do is final text editing controller, and we'll call it, let's say, comment controller, which will be equal to text editing controller. Then we need to set the state. So we can have, we'll have to call the dispose method over here. And in the dispose method, we are going to dispose of the comment controller right now itself. And after this, we have to take this controller, go to the error part that we're getting, and we'll have to do comment controller.text. And we also need to add a controller to our text field, comment controller. So we were getting this error because we were calling widget.snap text, which didn't even exist because the post doesn't have a field called text. It only has a post ID which we are passing in and the comment controller.text that we have now. Pretty stupid error that we had. We forgot to do that. So now if I go over here, comment as Rwandanath, hello world, and we are not getting any error, that means we should get a sub collection somewhere. We'll have to refresh our database. And if we go, we get a sub collection comments over here. And if we go in the comments, we see another ID of the comment, and it has a comment ID that is similar to this. Date published, name, profile pic, text, and the UID. That means we can store our comments successfully in our database. Now let's try to output the comments on our screen. To show the screens, what we can do is make use of the stream builder again so that we can listen to it real time. And what we can do is in the comment screen, instead of having the body as comment card, we can have stream builder. And in the stream, we'll have to pass in this sub collection of comments. So what we can do is go to the Firebase Firestore .instance.collection of posts, then the post ID, and we can get the post ID by widget.snap, and we'll pass in the post ID. And after that, we can have again another collection of comments where we are going to listen, then snapshots. And if we format the document, we should be able to see this error going away. The next thing we want is builder, and our builder is going to have a context and a snapshot. And as I mentioned previously, you'll have to explicitly tell the type of the snapshot, but we have a cheap trick that we can follow. You want to check first, like if snapshot.connection state is equal to the connection state dot waiting, that means we need to show a circular progress indicator. So we can do return constant center with a child circular progress indicator. We are going to return that. Then after that, we need to return a list of comments. So we'll use return list view dot builder, and we'll have item builder. Again, we'll have context and index over here. Then we'll be able to return, after this list view is done, we need to return comment card, and the comment card has to give in something which we'll fill in some while. So yeah, and we also need to pass in the item count. Now this is where the problem comes in if we don't explicitly mention the type of the snapshot. So if we do snapshot dot data and we mark it as non-nullable, then we can't call docs property over here. You see, we want to do this snapshot.data.docs, but docs is not provided to us because this doesn't know that we'll have a async snapshot which will be a query snapshot and then a map inside of it. It doesn't know this, so we can either again type the async snapshot query snapshot map string dynamic that we did earlier, or we can just bracket this out and say as dynamic. So this means that the snapshot.data can be dynamic, so we can call docs over here. But the only downside of using this is we won't get the autocomplete. So if you're wrong over here, you won't even get to know. So this is a cheap trick. If you want to follow, you can go with this, or you need to explicitly mention the async snapshot thing over here. Cool. I'll keep this for now. And now let's try to, see this. So if I go, you can see the username over here and everything, which shows up only one comment because we have only one comment. Then we can type another comment, hey, second comment, and we can post over here, and you can see our second comment showing up, but the text is a bit different because we need to pass in some text. Also over here, we need to make some spacing, and after this is done, we need to remove the comment text from here. So in our post, what we can do is, after this post comment is done, we can set the state of text editing. No, sorry, we had comment controller dot text dot, which is equal to this. We'll set it to empty. And if we try to send in another one, let's say we'll have to refresh our app because the state of this app changed, and you can see this showing up. Now if we type hey third and post it over here, you can see this comment disappearing after this has been posted. And all of this is real time showing up because we have used Stream Builder. Now let's go to the comment card and edit some of this function. Now let's see what error we are getting. And this was the keyboard error that we have gotten. That's not much of a big deal. You'll not get this on a real device. iOS simulator sometimes causes these issues. Then the next thing we want to do is, in the comment card that we pass over here, we also need to pass in the snapshot of this stream builder. So what we can do is snapshot dot data dot docs dot length, and again we'll have to do snapshot dot data as dynamic. That's why I would recommend following the other method of async snapshot, because every time you'll have to do this, and even no autocomplete, that's a frustrating thing. And now in the comment card, what we can do is have a final snap over here. Then we need to require this snap, so we can do required this dot snap. At no cost, this can be null, and the network image can be, let's say, remove all of this, and we can have widget dot snap, and we'll have to pass in widget dot snap dot data. Actually over here we don't have to pass in snapshot dot docs dot length. Actually we have to pass in the snapshot dot docs at that index. So in our comments, suppose we have this post and comment over here, so what we need to do is snapshot dot data, so we'll get that, and the docs, these three documents, and we have to grab them by their indexes, so 0 1 2. So we'll get the first 0 1, then the second, then the third. And over here we'll also call dot data, so that we don't have to do that again and again over there. So we can remove widget.snap.data from here and instead just write widget.snap, and then we can pass in profile pic. I think that's what we named this, profile pic, correct? Now I'll copy this and we just have to change this part from here, but let's see if we are getting the change description changed, and our username has changed, which is pretty good. Now we can go to the username, have a username as username, and remove the single inverted comma from the side. Save this, and we're not seeing any username. So what we can do is refresh and go over here, and we are not seeing any username because we saved it as name over here. Let's fix that, and we can see run Awat. Now I want to do string interpolation over here again because we need to leave some space from here. So what we can do is leave some space, and we can do widget, I've copied it, widget.snap, and we'll pass in the text over here. Hey hello world, hello, hey second comment, hey third. And the final thing we need to do is this date formatting. So what we can do is date format, which is from the Intel package dot, and we have to follow YMMD format, and we need to pass in the date over here. So what we can do is widget.snap, and we have named it date published over here, and we know that this accepts a date, so we can do dot to date and pass in over here. After this dot YMMD, we also need to call the format, and we also need to pass in this as a function. So we are calling date format dot YMMD, and we need to format in this document widget.snap date published, and we're converting the date published to date because it is a timestamp that we're receiving from the Firebase Firestore. We can also put const over here so that we don't get the error anymore, and we should see December 23 showing up, which is pretty good. And this is all that we need to make change of. And if you want, you can have a heart icon over here, which basically helps you to like. And I think you have enough knowledge to go ahead and do this, because basically this is another comments class that we have. You can create a likes list over here. So you can have a likes list over here, array basically, and then it will be empty for the first one. And whenever the user likes, we can use array field value dot array union or array remove, similar to what we did for this like option over here. And you can even add the the animation part. You just have to cover it with a like animation widget and pass in the duration and everything. I think you'll be able to do it. So now if I type again over here, let's say hello, how are y'all, and post it over here, we should see hello, how are y'all showing up over here. The only problem now I have over here is this is coming up in a random format. So what I want to do is not have this in a random format, but have this in the sorted manner, like the according to the date published. So what we can do is in the comment screen, in the snapshot, what we can do is after this collection we can make use of .order by, and with this we can sort the comments that we have by some particular field, which in our case will be date published. And by default it's descending to false, and we need to make sure that the descending is true. Yes, let's try the descending to true. And you can see hello, how are y'all, hey third, hey second. So whatever the newest comments are, that will be on the top. And if you want to do the opposite, or you can do descending false, and if we do that, you can see the old ones coming up at the top and the new ones coming at the bottom, but we don't want to do that. So I'll keep this, and you can see the newest comments coming at the top. So this is the order by property which Firebase provides us. You can even use some other field like profile pic, the likes that we created right now, and if you want to add that, but we are not going to add that. So you can add based on the likes, and you can descending it with the number of likes one user has, and according to the text, according to the UID if you want, like anything basically. But you would anyways prefer date published because that's how most of the apps are. So we have our working comment screen as well. The last thing we want to do for the post is over here, view all 200 comments. We need to make sure that we have 0 comments over here, or 3 comments right now over here. So what you can do to do this is go to the post card actually. And over here we are going to call the init state, from where we are going to get the data of our app. So init state, and we are going to have a future over here which will get us the comments. So we can type get comments. We can create this function void get comments. It will be an asynchronous function. So it will basically be a future, and it will get us the comment length. So we can type int comment length equal to 0. And the comment length will be this. So what we want to do is get the data, so we can do the get function we can use. So what we are going to do is await this and call Firebase Firestore .instance.collection in our posts. Then we can go to the doc, and we can pass in the post ID, which we will get from the snap that we have gotten from the constructor. We can do post ID. And after that, we are again going to go in the collection of comments and then get from there. And if you do hover over here, you can see query snapshot. We have seen document snapshot. This query snapshot is similar to document snapshot, only that the document snapshot is received when we call a get on this .doc, and query snapshot is received after we get the after we put get after the collection. So you can give it a type of query snapshot and snap and await this. So the difference between query snapshot will be that we will get a list of comments if we do get. So what we can do is comment length, which will be equal to snap.docs. As we saw, it will get us the list of all the documents, and then we can do .length and we can save this. And after that, we can even wrap this in try catch, so that if we get any error, we can see it in our log, or we can display it to the user. So we'll have our catch, and in this catch we will have show snack bar, and the content will be whatever error we get, e.toString, and we'll pass in a context. Then after that, we are going to set the state of our app so that we can see the comment length, and we're going to format this document and see. After this, we can take the comment length that we have and go down to the bottom where we say view all 200 comments, and instead of that we can say view all comment length comments. And if we save that, we should be able to see view all 4 comments, and we have 4 comments. Pretty cool, right? Now since this is a future, if we type a comment over here like hi and post it, we'll not see any update. Only after we go over here and come back, we will see that this has changed to view all 1 comments. So that's why I would recommend you to start using stream instead. But I wanted to show you query collection over here, basically the query snapshot, and that's why I've used the future over here. Else I would have gone with the stream option. Now having that, the last thing is we have to delete this post. Now let's see how we can delete a document from our app. So the next thing we need to work on is whenever we click over this delete function, dialog, we need to delete this post. So to do that, we'll go to the Firestore methods we have, and over here we can create a comment of deleting the post, and it will have a type of future void, and we can delete the post. It will accept 1 string of post ID, and it will be an asynchronous process. And again, we have to wrap it with a try catch block. I think you are familiar with the drill now, so you can just follow the same thing again and again. You can just follow the res format. If you want, you can refer to my GitHub repository below. It has the res format if you're not very familiar with it still, but try to do it on your own. You'll learn it. And after this, the next thing you want to do is take the Firestore. We have to go to the collection, which will be the posts collection. Then we need to document it. We go to the document of post ID, and then we call the delete function on it. This is how easy it gets to delete a document from a collection. And if you call delete on this collection over here, you won't be able to delete the collection. In order to delete the collection, you need to delete all the documents that it has. If you delete all the documents and the collection is empty, it will automatically get removed from our database. And now if we await this, we should see that we have our delete post happening. So we can take this delete post from here, go to our post card, and over here find delete, and in the on tab, what we can do is mark this as an asynchronous process and call Firestore methods dot delete post, and the post ID we have to pass in, which will be widget dot snap, and it will be post ID. And after this on tap is done, and we click over here, it will delete the post for us, but we also want to remove this dialog box that shows up after that. So we can do navigator dot of context dot pop. So after this is done, let's try to delete one post of ours. So let's go over here, delete, and you can see one of our posts got deleted. If I want to delete this post, let's try to delete that, and you can see only one post is remaining, and we can click over here, see the like animation, which is pretty cool, right? Our delete post has been working. So the next thing we need to work on is the search screen over here. Let's do that. So the next thing we need to work on is the search screen. So whenever we go on the search screen, we should see two things. First is a list of an app bar where we can get a form field, and here we can search for a user. And if the user types something and presses enter, we need to show the list of users that are there, right? We need to do that. Else, if nothing is typed, we need to show a search bar and a list view that looks something like this. We have a big image over here, then we have a small image over here, a small image over here, then a small image over here, something like this. So first, let's not complicate ourselves and work on the search screen. So to do that, we'll go to our app over here and create a screen called search_screen.dart. After that, we are going to import the material package, and we are going to create a stateful widget called search screen. Then we can take this search screen from here and go to our global variables where we had saved this, and we're going to replace this with search screen. Now having that, we are going to have a scaffold as well, and we can save this to see an empty screen. Then if we go on the search screen, we see nothing. That is exactly what we wanted. Now at the top, we need an app bar, so we can do app bar, and the app bar will have a background color of mobile background color. Then in the title, we are going to have a text form field, and the text form field will have decoration of input decoration where we will just have to give a hint to the user. So actually, instead of hint, let's give a label, and the label text will say search for a user. We'll have to put it in a string. After that, we'll have to pass in a controller. We'll create a controller now itself. We'll call it final text editing controller search controller, which is equal to text editing controller. Now having that, we can dispose of this as well. So we can take this and put search controller.dispose. Then the next thing we want to do is whenever the field is submitted, because you're not going to give an option of a post or search or anything like that, we are just going to check if the field is submitted or not. So on field submitted, we'll get a string value which we don't care about, and what we're going to do is basically let's just print this value to see what we're getting, if it's a value or not. But since we have our controller over here which we haven't put in, let's put that. Both of these values are going to be the same thing at the end. So yeah, now we can just print this, and if we go over here and search for a user with name Rivan, you can see I'm getting Rivan over here. And if I print, let's say search controller.text, and if I come over here, I should see Rivan on both the ends. If I search for Rivan and press enter, I should get Rivan twice. Show the users. So in the body, we are going to have a future builder because, well, we need to get the data. So over here in the users, we are going to get the data of the users. So we are going to call future builder because, well, it's future. And then you can use Firebase Firestore .instance.collection. And what do we need? A collection of users .get. Now if we do this much, we'll get whenever we type something, we will get the collection of the users, and we'll get all the data of the users, right? But that's not what we want. We want information related to the user that we're searching for. So Firebase provides us with an extra a method which is called where, And with this, where we can pass in a field that we want to check, for example, username. You can even check for, a bio, email, UID, or if you had a display name, you can add that as well. So over here, I'm going to check for the username. So wherever username is, you can have multiple methods over here, is equal to, which will return to us, a username is greater than. It will check the ASCII value of the username that it passes through every time, and will check if the any name is greater than the username that we'll provide over here. And basically it will check ASCII values for each and every function. So what we want is called is greater than or equal to. If we put is equal to, it will exactly check for the username that we give it, but we don't want that. We want it to be either equal to, or less, or somewhere equal to that name. So we're going to put this name, and what does it have to be equal to? Our search controller dot text, and we format the document. So with this, we are getting the username which is similar to this text over here. Cool. Now if we have a builder over here, we can have context and a snapshot, and we can again check if the snapshot has any data or not. If the snapshot has no data, it will return a constant center child circular progress indicator. And if there is data, what we need to show is a list view builder. So we can return a list view builder. And this list view builder will have item count, and the item count is going to have snapshot.data. And as we have discussed before, we need to pass in the value for the snapshot, but I haven't done that, so I'm just going to type this as dynamic. And then we are going to call .docs.length. And in the item builder, we are going to have a context and an index, and we are going to return a list style. Now this list style will how will it look? It will have a circle avatar, then the username, and that's it. That's all we want. So we can create that stuff with the list style. Pretty easy, right? So we will have a leading element as a circle avatar, and the circle avatar will have a background image of network image, and the network image will be this snapshot. We have to remove this toString from here. It will have snapshot.data.docs, and we'll grab that docs by index. So what we're doing is we got a selected user. So in the Firebase console, if you go, you click over here, you can filter it by this, and you can have a preview of what's happening. So we have filtered by a field named username. Then we are adding a condition where it's greater than or equal to, and let's say we are going to type RRR. And now if we apply, you can see there are two RRR usernames over here, and we can grab them. Now it will go over the indexes. So this is the 0th element, then the second element or first element. It will grab this, then it will get the data of this element over here, and then we need to access the photo URL property on it. Cool. Now after this, we need to have a title element, and the title will be having text, which will be snapshot.data as dynamic .docs at index username. And if we format this document, put a semicolon over here. So we need to do some conditional rendering. So we'll create a boolean value of do we need to show user or not. So we are going to call it is show users. And if the is show users is going to be true only when the field is submitted. So we can do set state is show users is equal to true. And over here we can conditionally render if is show users is true, then we need to show this, else we can show a text that says posts, which we'll work on in some time. Alright, now that we run our app, we should see the search screen. So we're getting the posts written over here. That is a good thing, because our is show users is false currently, and only when we submit the form should we see the thing happening. So if I type RRR over here, I should see my user and its image. There were two RRR users. I had to delete one because one was the one RRR user was the one where we hadn't put the profile image. We were just checking if our user is generated and stored in the Firebase or not. So I had to delete that one. This is showing up pretty good. So the next thing we want to do is when there is no user searching happening, we need to show the posts. And we'll do that. So now to display it over here, what we need to do is first think of the layout we need to create. So what layout I have in mind is we need to have one post like this over here, then another post that shows up like this, another post that shows up like this, and all of these posts will be from the database, like the post collection of our Firestore database. Then again we'll have a small picture over here, then a small picture over here, then a big picture over here, something like this. So let's try to create that this kind of layout. To make this kind of layout, we're going to use a Flutter package called Flutter Staggered Grid View. It's a pretty great dependency in my opinion. You should check it out. I'll mention the link of this in the description below. And now since we've added a new package, we'll have to stop our app processes. And when do we need to show this? When posts is showing. So basically we'll have to replace our text over here with this. So first of all, we'll have a future builder because we need to get data of the because we need to get the post collection from here. So we'll create a future builder over here, and in the future builder we'll have a context and a snapshot, and then we'll over here check if snapshot dot has data, all the stuff that we did before basically, and only our future will change over here. Our future will become Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection of posts dot get. There are no sub collections in this. We just want the collections stuff over here. We just want to output the images over here. That's why we are doing dot get on the collection. Now if snapshot dot has data, actually if the snapshot doesn't have any data, what do we need to show? We just need to show a constant circular progress indicator. Or you can even put if snapshot dot connection state is equal to connection state dot waiting. Even that works. Then after this is done, we also need to wrap it with a center widget because we need to show it in the center. And we can put it over here and it will be a constant widget. Let's format the document. Remove that. So if snapshot has data, what do we need to show? We need to show something known as staggered grid view dot builder, and it's not builder, we are going to use staggered view dot count builder. It has a lot of methods like this, you can check it out, but we are going to use the staggered grid view dot count builder, and it will take in a cross axis count first, which will be 3. Then it will have an item count, which we'll pass in as snapshot dot data as dynamic dot docs dot length. And after this is done, we'll have a grid. We'll have to remove this, and we'll have an item builder. And our item builder is basically going to return an image. So we can have context over here, index, and it is going to return image.network, and the image.network is going to have snapshot.data as dynamic, and it will have .docs at index, and we'll get the property of post URL. I hope this line is clear to you. We've used this multiple times, so I think you should be clear with it. Then we'll have staggered tile builder, which will give us an index. And with this index, we are going to return a widget called staggered tile dot count. And over here, the cross-axis cell count is going to be if the index is completely divisible by 7, then we will show 2:1 count. Else, what we are going to show, and in the main axis count, we are going to do the same thing. Right, and now we are going to return this. And we can format the document. So basically, if the index that we have over here, like the image index that we'll receive, is completely divisible by 7, we want a count of 2, or else we want a count of 1. And same for the main axis alignment as well. So like the main axis count. Now if we save this and run our app, we should be seeing that. So as you can see, our app is loaded, and if we go to the search, we are seeing one post over here because we have only one post right now. But it's showing up like this, exactly the way we wanted. We can add another post. Let's choose from gallery and add another post over here. And we can write, hey, all the other posts were deleted. And we can post. And now if we go to the search bar, we should see another post that pops up, and it pops up over here. But you know, this doesn't look as cool as it should, because there's no spacing. All of these elements, both of these elements are stuck together. So we'll create some spacing. So in the main axis spacing, we're going to add a spacing of 8, and we'll do the same for cross axis spacing, and we'll put 8 as well. Now let's try to see our app, and we see this is showing up. Very cool. And you can see that there's a bit of, spacing over here, which looks much cooler. Now the next thing we need to do is, whenever we search for a user, suppose I search for a user with RRR and go over here, we need this to be clickable and show the user profile, where we can, follow the user, see the user's following, see their description and everything. So let's do that. So to do that, the first thing we need to do is create a new screen called profile screen. And this is going to be a reusable profile screen, so that we can show this over here in our profile tab as well. And whenever we click on Revan, suppose I search for a user. By the way, I've cleared my database because, I wanted to make it some sort of clean. So I've just added these. And whenever we click over here, we need to show the profile screen that shows up. And it will be the same thing for the search users and the profile screen over here. So let's do that. The first thing we will need is importing the material dart. And after that, we'll need a stateful widget, because this is a profile screen, because we'll need to have an init state function and everything. We'll see that. And the first thing we need to do is create the UI of our profile screen. So let's create a scaffold. And what I'm going to do is take this profile screen, go in our global variables, and replace this with profile screen, so that we can see our output over here. And now if we save this, we should see an empty screen. Cool. Now how is our profile screen going to look like? So over here, the first thing we would need is an app bar. And in the app bar, we'll have our username over here. Then we'll need a profile picture over here. And then we will need a number of posts, number of followers, number of following, and their subtitles. Then we will need a description or bio over here. Then we'll need a button that will say follow, unfollow, or edit profile. Since it's going to be reusable, we'll configure to work all the 3 ways. And then we need to show the posts of the user. Whatever user has posted, we need to show those posts over here. Right? So now let's work on it. So we have a scaffold in the start. And the next thing we need is an app bar. So we can have an app bar. And our app bar is going to be of the color background color, mobile background color. And the title is going to be of text. and we'll have to pass in some username. For now, let's keep it username, and we won't add any other styling. We'll set the center title to false. Then we need to add a body, but before adding a body, let's see how our app bar is looking now. If I come over here so that we can see it and rerun our app, and over here we can see our username showing up. Pretty cool. Now we need to have our body, and the body we are going to wrap it with a list view because it's going to be multiple things that are coming up. So it will accept a children, and the first thing we need to work on is having a profile picture over here, and beside that we want the stats that show up, like the followers, following, and everything. So let's create that. So we'll first of all have a column because we need. So why do we need a column over here is basically below this profile picture we are going to have a description, and beside this profile picture we are going to have our followers, following, and stats basically. So we need a column, and what I'm going to do is wrap this with a padding because I feel we'll need some padding. We can add padding, and padding can be const edge insets dot all 16. Then we can go to our column and we'll have children. Now in the children we'll have a row as we discussed. We need the profile picture and the stats like this. So we'll have a circle avatar. First of all, we'll have to pass in children, and the first thing we need is a circle avatar, and it will have a background color of colors.gray. So whenever the picture is loading, we'll see a gray color. And we need a background image, and we'll again go to our good friend Unsplash, grab one photo from here and paste it over here. Actually, we need to pass in a network image, and in the network image we need to pass in this URL. We will format this document. Cool, now we have that, and if we save this we should see our profile screen showing up. Now this image is very small, so I can increase the radius of this image, which will be 40. Now if we save and go back, you can see this image is quite big now. Cool. Now after this circle avatar, we need to build a stats kind of thing. So we are going to have the number of the number of posts in digits, then the posts over here, number of followers, then the followers, number of following, and then the following text written below it. So to do that, we are going to have another row, and in that row we are going to have a main axis size of main axis size dot minimum. Then we are going to have a main axis alignment of main axis alignment dot space evenly, because we need them to space out properly. And then we'll have children, and with the children we are going to have the post and this column that we have over here, basically this kind of column. So since we're going to have 3 columns like this, I'm going to build a separate widget for it. So to do that, I'm going to create a function, and I'll call it over here. We are going to create that over here, and we're going to call it column, which is the return type of this widget. Build stat column, and it will take in a int of number and a string of label, and then it will return a column, and the column will have main axis size of main axis size dot minimum, main axis alignment of main axis alignment dot center. We'll have children in it, and the children will be text, which will be the first thing. So this part over here, so it has to be a number, so it will be text number dot toString. then a style, and the style is going to be a text style of font size 22, font weight of font weight dot bold, and we're going to mark it as a constant. After that, we can save this. Then we'll have another text. So we're going to copy this and paste it over here. We're going to make some changes. First of all, the text is going to be label. Then the text style will have a font size of 15, and this is not going to be bold. This is going to have a weight of 400, and the color is going to be colors.gray. Now having that, let's see it in output. So we can go over here, and in the children we can have build start column, and we'll pass in first thing as posts. No, the second thing has to be posts. The first thing will be a number. For now, let's just type in 20, and we can pass in multiple things. So our next is going to be followers, and our followers are, let's say, 150, and our following is 10, and we save this, and let's try to see the output on our screen. So if we do go over here, we can see this is showing up, and this is not the best output we could have gotten. So let's try to improve it. So the first thing I want to do is I want this to take the maximum possible width over here. So I can just wrap this row with a widget known as expanded. We have to use this, and we'll provide it with the property of flex1. Now let's see the improvement, and you can see this is spaced out pretty well. Now the next thing we want is over here we're going to leave some spacing between the posts that we have and this over here. So what we can do is wrap this text with a container. We're going to get a margin, and the margin is going to be edge insets dot only, and from the top we're going to leave 4. If we save this, we should get a different output, and you can see we have left some space. Now we can change the font size over here to, let's say, 18, and we'll save it. Can again go back, and you can see it's looking much decent, and I'm going to continue with that. This looks pretty good. You can change it according to your preferences again. Having that in place, we will scroll up again, and so after this row, what we're going to do is create the buttons that we need over here. These buttons, the follow, edit profile, and unfollow buttons. So we'll create another row, and we'll call them main axis alignment, and we'll call it main axis alignment dot space evenly. Then we need children in that. So we are getting this error because we have put in the row inside the expanded. We need to put this outside of the expanded. Cool. Now in the children, what we're going to do is create a widget called as follow button, and this follow button will require, text and background color and the text color, all sorts of stuff. So let's create that widget over here in our widgets folder. We'll call it follow underscore button dot dart, so that we don't have to reuse our code again, so that we can reuse our code again and again, and we don't have to make changes again and again, basically. So now we can import material dart, and we are going to have a stateless widget which will be a follow button, and I can change the constructor over here again. Now we're going to require multiple things, and we'll require them as and when we need them. So first of all, we need a container, and we'll have some padding, and we'll have it from the top. So we can just do only top 28, so that we'll leave some spacing from here, this part over here. Then we need to have a child, and a child is going to be a text button, and the text button will have an on pressed. So we require a function over here, so we can call final function, which can be null, and we're going to call it function. We require that. Then we can do on function, actually it's just function. Then we have to make this final. Then it requires a child, and a child is going to be a container, and the container has properties like box decoration, and in the box decoration we are going to add the background color. And what is the background color of the follow button is going to keep on changing. So when the background color so if it's a follow button, we need to show a blue background, and if it's a unfollow button, we have to make the background white. So that kind of stuff. So we are going to import a background color as well. So let's get the color, final color, background color. Then we need to pass in a border, and the border will also keep on changing as per our colors. So we will need that from the constructor as well. So we can just call this final color border color. After this, we need to put a border radius, and a border radius is going to remain constant. So it will be border radius dot circular 5. And after that, we need our button to be aligned in the center. So we'll do alignment dot center, and it will have a child finally, and the child is going to be a text, and we required this text. So we're going to do final string text. So you're going to have this text, and we're going to have a style, and our style is going to be of the type text style. Color, text color it will be, because if our background changes, our text color will also change. So we need to import the text color as well. After that is done, we need to have a font weight, and the font weight over here is going to be bold. After that, we can format this document, and we need to give it a fixed width and a fixed height. So what we can do is, after this container, we'll specify a width of, let's say, 250 and a height of 227. You can use media query over here. But what I want to do is, when my screen width gets bigger and bigger, I want this follow button to remain of the same size. You can change according to your preference again. Then we need to require all of this. So we have taken in from the constructor. Make sure to put this dot function and not required, because our function can be a nullable value. Now we can go on the top and create and import the follow button. And with the follow button, let's add some stuff. Now let's add an edit profile button. Then our background color is going to be mobile background color. We want the background to be black, and the border to have something of a gray color. So since our background color is black, we want this to be a primary color, which is white. And over here we want a border color to be colors.gray. Then we need to pass in a function, and for now let's let our function be an empty screen, an empty function. And we're not going to have an edit profile over here. We are going to have a sign out, which we'll change later. So now if we see our output, we are getting this output. The reason over here is because we have forgotten to add a parent widget of column after the row. And so we are overlapping the text over here with our edit profile button. So if we do that, and if we wrap this with a column and put this row inside of the column, we will see that our error disappears, and our edit profile comes below all of this. So let me save my file, and you can see this over here that we have got this. And the next thing we want to do is make the main axis size max. And yeah, we have got a good looking output. So now if we see our app, and we can see that this is working pretty well. Now we need to remove this gap, and probably this is because in the follow button we give a lot of margin. We can make 28 to 2, and let's see the output, and we are getting a decent output. That's what we require. Now the next thing we want to do is display a username over here and the description that the user provided. So what we can do is close this follow button, and after this row we need to pass in a container which will be aligned to the left. So alignment dot center left, then a padding of const edge insets dot only, and from the top we leave a gap of 15, and we'll have a child of text which says username, and we need to add some styling to this. So we'll add a style. And what is our style going to be? Well, we want the font to be bolded because it's the username, and we're going to have we are going to ignore the warnings for now because all of these values are going to change to dynamic. And having that, let's see the output we get over here. We're getting the username as we want. Now we can take this container and post it down, and we're going to change the padding to, from the top we just need a padding of 1, and we're going to add some bios, so some description, and we can save this. And we can remove the style over here because we don't want the description to be bolded. Now if we go, you can see some description showing up, which is pretty cool. Now we need some divider over here, and then we need to display a list of posts. So what we can do is, after this container and after this padding as well, we're going to add a divider. So after this is done, we need to display the user posts, and that is what we're going to work with. So this was basically the UI of our app, and now let's replace all of these values with the dynamic value. So to get in the dynamic values, what we need to do is first of all accept the UID from the profile screen. Since this is going to be a reusable widget, we need to make sure that we require this UID from the constructor and not use the state management UID, else it will only serve this screen over here but not the screen when we search for a user. Correct? Now let's go over here. So the first thing we need to do is create an init state function where we can get where we can put a get basically a get request to our Firebase Firestore to get the data of the user that we have over here. So what you can do is type your get data, and for now let's just keep our get data in our class over here. We're going to call it an asynchronous function. Then we are going to wrap it with a try catch block, and we're going to show a snack bar in case of any error. So we can just type e.toString, and after that in the get data, what we can do is we can get the user data from the users. I've deleted all my users as well, only kept 3 of them over here, and in the Firebase authentication. Now over here in we are going to do await Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection, and collection is going to be of users dot doc, and what is the document going to be? The widget dot UID that we have, and we are going to get it. Now it's your task to job what type of value that we will get after this get. If you've guessed document snapshot, you're entirely correct. So you can just do document snapshot, which is equal to snap. And after that, we need to create a global variable. We'll call this, user data, and we'll call it an empty object. And so what we're going to do is get the snap, and we are going to set our user data equal to user. We're going to set our user data to snap dot data, and it's not going to be null, and we have to change this to var over here and not document snapshot, else we can't explicitly set our map over here to the snap dot data. Then we basically need to set the state, so we can set the state, and over here we can use the user data. So what we can do is user data, and we're going to take user data, and we're going to use the property username and we can format a document. And now global variable, now we need to pass in a UID, and this is going to be our home screen item. So this over here we need to show our current UID, so our current profile. So what we can do is Firebase auth dot instance dot current user dot UID, and after that is done, let's format a document and see if we are getting the output. Let's refresh our app, and over here we are getting Rivana Ranat, which is our username. Cool. Now let's try to output some more values over here. We're going to set user data, and we're going to go down, and we are going to replace this network image with user data at the rate, and we are going to use the property of photo URL. And now we have saved it. Now let's refresh our app and see if we are getting that. So if we go over here, then we can see that this is my profile picture, and that's exactly what we've got. So the next thing we want to work on is the username over here. So we can take the user data and put in the username, and over here user data, and pass in the description. Let's save our app and see if we are getting that output. You can see we are getting a null type over here. That is probably because we don't have a description, we have a bio. So we'll have to put in bio. Now let's go over here and see we are getting Rivana Ranat. And now you can see we are getting some errors over here for slight a moment. This is because our data over here is still null, and we are calling some value and properties on it. So we are going to create is loading variable and set a circular progress indicator as long as these values are not being fetched. But we need to fetch more values. For example, this post, number of posts, the followers we have, the following we have, all of that stuff. So let's go to the top again and get some more data. Over here we can rename this to user snap and not just snap, because we'll have more snapshots coming in. The next we want to get is the post length. So I can call it over here only, getting the post length, get post length, and well, post we will have now post snap, which will be equal to await Firebase firestore.instance.collection, and we are going to pass in posts. Now what post do we want? The post that is of the user with this UID. So we have seen .where property, we'll call that, and we are going to use the UID property, like the UID field, and we are going to check if it's equal to, not less than or greater than, because we know user ID is going to be different for every user. So we're going to use is equal to, and now we're going to check if that is equal to Firebase auth dot instance. Let's import that instance dot current user dot UID. Cool. Let's format the document. Now we are going to create a global variable called int post length, and our post length is going to be 0 for the initial value. Then we are going to set post length equal to post snap dot, we actually haven't called the get function over here, let's call that. And after that we are going to use post snap dot docs dot length, and we're going to put a semicolon over here, and we've called set state over here, so we don't need to worry about the widget rebuild function over here, like the rebuilding of this build function. And we need to take this post length, go down and replace this post length with post length. Now since it accepts integer, we can just pass in post length and refresh our app, go over here, and we should see 0 posts right now. This user doesn't have any post. It's made by Naman Ranawat and Rivan Ranawat, so we'll see that for them. Now we need the followers and the following. Now how are our followers going to come? The followers are just going to be a list over here. You can see followers and following. So we're going to do that for them. Just like we did for likes and post, we're going to do for followers. We're going to store the UIDs over here. So we can go at the top and we can create int followers variable, which will be followers equal to 0. Then we can take followers, we can take followers equal to user snap dot data, and we'll access, and we're going to take in followers, which is this property over here, the followers property, and since this is a list, we are going to have dot length property on it. And this following over here, you can see that's just my testing over here, so I've just added this for some reason. Now we have to take this followers and put it down over here, followers, and we can go over here and see 0 followers right now. Then we need to do the same for following, so we can do int following equal to 0, and we can take the following, and our following will be equal to this whole thing over here, and we're going to replace this of property of followers to following. Now let's see. Now we can take this following and put it down over here. We should be getting 0 everywhere, and that's what we get. So after that, we need to check if if we are following the user. So if this is our profile, it should show edit profile. But if it's some other profile, we're going to have follow button over here, unfollow button over here. So for that, we need to check if we are following this user. So we can create a boolean value of is following over here, and we set it to false. We can take this is following and put it over here, and we'll check if it is following if user snap at followers. We'll have to do user snap dot data at followers, and we'll have to pass in this exclamation mark over here at followers contains our UID over here. Since this is going to be a list return, we can put contains over here, and we're going to check if it contains Firebase auth.instance.current user and our UID over here. So we can save this, and if this is following, we can make conditional rendering in our application down below with the follow button widget that we had created over here. So what we can do is create first check over here if our user, so if Firebase auth dot instance dot current user dot UID is equal to widget dot UID, that means that whatever UID we are entering from the parameter is from the constructor is equal to the Firebase auth current user ID. Then we know that this is our account, and thus we need to show the edit profile. And if it's not, then we need to check if we are following that person. So if we are following that person, we need to give the person an unfollow button. So we can copy this follow button from here, paste it, and make this unfollow. And also we want this to be of the text colors dot black, and since this is black, the background color will change to colors dot white, and we'll have a border color be, let's say, colors dot gray only. And yeah, this is it. Now we need to add another else condition basically, which is the last one, and we'll again have a follow button which will actually say a follow, and the follow will have a background color of colors dot blue, which is our primary color, which is our blue color in our colors dot dart file. Our text color is going to be colors dot white, and our border color is also going to be blue. Now let's save and see what we're getting. We should be seeing edit profile the way it was, and we have that. To see a bit different output, what we can do is take this profile screen from here and go to our search screen, And in the search screen where we have a list tile, we can wrap this with an inkwell widget, and the inkwell will have on tap function, and with the on tap we are going to navigate to the profile screen page. So we can do navigator dot of context dot push material page route builder context, and we can pass in the profile screen. Now this profile screen requires a UID of the user, so what we can do is copy this from here and we're going to paste it, and the property we are going to pass in is UID, and we can format this. Now let's try to see the output if we refresh. If we go to Rivan R Ranawat, we should again see edit profile with this because this is our account, and for Rivan Ranawat as well we'll get a follow button. This means that our work is happening pretty good. So what do we need to do next? First of all, we'll add loading indicators. So in our profile screen, we can do bool is loading and we can set it to false. Then we can take this is loading value from here and set the state to is loading equal to true. Then we can take this value over here, and after all of this stuff is done, we can set is loading to false again, and over here we are going to return if is loading is true, then we need to show a constant center circular progress indicator, and we're going to have a scaffold. We'll have to format the document, and let's see, we are getting a loading bar and all of our errors disappear from here. You can go over here and you can see none of the errors we get, which is pretty cool. Now let's try to show our posts, and then we'll work on the followers and following functionality. So to do the post function, we can go to the bottom. After this divider, we need to use a future builder to display the posts. We're not using stream builders because we don't need to keep track of every every part of the app. Like, we are not liking anything, we're not commenting anything, so we don't need to use stream builder. We just need to display a list of images, and that's not and even if it's not real time, nobody would care. So we can have that future builder. Now we'll have a future, and in the future we'll have Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection, and we want the post. And whose post do we want? Our own, like the user ID mentioned over here. So we can do where the UID is equal to the widget dot UID that is passed in, and we can dot get. Then we can do dot get. After that, we'll get a builder, and the builder will have context and a snapshot. Now we'll check if the snapshot dot connection state is equal to connection state dot waiting. If that's happening, we need to return a constant center circular progress indicator. We have to go over here and we'll format the document. Now, if that's not the case, what do we want to show? Well, we want to show a kind of a grid thing over here, right? We want 3 posts to show up like this, right? And we want it like this. Now, to make such kind of layout, Flutter already provides us with a widget which is known as grid view builder. We can use that. So we can do return grid view dot builder, and it will take in a grid delegate and an item builder. So what we can do is put them on separate lines, and we'll return the grid view builder. Now over here, first we'll set shrink wrap to true. Then we'll have an item count, and our item count is going to be snapshot dot data, and we'll treat it as dynamic, our old cheap trick that we used to follow. Then this docs dot length. Cool. Now the grid delegate will have a constant of sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count, and the cross access count is going to be 3. Then we are going to have a cross access spacing of 5, then a main access spacing of 1.5, and a child aspect ratio of 1. All of these values are again tried and tested. I just took values and kept on changing them except the cross access count, which means that I want this to be 3, and then the spacing part you need to figure it out on your own, like with the trial and testing part. Then with the item builder we need to pass in a context and an index, and over here we're going to have a document snapshot, and it will be again snapshot.data as dynamic.docs, and we're going to have an index, and we're going to do document snapshot snap. Now we're going to return a container, and this container will have a child of image, and the image will have image property, and we'll pass in the network image. Now the network image is going to be our snap, and we'll also put in snap.data, and we'll do it as dynamic, and we have to cover this with parentheses, and we can use post URL property that is mentioned in the post class. Post over here, post URL. Cool. Now to have some more fit, what we can do is have a property of fit, and you can experiment with these values, but I'm going to use boxfit.cover, and the names are pretty are suggesting what this app will do. So if we go over here and let's remove all of this stuff, and we've made an error over here. We have already called snapshot.data.docs index over here, so we just need to call snap post URL over here. So we can refresh our app. Now let's see over here, and we're not getting any post because we haven't made any post. So let's try to make a post. Let's post it, choose from gallery. The text editing controller in your case would look a bit different. Over here I've decreased the size, and you have 0.45 the media query width into 0.45. I've taken 0.3, and I'm going to have high over here just for testing, and we're going to post, and we have posted. So if we come over here, we see one post, so our post counter is working, and we can see our image coming over here, which is pretty cool. If we go in the search, we will see our image coming here as well, which is very cool. So that means our profile screen is working and is ready. So if we go over here, search tab, and call Naman over here, so basically we can see the post coming up, which is pretty cool. So in our search over here, if I type Rivan, we will get Rivan Ranawat, which is our profile, and if I do Rivan Ranawat, I can see my post over here, which is very cool. So that works. Now we need to work on the follow functionality, which we'll do now. So to do that, we'll go in our Firestore methods class, and over here we're going to create a function future void, and we're going to create it, name it follow user. It is going to be an asynchronous process, and we need to get two things from here: the user ID, our current user ID, and the person whom we are following, that person's UID. So we'll do string follow ID, and over here we are going to have a try catch block. In case of exception, we are going to print that exception, and in that try block, what we're going to do is await underscore firestore dot collection of users, and over there we are going to go in our document UID and get the data. First, let me type in document snapshot. So what we're doing over here is basically going to our collection of users and in our document ID. So in this part, suppose this is my user ID, I'm going over here and getting all of the data from here. And why are we doing that? So that we can check if we are already following that user or not. So what we can do is list of following. So if we do snap dot data, as dynamic, and we need to pass in this, and we'll have to put an exclamation mark over here, and we'll get the following from here. So we'll get a list of following, and in this list of following we'll check if the list of following contains the user ID, I mean the follow ID. So I'll explain this to you. So we got the following list of the user over here, and we are checking if the following list contains the follow ID, that is the second person's ID over here. Then we know that the person is following that, so it means that we are following that person. So we need to remove the follow. So what we can do is await underscore firestore dot collection in our users dot document follow ID, and we'll update the value of followers in the follow ID. Basically, we'll go in the users, and whichever person that we want to follow, we'll go in their document and update the followers value over there, because we are removing followers from their profile. So we can do that, and we can do field value dot array union array remove, and we'll pass in the UID. Cool. That means we have removed the follower from the users from the follower ID. Now we need to remove the follow ID that we have over here from our user ID. So we can pass in doc UID over here. We can have following over here, and we'll have array remove here as well. Now, if the following does not contain the follow ID, we need to have the same thing, but over here we'll have array union, and over here we'll have array union. And if this isn't clear to you, don't worry, I'm going to explain it again when we see this in the action, like in our app. Then in our profile screen, wherever we have this follow unfollow, we can just call this. So we can use asynchronous, and over here we can have await firestore methods dot follow user, and we have to pass in the user ID. So what we can do is Firebase auth dot instance dot current user dot UID, and we need to pass in the follow ID as well, which will be user data at UID. That means whatever user profile we are on right now. We can format this document, and now we can take this and paste the same over here, and we can have asynchronous over here. Cool. Now if we save this and go over here, if we go in the search and search for a user Rivan, and we have Rivan Ranawat over here, we can click on Rivan Ranawat, and as you can see, we are getting over here. Now if I click on follow, we don't see any changes over here, but if we go in our Firestore, you can see a followers got added in the user ID, and the username was Rivan Ranawat. Now if I go over here in my user ID, you can see a following coming over here. So what we basically did was we checked if the list already contains a follower. If it already contains a follower, then we are going to remove a follower, and if it doesn't, then we are going to add a follower. And in this case, if the following already contains it, we are going to remove this following, and if it doesn't, then we are going to add it. This will make much more sense when we update these values over here. Now why are these values not getting updated over here? Because this is a future and not a stream builder, right? In stream we constantly keep track of our values and keep changing it as and when they change in the database, but over here it's a one-time read, as I had mentioned previously. So now we can put a set state over here to update the value. So to update the value, what we need to do is increase the follower count by 1 and set is following to true, and we are in the follow button, so we can do that. Set state, and we are going to pass in this over here, and we don't need to do this over here, we need to do it outside of the follow user. We have set state, and we are going to set is following to true, and we are going to increase the followers count. So we can do followers plus plus, and we can take this value from here and paste it over here as well in our unfollow button, and over here we'll set is following to false, and we are going to do followers minus minus. So if I type in Revan over here, we can see Revan now showing up. Now if I go over here, we can see that we had followed him earlier, so we got an unfollow button right now. But if we click unfollow right now, you can see the followers change to 0, and we get a follow button again. And over here we are not able to remove these followers because in the Firestore methods we created a bug. Over here we need to array when we are having followers over here, we need to remove the array of UID, and over here we need to remove follow ID. Makes sense, right? Because we are following that follow ID. And the same we are going to do over here. We're going to remove the follow ID from here. Now I went fast in this section because we are already familiar with all the values that we are using. It's just a logic, and it's very simple logic. I've cleared off my database now, our following list now, and if I search Revan, we should get 0 followers, and if I click on follow, we get 1 follower, and if we go to our database, you can see we are getting 1 follower. But if we unfollow, you can see 0 followers, and our followers from here was removed, which means that our function is working properly now. So yeah, this was it for the follower. Now if I go over here on our screen, we should see 1 following, and that's what we see. Now the next thing we need to work on is, instead of showing edit profile, we need to show sign out so that we can sign out. So in our profile screen, instead of edit profile, what we can do is sign out. And in our auth methods, we are going to create a sign out function. So what we can do is future void, and we'll call it sign out. We don't require any arguments as such. We just need to make this function asynchronous. And what we can do is we can take the auth instantiation, and we can do auth.sign out. And that's all it takes. And since this is going to be a future, we need to await it. And that's all it takes to sign out from the our app. So what we can do over here is call async over here and call await auth methods dot sign out, and we're going to call navigator dot of context dot push replacement material page route a builder context, and we're going to pass in the builder as the responsive the login screen, and we need to put a semicolon lastly, and we can do const over here. So now if we refresh our app and see, we'll get sign out over here, and if we sign out, we go to the screen over here. Now if I refresh my app, we should still be on the login screen, and that's where we are. So we have completed this app over here. That is for the mobile app. Now let's work a bit on the responsive design. So I've run the app on our Chrome version as well, and I've run with the command flutter run -d Chrome, and I've put in the web renderer as HTML, as I've told you that Canvas causes weird issues. And if it looks good over here, but if we resize it, you can see that this extends till the end of over here because we have used media query. And how can we fix this over here? So what kind of layout I want for the web is, I want the text input to be this long from here till here, somewhere here. I don't want it to extend beyond this region over here, right? So to do that, let's go and make some conditional rendering. So in our login screen, we can go, and in the login screen, we have a container over here where the padding is given as 32. So what we can do is over here, check if the media query dot of context dot size dot width is greater than the web screen size, the global variable that we had created over here. If it's this, then we need to show the another padding because that's the web screen layout that's showing up. Else I want to show this layout over here. So over here the edge insets is going to be constant edge insets dot symmetric, and we're going to have third of this size over here, and we have to remove this constant from here since we are using media query. Now if I save my app, we should see a different output. Let's run our app over here, and you can see that this size has increased, and that's exactly how I wanted it. And if I increase the size, you can see it's showing up pretty cool, and that's the way I wanted it. Now let's go to let's enter our email over here. Let's type in naman@gmail.com, test123, and log in. So we have signed in, and we can see that we are getting a web year layout over here. So we need to change that. So what do we want to show? Well, the layout of our app is going to be something like an app bar over here at the top, and with the app bar over here we need to have an Instagram logo over here. Then at the end some icons where in the app we had at the bottom. So instead of bottom we want to have these icons, at the top right corner. That's how it is on Instagram web. Then we need to render the screen basically. Right, let's do that. So in our web screen layout, we are going to have an app bar first, and our app bar is going to be app bar. And what I'm going to do is basically go to the feed screen, and I'm going to copy the app bar we have over here. Let's copy that and paste it over here, and over here we can make some changes according to our preference. First we'll have to import the background color, then the SVG picture asset. Right, now we want our actions button to be a bit different. So our icon button is over here. We want the messenger to show up last. We want other icons to be shown. So we'll have the home icon first, then the search icon, then the add file icon, and the notification icon, then a profile icon. Yeah, and well, we can neglect the chat icon for now because it's not having any usage in our app. So over here the first icon we had was icons dot home, and well, we are going to show the home icon for now. Then the next thing we want is search icon. Then we need add a photo icon, then a favorite icon which is for the notifications, and lastly a person icon which will tell us the profile. And if we save, we should see in the top right corner all of these icons coming up, and that's exactly where they come. Now the next thing we want to do is, whenever we click over here, we should see the output coming on the screen. So to do that, what you're going to do is we're going to go in the feed screen again, and we're going to go in the mobile screen layout, and we're going to copy all of these functions from here because we need to basically have a page view, and we're going to paste it over here. Right, having that in place, what we need to do is we need to check. So if the page over here is equal to 0, so over here we'll have a primary color. So instead of the color, what we're going to have, if page is equal to 1, then we need to show a primary color, else a secondary color. Not 1, our numbering will start from 0, so we can do 0. And why are we getting this error over here? Because we don't want it as a constant anymore. So we'll remove the constant, and then we'll have the condition once again over here. So we can paste it. If page is equal to 1, we have done all of this, in our mobile screen layout. It's just that we are copying stuff from here. and pasting it over here because we needed the app bar in the top right corner, and that's why we need to create responsive layout. And plus with this kind of format you can add more stuff, which we'll talk about at the end of the video. So we have 1, 2, now we need to put in a third. We'll remove the const, we'll again remove the const, and we'll paste it over here, and we'll have fourth. Now let's remove some extra commas that we've got. Now let's format the document and tap R to see the changes coming in place. But when we click over here, their color doesn't get changed because we haven't called the navigate. So what we want to do is take this set state from here and paste it over here as well, and we're going to take this navigation tabbed function and we're going to call this over here. So we're going to call navigation tabbed, and we're going to call in the we are going to give in a page. So this is going to be the 0th page. We can copy this and paste it again over here. This is going to be 4, 3, 2, 1, and yeah, this is it. Now in our body what we're going to have is, well, a page view that we had exactly like we had in the mobile screen. So we can have page view, and we're going to have children of home screen items, that is in the global variable. Then we're going to pass in the controller, and the controller is going to be a page controller. And on page change we need to call on page changed. So we can copy this from here and paste it over here. Now let's tap R and see. If we go over here, we should be seeing another page, and yeah, this looks pretty cool. Now if we go over here, we can see the search screen also showing up, and this is scrollable over here because we haven't set the physics. We can do so by calling physics and never scrollable physics, and it will be a const. Now if we do R again, let's go over here, and we can see we are not able to, well, change the app again. So yeah, now let's try to make the screen responsive and get this app bar out of here because we don't want it in the web screen. So to do that, what we're going to do is go to the feed screen over here, and we have our width over here. Now in the app bar what we can do is we can check if width is greater than web screen size, then we don't need to show the app bar, so we can pass in null, or else we'll show the app bar. We can perform a hot restart and see that we are getting no app bar. Cool. Now if we rerun our app, you can see the app bar is not showing. Also the background color in the Instagram web is a bit different, so what we can do is go to the background scaffold, and over here we have passed in mobile background color. Here we can check if the width is greater than the web screen size, then we are going to have a web background color which is present in the colors.dart file. Now if we save this, we won't be seeing any difference as of now, but we'll see that in a while. Now we want to go in our postcard because that is where these things are. So we can go in our postcard.dart file, and we are getting these borders over here because I had added a border just to check if it's working and all. So you can copy this line from here. So if width is greater than the web screen size, we need to put in a secondary color, which is this background border color, which is gray, and else we will have a mobile background color. So if you do like this, shrink the size, you can see no background, you can see no border. This is because, well, the border is of the background color, so it merges. Over here you can see that our background is showing up. Now we also need to reduce the size of this postcard over here. So what we can do is in the feed screen, we have our postcard over here. We have it wrapped with a container. Now we can add a margin to our container, and in the margin we can add edge insets dot symmetric. In the horizontal direction it will be if width is greater than the web screen size, then our width will be, then the horizontal margin will be the total size of the device into 0.3. And if it's not web screen size, we don't want any margin, so we can just put 0. And for the vertical, what we can do is paste it. We can pass in vertical. We'll pass in the same conditions. If width is greater than the web screen size, then we are going to have a value of 15 in the vertical direction and nothing in the horizontal direction, and nothing when in the mobile screen layout. So we can format this. Let's rerun our app and see that our value over here has decreased, which is pretty cool. Now if I save our, and now we try to change the size of our application, you can see that the change is happening. And if we go over here, our app returns to the normal app state that it was in. So this is the process for the responsive UI. You can do the same for the signup UI that we had followed earlier for the login. And in the search, I'm going to show you how we can make changes over here because, well, we are not familiar with staggered grid view. So we can go in the search screen, and in the search screen, we will have our staggered grid view builder. Over here, we can have a check if width. We don't have a width ready, so we can do media query dot of context dot size dot width is greater than the web screen size. Then we need to show something else, and because this is the configuration we made for the mobile, for the web we need to show 3 of them side by side and nothing like this. So what we can do is over here we can have 1:1 and 1 or 1. So with basically this, making values change over here and here, we will be able to get a 3x3 layout over here. If we go over here, you can see we are getting a 3x3 layout, and that's what we wanted. And the rest of the responsive UI is up to you. You can make changes. I love it this way, so I've kept it this way only. Then yeah, this is pretty much it. So here we complete our course for the beginners tutorial for Firebase. I hope you could follow along and build this application. And I just want to say that it is very easy to create an application with Firebase. You might have seen that most of the functions that we use, be it in the Auth methods or Firestore methods, all of our functions were basically getting reused and reused again and again, and it had the same layout. Firebase is pretty easy to use and it's very beginner friendly, so you can check it out. And regarding the application, I just want to say that there might be some bugs that I'm unable to notice, and there might be some features you want to add and make it a full stack Instagram clone. I didn't make that because, well, this was a Firebase teaching course and not a Instagram clone build. I just tried to teach you how we can use Firebase by building Instagram. So you can definitely add more features. The GitHub link will be mentioned in the description below. You can check it out. And let me know in the comment section below if you are able to add more features, and send the GitHub link in the comments as well. But if you have any doubts, you can obviously message me on Instagram, or you can message me or you can comment down below. Thank you so much for watching the video. See you in the next video.